What does it feel like to be pursued by a domineering CEO? The story takes place on a rainy night at the entrance of Golden Sands Bar. A woman runs while screaming for help. A group of men chase closely behind. "Stop, you bitch! How dare you run?" At this moment, a luxury car drives by on the road. The woman sees it and is startled, getting hit by the car directly. The driver, seeing this, slams on the brakes. Scared and covered in cold sweat, still in shock, he says to the person in the back, "Young master, I think I hit someone." The man calmly says, "Go check it out." The driver gets out to check. At this moment, the woman secretly opens the side door and gets into the car. The rain has soaked the woman, making her look very disheveled. She then says to the person in the car, "Help me, please save me." The man looks serious, thinking, where did this woman come from? The woman crawls into the car and continues, "Please help me. Someone's chasing me. They want to kill me." The man remains unmoved. The woman, with a flushed face, says, "I barely escaped. I can't be taken back to the nightclub." At this time, the driver discovers the woman in the car. He angrily shouts, "Who are you? Do you know whose car this is? How dare you intrude?" The man waves to the driver, indicating it's fine. Then he pinches the woman's chin and says, "Give me a reason to help you." The woman says, "You almost killed me. You have to take responsibility for me." The man smirks, thinking he's been entangled. The woman directly sits on the man's lap and says domineeringly, "You must help me." The man guesses that with such bold and frivolous behavior, she must be from a nightclub. The woman then asks, "What's your name?" The woman's face is flushed, looking like she's drunk some magic potion. She slowly says, "My name is Yu Xiao Qiao. The Qiao from Qiao Pine in Summer Rain Mountain." The man recalls that there aren't many people with the surname Yu in Jinhua City, but there is a high-ranking government official named Yu. "What's your relationship with him?" The driver, seeing the woman lying motionless on the young master's body, worriedly says, "Mr. Chun, we should take her to the hospital for a checkup first." Xiao Qiao's face is flushed. The man looks at her with a slight smile. "I'll examine her myself." Then he tells the driver, "Drive." After the car drives away, a man holding an umbrella says, "Bunch of useless fools. Can't even keep an eye on one woman." The attendant next to him nervously says, Should we go after them now?" The man angrily throws the umbrella on the ground. The three of them are scared and immediately lower their heads. At the high-rise of Yuhai Longwan, the man carries Xiao Qiao in. By now, Xiao Qiao is drunk and unconscious. The assistant nearby says, "Young Master Chun, you should send her away." He's very puzzled. Young Master Chun has always stayed away from women, but today he's carrying a strange woman into his apartment. The man asks in return, "Dongqing, what are you worried about?" Dongqing nervously says, "Her background is unknown. I'm worried this car accident wasn't a coincidence, but someone's plot against you." The man ignores this and carries Xiao Qiao inside. "I want to see what tricks a little woman can play." In the room, Xiao Qiao murmurs hazily, "I feel so uncomfortable." The man casually tosses her, throwing her directly onto the bed. Looking at her state, she must have drunk a lot. She's completely out of it. Xiao Qiao looks uncomfortable. "I feel so bad. I really want to sleep." The man looks at Xiao Qiao, thinking she's just a young girl, yet she's quite good at seducing people. Suddenly, Xiao Qiao hugs the man tightly. Then she cries pitifully, "Chao Chuan, don't go. Don't leave me alone. I'm so scared." The man is speechless upon hearing this. She's thinking of someone else right in front of him. The man suddenly feels jealous. He pins Xiao Qiao down and says loudly, "Remember, my name is Qi Qinan." After saying this, he domineeringly kisses her. After the passionate moment, Qi Qinan comes out of the bathroom after showering. He looks at the sleeping Xiao Qiao and ponders. He thinks, "Are you a pig? How can you sleep so much?" He puts some pocket money beside her. He walks to the wardrobe and starts choosing clothes. Then he selects a suit. After dressing, he opens the door and sees Dongqing waiting anxiously outside. Qi Qinan asks, "What's the rush? Is there something urgent?" Dongqing says, "Madam's plane will land in an hour. Are you going to the airport?" Qi Qinan smiles and says, "Of course I'll go personally to meet my mother's plane." He turns and walks towards the main door. Then he tells the assistant, "Buy a set of clothes and send it to my room." In the room, Xiao Qiao wakes up from her sleep. She looks around and suddenly sits up. "Oh my God, where am I? How did I end up here?" Xiao Qiao sees the pocket money beside the bed. She picks it up and looks at the amount. She's shocked. There's so much. "What's going on?" Sitting on the bed, she recalls, "I think I was in a car accident yesterday. I met a cold man." As she's thinking, she suddenly shouts, "Oh no, could it be that he saved me?" Xiao Qiao is very frustrated. If he really saved me, why can't I remember anything? At this moment, she sees a bag on the chair. She goes to look and finds it's a beautiful dress. She thinks, my clothes are dirty anyway. Might as well borrow this for now. She takes the paper and pen from the table. She writes an IOU and leaves her contact information. Wearing the beautiful dress, she walks out. In the elevator, Xiao Qiao stands there pondering. At this moment, a man walks in. This man is named Gong Jinghao, Shi Chenhan's nephew and also Xiao Qiao's classmate. Seeing Xiao Qiao in the elevator, Gong Jinghao looks disgusted. Why are you here? Xiao Qiao is startled to see him. Why is it you? Gong Jinghao directly presses Xiao Qiao against the wall. I'm asking you, why are you here? Xiao Qiao angrily says, what's it to you? Why should I tell you? She thinks, how unlucky to run into this troublemaker. Gong Jinghao says with disgust, you Xiao Qiao, seeing a dirty person like you near my home makes me extremely unhappy. Xiao Qiao feels hurt and angrily retorts, this is a public elevator, not your private one. Tears of frustration roll down her cheeks. She thinks, in the eyes of you rich kids, I'm filthy, just an illegitimate daughter who can't see the light of day. Gong Jinghao lifts Xiao Qiao's chin mockingly. I'm honored to tell you, this Yuhai Longwan private club belongs to my family. Why are you here? Xiao Qiao feels even more aggrieved after hearing this. She pushes his hand away and scolds, you psycho. Why I'm here is none of your business. Gong Jinghao grabs her hand. He continues to mock, you're still so sharp-tongued. Come to think of it, you're really lucky. Even a car accident couldn't kill you. Hearing his words, Xiao Qiao is confused. How do you know about the accident? She wonders, could he have been at the scene? Yesterday's incident couldn't have anything to do with him, right? At this moment, the elevator dings and opens. Xiao Qiao seizes the opportunity and kicks Gong Jinghao in the shin. Then she quickly runs out. The people around watch in bewilderment. Gong Jinghao clutches his shin, grimacing in pain. You Xiao Qiao, you dare to mess with me? Xiao Qiao runs out the main door. Gong Jinghao chases after her relentlessly. You little brat, stop right there. Xiao Qiao quickly pulls up a small sapling nearby. She throws it at Gong Jinghao behind her. Gong Jinghao yells as he's hit. Xiao Qiao looks gleeful. You severely mentally ill person. You've been picking on me at school all the time. Did you think I was easy to bully? If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll forget your own name. After saying this, she immediately runs to the street, hails a taxi, and flees the scene. Gong Jinghao, looking disheveled, curses behind her. You Xiao Qiao, you're dead. A girl is tricked by her father into going to a nightclub. Her boyfriend finds out and promptly abandons her. In the girls' dormitory at Styling University, Xiao Qiao sits on the bed, lost in thought. And Ziyu asks, Xiao Qiao, where were you last night? You weren't answering your phone. I was so worried. Xiao Qiao tiredly replies, my phone and bag are with Qiao Chuan. And then hears this and questions skeptically, how come they're with him? You're not living together, are you? Xiao Qiao quickly explains, no, we're not living together. You're overthinking. Anyway, let's not talk about this now. I'm going to take a shower first. In the bathroom, Xiao Qiao looks in the mirror, recalling last night's events. That drink at Golden Beach nightclub must have been spiked. Otherwise, how could I have lost my memory last night? I don't know if anything bad happened. Soon, Xiao Qiao finishes her shower and comes out, and then says, Qiao Chuan just called you. He wants to meet you downstairs at the dorm tonight. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao feels a bit dejected. Qiao Chuan, how should I face you? At night, downstairs at the dormitory, Qiao Chuan approaches Xiao Qiao, carrying a bag. He nervously asks, are you all right from last night? I was very worried about you. Xiao Qiao says disdainfully, worried about me? You left me behind and ran away yourself. You jerk. Seeing her so angry, Qiao Chuan anxiously explains, the Golden Beach nightclub is a place where all the bouncers are gangsters. I was no match for them. Besides, couldn't you see that your father had sold you out? Xiao Qiao feels helpless hearing this. She angrily snatches the bag and says, in a critical moment, you abandoned me and ran away. What kind of man are you? Qiao Chuan immediately retorts, it was you who agreed to listen to your father and go to Golden Beach nightclub to get money. That's what caused this mess. What does it have to do with me? At this moment, Xiao Qiao's phone suddenly rings. She answers, and the person on the other end says, I told you to get the money. Why did you run away? How can we save your mother without the money? Do you want your mother to stay in prison forever? Xiao Qiao becomes anxious hearing this. She shouts into the phone, if I didn't run, should I have stayed to be bullied by them? I want to ask you, I want to get the money as you said, Why was I detained? What exactly did you tell them? Why did it have to be me to get the money? The voice on the phone says, there's only one day left. If you can't get the money, your mother will go to jail. After the call ends, Chao Chuan continues to apologize to Xiao Xiao. I was wrong this time. Please forgive me. I'll definitely make it up to you. At this moment, Xiao Xiao is anxious about her mother and has no time for matters of love. She seriously says to Chao Chuan, I want to borrow 3 million from you. I'll pay it back with interest when my mom gets out. Chao Chuan is shocked upon hearing this. How could I possibly have 3 million? I'm not as rich as you think. Xiao Xiao looks at Chao Chuan's watch and says, you can spend 4 million on a watch, but you're not willing to help me when I need it. I'm really disappointed in you. Chao Chuan nervously says, I borrowed money to buy this watch. Doesn't your family still have a villa? Sell the house first to deal with the emergency. He thinks to himself, her family is a bottomless pit. I can't be stupid enough to fill their huge debt. I can't be a fool and fill their huge debt. Xiao Xiao understands that he's unwilling to lend money. She turns and says, the house belongs to my brother. We can't touch it. No matter what, I have to save my mom. At this moment, Xiao Xiao is very disappointed in him. Everyone knows the Chao family is a famous billionaire, yet he cries poor over this 3 million. This is the man who keeps saying he wants to marry me after graduation. Chao Chuan sees Xiao Xiao about to leave. He quickly grabs her hand and shouts, your brother is an idiot. What's the use of keeping the house for him? Are you going to Golden Beach nightclub to get the money? Xiao Xiao turns and shakes off his hand. What else can I do? Should I watch my mom go to prison? Chao Chuan shamelessly says, why don't you give me that, and I'll give you 3 million. How about it? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao immediately gets angry and slaps him hard. Chao Chuan, you disgust me. I'd rather go to the nightclub than do that with you. Xiao Xiao is utterly disappointed in him and says, let's break up. Then she turns and leaves. After Xiao Xiao leaves, Chao Chuan touches his face angrily. Break up then. You Xiao Xiao, who do you think you are? The girl's mother is framed and imprisoned. To save her mother, she has no choice but to go to the nightclub for money. At the nightclub entrance, Xiao Xiao looks at the door torn. But for her mother and brother, she'll brave even the gates of hell. As soon as she enters, 3 tough guys approach her. They aggressively say, well, you dare to come back. The leader in the middle, Haizi, says, catch her, don't let her run away again. Take her upstairs. Seeing 2 henchmen directly grab Xiao Xiao's arms, she resists. I'm just here for the money. Let me go. Haizi says, bullshit. Money doesn't come free. If the boss hadn't ordered us not to hurt you, we'd teach you a lesson right now. They immediately take her upstairs. Haizi, acting like a bootlicker, knocks on the door with a grin. Boss, we've brought the person. Should we send her in now? The door opens. Xiao Xiao sees someone standing by the window. She thinks, this must be the person who promised Dad to give me 3 million if I came to get the money. A henchman impatiently says, what are you dawdling for? Get in quickly. Xiao Xiao senses something is wrong and struggles hard. Let me go. At this moment, Shi Qinghan approaches and shouts, let her go. Seeing Shi Qinghan, Haizi immediately turns into a bootlicker, bowing and scraping. Oh, it's young Master Chen. I'll go find some extremely beautiful girls for you to choose from right away. Shi Qinghan coldly says, just her. Haizi, upon hearing this, is somewhat troubled. He stammers, she won't do. She's not from here. Dongqing shouts, stop talking nonsense. It's her. Haizi, frightened, quickly nods. He turns to Xiao Xiao and yells, I'm warning you, serve young Master Chen well. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Hearing his words, Xiao Xiao becomes a bit panicked, wondering, who is this young Master Chen? After they leave, a henchman behind says, Brother He, this is the person the boss wanted. Now young Master Chen has taken her. How do we explain this? Haizi becomes angry immediately. You shit for brains. In all of Jinhua City, who dares to offend young Master Chen? In the private room, Shi Qinghan coldly says to Xiao Xiao, come here. The room is dark, with no lights on. Xiao Xiao cautiously walks forward, constantly feeling around Shi Qinghan's body. It's too dark here. I can't see clearly. Shi Qinghan says coldly, have you touched enough? He then turns on the light. Xiao Xiao looks at the man in front of her, feeling somewhat fearful. Sir, I'm not a hostess. I don't work here. Shi Qinghan asks, how much did your boss pay you? Xiao Xiao is confused. What boss? I don't understand what you mean. Shi Qinghan directly grabs Xiao Xiao's chin and says, you'd better not play games with me. I'll pay double. Tell me your boss's plan. Xiao Qiao listens with a bewildered expression. What are you talking about? I don't have any boss. Xiao Qiao looks at the man, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. She thinks to herself, why does this man look somewhat familiar? Shi Chenhan continues to press. Perhaps my offer isn't tempting enough. How about triple the price? Xiao Qiao finds this increasingly absurd and gradually becomes agitated. Are you crazy? I told you I'm not a hostess. Shi Chenhan directly pulls Xiao Qiao close, gripping her chin. You're quite skilled at playing dumb. Have you forgotten how you seduced me that night? Xiao Qiao responds, what seduction? I don't even know you. I'm just here for the money. Shi Chenhan asks, puzzled, how much did he give you? Xiao Qiao nervously says, 3 million. Shi Chenhan, being generous, says, I'll give you that money. He thinks to himself, isn't she here to make a deal? Hypocritical woman. Xiao Qiao resists. Don't touch me. Shi Chenhan grabs her. He throws her onto the sofa. It's you, woman, who broke my resolve to stay away from women. Now you're pretending not to know me. Xiao Qiao shouts. What are you saying? I don't understand. Shi Chenhan says, since your memory is so poor, let me help you remember. He directly kisses her. Xiao Qiao is stunned. This feeling is so familiar. Could the man from last night be him? Shi Chenhan looks at the woman's lack of reaction. You really don't remember? Xiao Qiao starts crying, feeling wronged. What are you saying? I don't understand. Why is everyone bullying me? Shi Chenhan suddenly feels irritated. Don't try to gain sympathy with your tears. Get out. Xiao Qiao immediately runs out of the private room. Shi Chenhan, with a cigarette in his mouth, looks out the window. This damn woman. She's completely forgotten about me. The domineering CEO falls in love at first sight, willing to spend millions. But Xiao Qiao doesn't appreciate it. Shi Chenhan stands by the window, lost in thought. He wonders, could she really have forgotten about last night? Dongqing knocks on the door and says, young Master Chun, as you instructed, we gave that woman 3 million for treatment. Young Master Chen says, this woman is indeed connected to Golden Beach nightclub. One day she's in my bed, the next day she's at the nightclub for money. Dongqing suddenly remembers, young master, she didn't take the 5 million check you gave her yesterday. Could she be playing hard to get? Also, the nightclub owner did come tonight, but he left through the VIP exit as soon as we arrived. Young Master Chun takes a sip of red wine and replies, Dongqing continues, Golden Beach nightclub has changed owners in the past 2 years and is involved in shady business. Now, they've set their sights on our Tianguang group. You previously suspected that the nightclub owner was Gong Dinghao, but he's just an idle rich playboy. He doesn't seem to have such deep schemes. Shi Chenhan smiles and says, no rush. The truth will surface soon enough. At the bus stop, Xiao Qiao stands alone, lost in thought. That person shoved a piece of paper into my hand. I didn't even look at it carefully. She takes it out and looks. It turns out to be a check. Xiao Qiao is immediately filled with anger. That man actually used money to humiliate me. At this moment, a car stops in front of her. Ainin quickly runs over. Xiao Qiao, are you okay? I rushed over as soon as I got your call. Xiao Qiao says, I'm fine. Suddenly, another car pulls up behind them. A man gets out of the car. Ainin trembles upon seeing the newcomer. The person in the car says, you two aren't going back to school so late. Are you out here flirting? Xiao Qiao responds irritably, it's none of your business. Get lost. Gong Jin roars. You Xiao Qiao, I couldn't care less about your business. But that small sapling you uprooted this morning was worth 900,000. How are we going to settle this account? Xiao Qiao immediately panics upon hearing this. 900,000? Gong Jinghao, are you trying to scam me? At Yuhai Longwan, every inch of land is precious. Not just a small sapling. Even a brick is worth more than a country bumpkin like you. Pay up quickly. Otherwise, get out of Shitalin. At this moment, Xiao Qiao is extremely disgusted with him. What have I done to offend you? Why are you always against me? Gong Jinghao mocks. Don't forget your background. Xiao Qiao finally can't suppress her anger. She slaps him hard. What does my background have to do with you? Gong Jinghao, don't bother me again in the future. At this point, Gong Jinghao is furious. You Xiao Qiao, you're asking for death. Just as he's about to raise his hand to hit her, Ainin immediately steps forward to persuade him. Young Master Gong, please be magnanimous. Xiao Qiao, didn't mean it. We'll definitely pay back the money. After saying this, she quickly takes Xiao Qiao into the car. Gong Jinghao grits his teeth and says, Xiao Qiao, young master, I hold grudges. You just wait. Due to a chance encounter, fate has bound them together. At night, Xiao Qiao returns home. Her stepfather, Li Qingshan, asks with a grin, Xiao Qiao, did you get the money? Seeing her stepfather there, Xiao Qiao immediately clutches her bag tightly. I got it. Li Qingshan immediately tries to grab the bag. If you got it, quickly hand over the money. Xiao Qiao pulls the bag back forcefully. It's because of your debt that those people came to collect, and Mom ended up in jail for injuring someone. What do you want this money for? Li Qingshan says anxiously, You stupid girl, give me the money quickly. I'm using it to save your mother. Xiao Qiao runs towards the stairs. I won't believe you again. I won't give you the money. Xiao Qiao goes upstairs and opens the door to her room. Girl's sister is back. At this moment, Xiao Qiao's brother crawls out from under the bed, calling out for their mother. Xiao Qiao quickly goes to help her brother up and hugs him. She comforts him, saying, Mom is on a business trip. She'll be back tomorrow. Then she starts singing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Soon, her brother falls asleep in Xiao Qiao's arms. At the hospital, a thug shouts, Your mother injured me. If you had brought the money earlier, your mother wouldn't have had to go to jail. Xiao Qiao steps forward and says, Now that you've got the money, you don't need to pursue my mother's responsibility anymore. The thug immediately instructs his underling to pass on the message to release her. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to say, Qingshan, you're smart this time. Don't forget you still owe me a high-interest loan. Better pay it back quickly, or I'll break your leg. Hearing this, Li Qingshan bows and scrapes in response. Xiao Qiao overhears their conversation and asks, What high-interest loan is he talking about, Dad? You don't have more debts, do you? Li Qingshan nervously scratches his head. What high-interest loan? No, you heard wrong. Xiao Qiao says resignedly, I hope not. I don't want my mom to know about me going to Golden Beach nightclub. From now on, don't try to use me for anything. She then walks out. Li Qingshan thinks to himself, the owner of Golden Beach nightclub agreed to lend me money and insisted on having this girl go get it. Looks like this little girl is quite valuable. As Xiao Qiao walks, she thinks, that man easily gave me 3 million. I wonder if he'll cause me trouble in the future. Lost in thought about her troubles, she encounters a group of men in suits walking towards her. Xiao Qiao was lost in thought and didn't clearly see the man's face. However, Shi Chenghan on the opposite side saw the two of them brush past each other. They bumped into each other. Xiao Qiao immediately said sorry. She then walked straight past. The hospital director next to them was startled and quickly apologized. We bumped into young Master Chen. I'm truly sorry. It was my negligence. Shi Chenghan stopped and looked back at Xiao Qiao. How is it her again? So I was ignored by her once more. This woman, looks like I need to find a chance to teach her a lesson. Dongqing stepped forward and shouted, Director's son, isn't this floor restricted? How did someone intrude? If the elderly Mrs. Rua she had moved in and been bumped, who would be responsible? Director's son was sweating profusely and explained, we indeed weren't careful. We didn't expect anyone to intrude. I guarantee that once the elderly lady moves in, such incidents won't happen again. Dongqing said, no need. The elderly lady prefers a quiet hospital. We'll find another one. Shi Chenghan suddenly said, this place will do. No need to change. Dongqing was puzzled. Given young Master Chen's personality, after today's incident, he would surely have left. What's different today? His behavior seems unusual. Shi Chenghan seemed lost in thought. The landscaping here is nice. Grandmother likes flowers and plants. She'll surely like it here. Looking at Xiao Qiao's retreating figure, Shi Chenghan felt pleased. Why is she at the hospital? Does she have a family member hospitalized? The domineering CEO assumed, presuming the girl's repeated appearances must have a purpose. After Xiao Qiao's mother returned, she saw her son and burst into tears. Song, Mom is back. The two quickly embraced. Her brother excitedly said, Mom, I missed you. Mom patted him, comforting, good boy. Mom missed you too. At this moment, Li Qingshan approached and said to Xiao Qiao's mother, Suiqing, you're back. Then he knelt down and started apologizing. I was wrong this time. I caused you to suffer. Please forgive me. Suiqing tiredly said, Qingshan, can you please stop gambling in the future? Li Qingshan firmly said, I swear I'll never go to the casino again. I'll definitely turn over a new leaf and start anew. Hearing his words, Xiao Qiao was half skeptical, thinking, Mom, you're too soft-hearted. How can you believe his lies? Suddenly, Li Qingshan called out Suiqing repeatedly. Xiao Qiao turned to look. Her mother had fainted. At the hospital, Xiao Qiao was taking care of her mother by her side. Seeing her mother wake up, she was very happy. She then quickly reported the situation at home. Mom, Dad, and Aunt Zhang are watching the house. Don't worry. The doctor said you have severe anemia. You must rest well. At this time, Xiao Qiao's mother weakly asked, "Where did you get the money to save me?" Xiao Qiao nervously said, "Qiao Chuan lent it to me." She thought to herself that her mother must never know about the nightclub, so she'd use Qiao Chuan as a shield for now. Hearing it was borrowed from Qiao Chuan, her mother immediately praised him. "When Mom gets better, I'll earn money and pay him back immediately." Then she held Xiao Qiao's hand tightly and said, "Your task now is to study hard. Once you get your diploma and find a good job, you can take care of your brother in the future. You should be thankful to your brother for coming into this world. Otherwise, Mom would certainly not have given birth back then. Don't let Mom down." After hearing her mother's words, Xiao Qiao's heart suddenly felt cold. In her mother's heart, her brother was the most important, while she was just a tool to take care of her brother. In the hospital corridor, Xiao Qiao stood by the elevator feeling dizzy. She thought it must be because she hadn't slept well these past few days. At this moment, a security guard came over and said, "Miss, you can't use this elevator. Please use the other elevators." But just as the security guard was directing her to another side, Shi Qinghan came over supporting his grandmother. Seeing the person in front, Shi Qinghan was suddenly startled. He thought, "How is it her again?" Then he walked towards Xiao Qiao with his grandmother. He asked Dongqing if he knew that girl. Dongqing casually smiled and said, "Madam, I'm not sure." The old lady thought, "I've introduced you to so many ladies from good families before, and you weren't interested in any of them. How come you're now paying attention to this ordinary girl?" At this moment, Xiao Qiao's vision was blurry due to fatigue. Seeing the man in front of her, she thought, "I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Shi Qinan stepped forward and said, "Woman, you really know how to play. You even followed me to the hospital to get close to me." Xiao Qiao heard this and looked embarrassed. "What are you talking about?" Then a wave of dizziness came over her, and she fell to the side. Shi Qinan quickly held her. "To get close to me. You're really going all out. Last time you pretended to have amnesia. This time you're pretending to faint." Xiao Qiao forced her eyes open and asked, "Sir, do we know each other?" Hearing her words, Shi Qinan became a bit angry and said, "You're still playing dumb. If you hadn't planned this in advance, how could we keep running into each other?" Xiao Qiao struggled to reply, "I don't know what you're talking about." Then she fainted. Seeing this, Shi Qinan hurriedly called for a doctor. A doctor quickly came over. Shi Qinan asked, "What's wrong with her?" After a brief examination, the doctor answered, "This young lady is just overly fatigued, leading to some physical weakness." Shi Qinan asked, "How can it be so serious?" The doctor nervously replied, "It's not very serious. She's just fallen asleep." Hearing the doctor say she was asleep, he felt relieved. Then he turned and left with Dongqing. As he walked, he thought, "This woman really, she's probably the only one who could fall asleep in my arms. If you're loved by a domineering CEO, you're doomed." In the hospital lobby, grandmother was quietly waiting outside. Shi Qinan approached and said, "Grandmother, sorry to keep you waiting." Grandmother smiled and asked, "Who was that girl just now?" Hearing his grandmother's question, an evil smile suddenly appeared on Shi Qianhan's face. Then it quickly changed to an annoyed expression as he said, "I don't know her." Grandmother saw he was a bit angry, sighed an old sigh, and didn't ask further. Dongqing thought, "Young Master Chun, how can you change your face so quickly?" Night at the hospital, Xiao Qiao woke up lying in bed. She sat up, stretched, and said, "That was such a comfortable sleep." But looking around, she was suddenly startled. "Oh my, where am I?" Before she could gather her thoughts, her phone in her bag started ringing. She picked up the phone. Anan hurriedly said, "It's bad. Gong Jinghao wants you to appear in front of him in half an hour, or he'll kick you out of school." Hearing this, Xiao Qiao was both angry and upset. "That bastard. I'm heading back to the dorm now." Xiao Qiao rushed back, panting. Dong Jinghao pointed at his watch and said to Xiao Qiao, "You're 3 minutes late." Xiao Qiao angrily said, "What do you want from me again?" Dong Jinghao said, "Have you lost your memory? You damaged my sapling at Hailong Bay last time. Have you forgotten?" Then he pushed Xiao Qiao against the wall, threatening, "If you don't pay up, get ready to be expelled." Xiao Qiao, frightened by his aggressive behavior, trembled a bit and nervously said, "I'll pay you back, but you need to give me a few more days. I don't have that much money right now." Hearing that she would pay him back, Gong Jinghao stopped threatening. He put his hands in his pockets, turned around and said, "By 9 p.m. tomorrow night, bring the money to my apartment. Hailong Bay, 57th floor. This is your last chance. If you don't pay up, you're out of school. After Gong Jinghao left, Xiao Qiao cursed while clenching her fists. Their family isn't even the top tycoon in Jinghua City. What gives them the right to be so tyrannical? Anan said, "Look, through Annie, don't you understand what happened before? These people have power and influence. Even a casino owner who got slightly injured could extort 3 million. You should." The more Xiao Qiao thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. "I really don't understand why Gong Jinghao is targeting me everywhere. I just want to study hard, earn money to take care of my brother and mother. Why is it so difficult?" Anan patted Xiao Qiao's shoulder to comfort her. Although the Gong family isn't the top tycoon in Jinhua City, they are related by marriage to the Qi family. The Qi family's position in Jinhua City and even globally is very formidable. Xiao Qiao wiped her tears and asked, "What? Which Qi family?" Anan said, "You don't even know this? Gong Jinghao's uncle is the leader of the 4 young masters of Jinghua." Xiao Qiao found the name Shi Changhan somewhat familiar. Suddenly she thought, could that man from that night be Shi Changhan? Anan continued talking nonstop. Shi Changhan is a big shot that even high officials can't mess with. Those rich kids cling to him because they fear the tide of people. It's good to have a big tree to lean on, right? After a while, Anan excitedly said while holding her phone, "We're saved now. The bank knows you're in trouble and transferred 1 million to my account. They said you can use it first." Xiao Qiao hurriedly refused. "I can't use Yixing's money. If his girlfriend finds out, she'll misunderstand again." Anan said, "Yixing and we have been good friends for many years. Don't refuse anymore. Now nothing is more important than you getting your diploma." Xiao Qiao, left with no choice, thought she could only rely on Yixing's favor for now. In the dean's office, Shi Chenhan sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. The brilliant dean's son looked like he was waiting for judgment. "Young Master Chen, that woman barging in today disturbed the old lady's peace. It's our hospital's management oversight. We will definitely correct it and strengthen supervision in the future." Shi Chenhan asked, "Who from her family is hospitalized? What illness?" The dean looked confused. "Who are you referring to?" Shi Chenhan became angry. "Your hospital doesn't even know about the patients?" Dean's son trembled. "Young Master Chen, we were wrong. I'll go find out immediately." Dongqing thought, "Young Master is using this method to inquire about you, Xiao Qiao." At this moment, Vice Dean Tang Qishuan stepped forward to ease the situation. "Young Master Chen, the girl who fainted earlier is the daughter of Gao Cuiqin, a patient on the 7th floor. Her name is Yu Xiao Qiao." The dean immediately felt relieved upon hearing this. Shi Chenhan showed a satisfied smile. "You should learn from the vice dean. Be responsible for every patient." After saying this, he turned and walked out. The dean flattered him from behind. Young Master Chen's teachings are correct. He thought to himself, finally sent this big Buddha away. After they left, Tang Qishuan stroked his chin and thought, Shi Chenhan, who usually stays away from women, is now interested in one. How rare. At Yu Hailong Bay, where every inch of land is worth gold, a small sapling is actually worth 900,000. In the evening, Xiao Qiao kept her appointment and put the money in the mailbox. She thought if she gave the money to Gong Jinghao in person, who knows what he would do. It's better to be cautious. After putting the money away, Xiao Qiao angrily said at the door, "East Big Devil, from now on we owe each other nothing." Then she took the elevator, preparing to return the clothes. Soon she arrived at Shi Chenhan's door. When she was about to knock, she hesitated. She thought, forget it, I'll just leave it at the door. But just as she put the bag down, someone behind her shouted, "Who's there?" Xiao Qiao turned around and thought, isn't this the man who gave me 3 million that day? Shi Chenhan walked up and said, "Woman, it's you again. How did you find your way here?" Xiao Qiao trembled at the sight of the man. Shi Chenhan approached, pinned her against the wall, and asked, "What are you doing here?" Xiao Qiao was so frightened she didn't know how to answer. Then, Shi Chenhan dragged her into the room. Dongqing picked up the paper bag from the ground, muttering, "Young master, why are you like this again?" Inside the room, Shi Chenhan questioned Xiao Qiao. "You keep approaching me again and again. What's your purpose?" Xiao Qiao hurriedly explained, "Sir, you misunderstand. I'm not intentionally approaching you." Shi Chenhan leaned in and said wickedly, "Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't think about running away." He then forcefully kissed her. The sudden kiss caught Xiao Qiao off guard. She began to struggle constantly. "Bastard, let go of me!" Then Shi Chenhan slammed his fist against the wall, frightening Xiao Qiao into screaming. Shi Chenhan angrily said, "You dare to bite me?" Xiao Qiao, both embarrassed and angry, said, "Who told you to force a kiss on me? I'm not the kind of woman you think I am." After hearing this, Shi Chenhan didn't stop. He domineeringly wrapped his arm around her waist. I hate women who say one thing but mean another the most. Then he threw her onto the bed. You've appeared at Golden Beach several times, and you still claim you're innocent? Hypocritical woman. Don't forget how you seduced me before. How much do you want, or do you have other motives? Seeing his rudeness, Xiao Qiao angrily shouted, when have I ever been enthusiastic towards you? You must have mistaken me for someone else. I'm just here to return the clothes. She thought to herself, how unlucky. How did I encounter such a misfortune? At this point, Shi Chenhan forcefully tore Xiao Qiao's clothes and arrogantly said, you came here just to climb into my bed, didn't you? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a flash of lightning streaked across the window. Shi Chenhan was startled by the thunder. He quickly pulled the curtains closed. Xiao Qiao saw him closing the curtains. With a tense face, she asked, what's wrong with you? Shi Chenhan was seen sitting on the floor, trembling, and softly saying to Xiao Qiao, don't be afraid. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao looked skeptical. The mighty young master of Jinghua, actually afraid of thunder? Shi Chenhan buried his head in his chest, not saying a word. Xiao Qiao went to comfort him. Don't be afraid. It's just thunder. You're such a powerful young Master Chun. How can you be afraid of thunder? Hearing her mockery, Shi Chenhan immediately raised his head. Xiao Qiao saw him staring intently at her. She hurriedly covered her chest with her hands, then comforted him, saying, I have a good idea. The domineering CEO proposed to the girl, but unexpectedly, she refused. Xiao Qiao turned on the lights. The room immediately became bright. When I was little and afraid of thunder, I would turn on all the lights. This way, I wouldn't be scared. Seeing her turn on the lights, Shi Chenhan became even more terrified. He covered his head and shouted, turn it off quickly. Seeing his intense reaction, Xiao Qiao had no choice but to turn off the lights. She stroked Shi Chenhan's head, comforting him. Only when the room is bright, you won't see the lightning outside. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Shi Chenhan said, I don't like having the lights on. Xiao Qiao curiously asked, if you're afraid of thunder, why do you live in such a high penthouse? The transparent floor-to-ceiling windows only make thunderstorm nights more terrifying. Shi Chenhan sneered, thinking to himself, my dear mother really knows how to choose a room for me. Then he said arrogantly, my business is none of your concern. Xiao Qiao immediately felt annoyed upon hearing this. If it weren't for the 3 million you gave me, I wouldn't bother caring about you. At this moment, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Shi Chenhan directly hugged Xiao Qiao, softly saying, don't move. Let me hold you for a while. Xiao Qiao was speechless. This man was truly unpredictable in his moods. At this point, Shi Chenhan directly picked up Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao screamed in fright, asking, what are you doing? Shi Chenhan ignored Xiao Qiao and directly threw her onto the bed. Xiao Qiao looked at him fearfully. I only helped you earlier because I saw you were afraid of thunder and felt sorry for you. Don't push your luck. Shi Chenhan directly performed a domineering CEO wall slam. To think I'd be pitted by a little woman. How ridiculous. He then reached out to touch Xiao Qiao's cheek. Xiao Qiao's face showed resistance. Then he lifted Xiao Qiao's chin teasingly and said, little rabbit, why are you so resistant? Don't challenge my patience and limits. Be good and stay here. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do. Then he lay down on the bed. Xiao Qiao was still struggling. Let me go. Let me go quickly. Shi Chenhan directly closed his eyes and said, I'm tired. Let's sleep. If you move again, you'll face the consequences. Xiao Qiao gave up struggling, thinking to herself, this man is treating me like a bed warmer. The next morning, Xiao Qiao woke up from her sleep. She looked up and saw Shi Chenhan, feeling a bit numb. She sat up and shouted, what did you do to me? Shi Chenhan smirked, everything that should have been done. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao's face turned red. Suddenly, Shi Chenhan said seriously, be my woman. Xiao Qiao was shocked. What did you say? Shi Chenhan said again, be my fiancé. Xiao Qiao thought to herself, did the thunder last night scare this man stupid? Then she said, are you sick? Hearing this, Shi Chenhan became furious. You damn woman, you dare to insult me? Xiao Qiao looked disdainful. So what if I insult you? Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you're young Master Chan of Jinghua. And why should I be your fiancé? Just because you gave me 3 million, you think you can control me? I'll pay you back as soon as possible. After saying this, she turned and walked out. Shi Chenhan had a mischievous smile. He had already developed a strong interest in this woman. Watching Xiao Qiao's retreating figure, he He thought, you Xiao Qiao, you can't escape. You can only be my woman, Shi Chenhan's woman. In a high-rise apartment at Yuhai Bay, a cup was smashed with a loud bang. Gong Jinghao sat on the sofa, yelling, you Xiao Qiao, you dare to stand me up? Then he gritted his teeth, looking at the computer, saying, the surveillance at the community entrance recorded a video of you damaging the saplings. This time you're done for. Suddenly, Shi Chenhan appeared on the surveillance carrying Xiao Qiao. Gong Jinghao smirked. Little uncle is actually involved with Xiao Qiao. This is going to be fun. In the hospital office, Xiao Qiao anxiously asked, Doctor, didn't you say earlier that my mother had recovered well enough to be discharged? Why can't she be discharged now? The doctor looked troubled, thinking, young Master Chen specifically instructed not to discharge Gao Cuiqin. What can I do? Seeing the doctor hesitating to speak, Xiao Qiao became worried. Doctor, is there something wrong with my mother's health? The doctor stood up and said, No. She just needs to stay in the hospital for a few more days of observation. Don't worry, everything's fine. I have some work to do now. He then turned and left quickly. Xiao Qiao was confused. What's going on? She thought, never mind, I'll go back to school first. I'll just go back to school for now. At this moment, Xiao Qiao's phone suddenly received a text message. She picked it up and saw it was from an unknown number. It read, I'm giving you a chance to get close to me. Xiao Qiao looked at the message with a puzzled expression. She looked around, surveying her surroundings. Maybe someone sent it to the wrong number? Just then, and then sent another message. Xiao Qiao, come back to school quickly. Something big has happened. Xiao Qiao saw this and hurried back to school. This scene was witnessed by Shi Chenhan. He thought to himself, this woman has been hanging around the hospital lately to get close to me. She has quite a few little tricks. As he thought about it, his smile gradually became evil. I cry like a dog, which makes me look cold-hearted and ruthless. The nurse nearby saw young Master Chen's evil smile and was startled. Dongqing saw through it, but didn't say anything. Young Master Chen, are you fulfilling your own desires? At school, Xiao Qiao said breathlessly, and you urgently called me back. Did something happen? And then held up her phone and said, Xiao Qiao, take a look. The girl in this video looks like you. Xiao Qiao took the phone and then said beside her, I know you so well, I couldn't possibly mistake your figure. Xiao Qiao was shocked. Yu Hai Longwan, this man is Shi Chenhan. Could the girl he's carrying really be me? Could it really have been him that night? I must find him and get this cleared up. At night, a bunch of reporters were waiting at the hospital entrance, chattering. I heard young Master Chen frequently visits this hospital. We'll wait here to ambush him. We must interview young Master Chen. That video of young Master Chen is big news. We must dig it up. I wonder who that woman being carried by young Master Chen is. It's really enviable. Xiao Qiao looked at the group of reporters at the entrance and felt overwhelmed. She didn't expect this video to become the talk of the town, with even the hospital being surrounded by media and reporters. At the newsstand next to the hospital, too, girls were looking at a magazine discussing Jinghua. Young Master Chen actually defiled a young girl? Is it true? The girl wearing glasses said, rich people just like to play extreme games. It's normal for them to seek thrills. At this moment, someone shouted, look, it's Shi Chenhan. All the reporters turned to look. Young Master Chen had really come. Shi Chenhan got out of the car. Bodyguards lined up in front of him. The scene instantly turned into a fan meeting. Countless camera flashes focused on Shi Chenhan. At this time, a woman in high heels got out of the car. This person was Shi Chenhan's stepmother, Liang Xueka. A reporter asked, Mrs. Shi came to the hospital in person. Is it to visit the old Mrs. Shi? Yang Shiweru replied, Mom is hospitalized for recuperation. I hope all the reporter friends won't disturb the old lady. Reporters bombarded Mrs. Shi with questions. We heard that you spent billions for young Master Chen to create a luxurious penthouse of nearly 1,000 square meters at the top of Yuhai Longwan. Is this true? The two of them immediately started acting out an affectionate scene. Yang Shiweru smiled at Shi Chenhan. As a mother, I naturally want to give him the best of everything. Shi Chenhan pretentiously said, Mother, you've really gone to great lengths. I really like the house you prepared for me. The reporters praised how good the mother-son relationship was. Xiao Qiao listened to their conversation and thought, if Mrs. Shi cares so much for her son, does she know he's afraid of thunder? Yet she had such a transparent and bright house built for him. Such a high penthouse would be hell-like torture for someone afraid of thunder. At this time, a reporter asked Mrs. Shi, Is the video circulating online of young Master Chen defiling a young girl true? Yang Shiru smiled and said, "It's just a video. It can't prove any truth. I believe my son would never do anything that crosses moral boundaries." As soon as she finished speaking, Shi Chenhan confidently told the reporters, "I was carrying my fiancé." "What's wrong with that?" His stepmother was shocked. "Fiancé? When did he get a fiancé?" As soon as this was said, the reporters went into a frenzy. "What? Jinghua's young Master Chen actually has a fiancé?" Xiao Qiao listened from the side. "Is he talking about me when he says fiancé? When you break up with a scumbag, and he comes to please your mother, it's such a disgusting thing." Xiao Qiao came to the hospital to see her mother. Just as she reached the door of the ward, she heard her mother laughing and saying, "Chao Chuan, you're so funny." Xiao Qiao wondered why Chao Chuan had come. When she entered, she saw the two chatting happily. Seeing Chao Chuan, Xiao Qiao said with disgust, "What are you doing here?" Chao Chuan stepped forward and said, "Xiao Qiao, I'm sorry. I was wrong the other day. Please don't be angry with me anymore." Xiao Qiao looked furious, unwilling to listen to his explanation. Seeing Xiao Qiao's reaction, her mother immediately asked, "What's going on between you and Chao Chuan?" Chao Chuan put his arm around Xiao Qiao and pretended to say, "It's nothing, Andy. Xiao Qiao and I just had a small misunderstanding." Xiao Qiao looked at Chao Chuan, speechless. She thought, "Small misunderstanding? You've got some nerve saying that." Seeing that Xiao Qiao's mood was off, her mother changed the subject. "Chao Chuan came specially today to bring a GPS watch for your brother, to prevent him from getting lost. He also lent us so much money before. He's such a good man. I won't allow you to quarrel with him." Xiao Qiao reluctantly said to her mother, "All right, I got it." The two came out of the ward. Chao Chuan held Xiao Qiao's hand as they walked. Xiao Qiao immediately shook off his hand. "Chao Chuan, we've already broken up. Why are you still coming to the hospital to see my mother?" Chao Chuan shamelessly said, "I just heard that you lied to your aunt, saying I lent you the 3 million. I'm sure you don't want your aunt to know about your affair at the Jinsha Beach nightclub." Xiao Qiao angrily said, "You're actually threatening me?" Chao Chuan continued, "Xiao Qiao, I truly love you. I don't mind that you've slept with other men." Xiao Qiao couldn't bear it anymore and slapped him hard. Chao Chuan vented his dissatisfaction. "Xiao Qiao, we've been together for so long, and we've only held hands. I haven't done anything to you, yet you've been taken by someone else. How can I swallow this? The video of you and that man is spreading everywhere. Stop pretending to be pure." Xiao Qiao was instantly filled with rage and angrily said, "Shut your filthy mouth." Chao Chuan stepped forward and hugged Xiao Qiao, saying lewdly, "I still want you now because I pity you. You've lost your purity. Who else would dare to want you?" Xiao Qiao protested, "Let go of me. Let go of me now." At this moment, a man kicked Chao Chuan in the backside. Chao Chuan was kicked to his knees. He angrily said, "Who dares to kick me? Are you tired of living? When a man fights for you, he must truly love you." Shi Chenhan looked at Chao Chuan with murderous intent and said, "You dare to touch my woman, who's really tired of living?" Xiao Qiao saw that help had arrived and was secretly delighted. She thought, "When did I become his woman?" When Chao Chuan saw it was Shi Chenhan, his face immediately turned angry. He quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. "Oh, it's young Master Chen. This is between me and Xiao Qiao." Shi Chenhan angrily said, "You dare to call her Xiao Qiao?" At this point, Chao Chuan was too scared to speak. Shi Chenhan took Xiao Qiao's hand and looked at it. He actually left marks like this. He turned to Dongqing and said, "Take him out and break one of his arms." Two security guards dragged Chao Chuan away. Chao Chuan screamed in fear, "Young Master Chen, please spare me. I was wrong." Shi Chenhan ignored his cries and turned to Xiao Qiao, saying, "What? You feel sorry for him?" Xiao Qiao asked anxiously, "Are you really going to break his arm?" Shi Chenhan, full of jealousy, said, "You Xiao Qiao, you're quite something. Seducing me while entangling with other men." Xiao Qiao tried to explain, "It's not what you think." He came to... Before Xiao Qiao could finish, Shi Chenhan pinned her against the wall and said forcefully, "Remember this. You are my woman. Stay away from other men in the future." Xiao Qiao nervously said, "Who's your woman? Don't talk nonsense. I want to ask you, why did you publicly announce the fiancé thing? Don't you know this will cause me serious trouble?" Hearing this, Shi Chenhan's anger instantly flared up. He thought, how can this woman be so ungrateful? Xiao Xiao continued, I hope you can publicly explain and clarify our relationship. Dongqing, standing behind, watched in amazement, thinking, in all of Jinghua City, the women who rack their brains trying to climb into young Master Chen's bed are more numerous than fish in the sea. She actually wants to distance herself from young Master Chen. Shi Chunhan helplessly said, Did I specifically name you as my fiancé? Xiao Qiao felt embarrassed after hearing this. She shyly said, No. Did you say it in front of me before? After Xiao Qiao finished speaking, Shi Chunhan turned around arrogantly and said, Since I didn't, why are you here getting ahead of yourself? At this moment, Xiao Qiao wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She thought, did I really overthink it? But the person in the video was clearly me. Born into a wealthy family, yet fate is in someone else's hands. In the hospital's VIP room, Yang Shuiru angrily said, Chunhan, how could you tell reporters you have a fiancé? Shi Chunhan replied, Mother, that's interesting. Am I not allowed to have a fiancé? Hearing their conversation, the old lady's face lit up with joy. You have a fiancé? Why didn't you tell grandmother? Quickly bring that girl for grandmother to see. Shi Chunhan, holding a small cherry tomato, said, Grandmother, there's no rush. Yang Shuiru, upon hearing this, immediately became restless. Mom, Chunhan is probably lying to the reporters. He doesn't even have a woman by his side. How could he have a fiancé? Shi Chunhan said seriously, It's true. I really do have a fiancé. Yang Shuiru looked surprised. What are you saying? How could it be true? She thought about how she had introduced so many wealthy young ladies to him before, but he always refused, using the excuse of not liking women. When did a fiancé suddenly appear? Shi Chunhan asked back, Mother, how do you know it's not possible? You've been abroad. Did you have someone constantly monitoring my movements? Hearing this, the old lady's smile instantly disappeared. She angrily asked, Shuiru, are you monitoring him? Young Shuiru was startled and quickly explained, Mom, how could I possibly monitor Chunhan? I'm just concerned about his marriage. I worry he might be deceived by a cunning girl. After listening, the old lady's smile returned. Your mother is right. Be careful of those women with ulterior motives approaching you. But bring this woman to see grandmother when you have time. Shi Chunhan smiled and said, All right, I'll definitely bring her to meet you when there's time. Yang Shuiru asked, Chunhan, who is this woman? What's her background? Given our Shi family status, we must find a wife from an equally prestigious family. Shi Chunhan retorted, With the Su family's current status, do we still need to marry into other wealthy families to consolidate our position? Yang Shuiru, disregarding face, said, Chunhan, I will not agree to a woman of unequal status entering our family. If her family background doesn't match ours, you'd better cut ties with that woman. Hearing her lecture her precious grandson, the old lady became displeased. Shuiru, you're getting on in years. Why are you still so impatient when speaking? Chunhan is grown up now. He knows what he's doing. Shi Chunhan, feeling a bit angry, said, Mother, you should go back and rest. I'll take care of grandmother here. Yang Shuiru had no choice but to turn and leave. On the way back, Yang Shuiru made a phone call. Investigate which women have recently appeared around the young master. Find out all their identities and backgrounds. I absolutely won't allow anything beyond my control to happen. When a domineering CEO falls in love, it must be like this. At the backstage of Weilong Building, Xiao Qiao looked at her phone, thinking, I actually won first prize in this new fashion design competition. She was so happy, she danced with joy. With the money, she could repay the 900,000 she owed Sui Hong. Suddenly, thunder and lightning struck in the sky. Xiao Qiao's phone rang. She looked and saw it was the same number that had sent harassing messages before. Xiao Qiao answered the phone. The person on the other end shouted, Where are you? I order you to come to me right now. Xiao Qiao angrily said, Who are you? Are you sick? Stop making harassing calls to me. She then hung up the phone. Nonsense. At that moment, a lightning bolt flashed across the sky. Shi Chunhan angrily threw his phone. You Xiao Qiao, you dare to hang up on me? The thunder outside made him even more terrified. He sat in the corner, feeling aggrieved. Damn woman, turn on the lights, still afraid of this liar. The liar Shi Chunhan's inner self was close to breaking down, tormented by the thunderstorm. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was from Dongqing. We've found you, Xiao Qiao. She's at Weilong Building attending an awards ceremony. At this time, Shi Chunhan needed Xiao Qiao's warm embrace, so he decided to go to the venue to find her. As the car drove on the road, another lightning struck. Shi Chunhan suppressed his inner fear. You woman, Wait until I find you. I'll teach you a lesson. Arriving at the event venue, the manager personally lined up to welcome him. Shi Chenhan told Dongqing to find her. Dongqing thought, young Master Chen never goes out during thunderstorms. Now he's risking it to find a woman. The manager, receiving such an esteemed guest for the first time, trembled nervously. Young Master Chen, why did you come personally? I'll notify our chairman immediately. Please follow me to the VIP room on the top floor first. The manager led the way, with Shi Chenhan following behind. As they passed by a room, someone inside said, Dad, it must be Su Yihong behind the scenes, manipulating the winner selection. Otherwise, how could that bitch Yu Xiaoqiao possibly win the first prize? Shi Chenhan's face darkened when he heard someone talking about Yu Xiaoqiao. A woman in a pink dress in the room said, I don't care what Su Yihong did behind the scenes. I just won't allow Yu Xiaoqiao to take first place. This person was Bai Ruobing, the daughter of the Bai family and Xiaoqiao's archenemy. Bai's father, with a cigar in his mouth, said, Bin Bing, for this new fashion design competition, although Su Yihong's Su Group invested. The largest shareholder is Tianguan Group. He couldn't possibly show favoritism. Bai Ruobing said defiantly, Yu Xiaoqiao always flirts with Su Yihong at school. Su Yihong is my fiancé. Can't you help me? Bai's father showed no mercy to his daughter's willfulness. Bin Bing, Dad is only providing the venue for the award ceremony. I'm not the organizer. How can I disqualify the winner? Don't be unreasonable. Seeing that her father wouldn't help her, Bai Ruobing's temper flared up. She stood up and said, I don't care. We just can't let that bitch Yu Xiaoqiao. The conversation between father and daughter was clearly heard by Shi Chenhan outside the door. Shi Chenhan's jealousy was triggered. He thought, this Yu Xiaoqiao even has unclear relations with Su Group. Dongqing saw young Master Chen's face darken throughout. He thought, this is bad. We thought Yu Xiaoqiao would actively approach him, but instead, we keep getting slapped in the face. No wonder young master is angry. Bai Ruobing opened the door and angrily said, Dad, I absolutely won't let Yu Xiaoqiao off. As she was about to leave, she bumped into Shi Chenhan, who was eavesdropping at the door. Bai Ruobing was very surprised. Young Master Chen, why are you here? Shi Chenhan ignored her. He directly took off his coat and told Dongqing behind him to throw it away. Dongqing reluctantly took the coat, thinking, young master is so double-standard. Yu Xiaoqiao has had intimate contact with you countless times, and you've never shown disgust. As they turned to leave, Bai Ruobing stood behind, trembling with anger, preparing to vent all her anger on Xiaoqiao. She thought, I'll expose you publicly later. Seducing young Master Chen for money. Tianguan Group won't let someone with questionable morals represent them. Yu Xiaoqiao, just wait to be humiliated in public. The domineering CEO's fiancé was slandered. Yet he said nothing and turned to leave. At the award ceremony, Shi Chenhan's appearance attracted everyone's attention. The audience all turned into fangirls, chattering excitedly. It's actually young Master Chen. I'm so lucky to see him in person. I'm going to faint. Shi Chenhan was already accustomed to such scenes. He remained unmoved. He quietly watched the competition. As the competition neared its end, the host said, Next, let's welcome the first prize winner of this competition, Yu Xiaoqiao, to the stage. Shi Chenhan thought, if the video of me appearing here gets leaked, my mother will definitely trace it back to Yu Xiaoqiao. He waved Dongqing over, telling him to turn off all cameras. Dongqing nodded. He turned around and asked everyone to put away their recording devices. Two reporters complained quietly. This award ceremony used high prize money as a gimmick to raise awareness for the newly established clothing company. Stopping the live broadcast now would be wasting all the efforts. People nearby agreed. Shi Chenhan overheard their conversation and shot a sharp glance back. The two were so frightened they immediately shut up. The stage lights brightened. A woman slowly walked onto the stage in high heels. Shi Chenhan looked at Xiaoqiao on stage, angry. This damn woman, dressing so flashy. Who is she trying to impress? The host smiled and said, Miss Yu, please introduce your work. Xiaoqiao was very confident at this moment. Hello everyone. First, I'd like to thank the organizers for holding this competition. My work incorporates Chinese classical elements, combined with the simple, elegant, and grand design of the West. After the introduction, Xiaoqiao gracefully bowed to the audience. Thank you very much for liking my work. The host said, Now let's present the award to our winner, Yu Xiaoqiao. Bai Ruobing in the audience smirked. Yu Xiaoqiao, let's see how long you can stay smug. You'll be crying soon. Shi Chenhan noticed Bai Ruobing's malicious smile. He thought, what is this woman up to now? He then stood up and walked towards the stage. The audience stirred. Wow, young Master Chun is personally presenting the award. Xiao Qiao was surprised to see the man in front of her. She thought, why is he presenting the award to me? Shi Chunan approached Xiao Qiao and said seductively, instead of working hard to win this mere million, why not seduce me? I can give you much more. Xiao Qiao stood there stunned, not knowing how to respond. She thought, has he gone mad? Coming to the award ceremony like this. At this moment, the audience was silent. To ease the awkwardness, the host quickly intervened, saying, we're honored to have young Master Chun present the award to the winner today. Hearing the host's words, the audience became noisy again. They're standing so close. Could they really be involved? No wonder young Master Chun came personally to present the award. At Weilong Building, Shi Chunhan prepared to leave with Xiao Qiao. People around them gossiped. How lucky is that woman to hook up with young Master Chun? Bai Ruobing looked at Xiao Qiao suspiciously. You Xiao Qiao, you're quite capable, aren't you? Actually hooking up with Shi Chunhan. She became increasingly angry and shouted, young Master Chun, you Xiao Qiao isn't as simple as you think. Hearing her mention Xiao Qiao, Shi Chunhan turned to look at her, but didn't say anything. Bai Ruobing continued incessantly. There's something I must tell you. Yu Xiao Qiao is deeply scheming and has terrible conduct. She flirts around everywhere. Many people at school know this, and she even has a boyfriend. Shi Chunhan turned to Xiao Qiao and said, so you're this famous. Hearing his accusation, Xiao Qiao hurriedly explained, I'm not that kind of person. Bai Luobin continued to exaggerate. He's been spreading around school that you're his fiancé. The first prize in this new fashion design competition. The judges probably feared young Master Chin and had to vote for you. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao couldn't bear it anymore. Bai Luobin, don't say things that aren't true. Bai Ruobing pointed at her phone and said, young Master Chun. He often frequents the Golden Beach nightclub. This is also a fact. Don't be fooled by this impure woman. She's only approaching you for money. Shi Chunhan became impatient. He coldly stepped forward and said, money is the last thing Shi Chunhan lack. If she's trying to seduce me, she's not very smart. Seeing his serious demeanor, Bai Luobin was too scared to say anything. After speaking, Shi Chunhan turned and walked towards the door. Sitting in the car, he called out, get in. Bai Luobin quickly ran forward. Passing by Xiao Qiao, she didn't forget to mock her. Your true colors have been exposed by me. This is your fate. Xiao Qiao watched her open the door and get in the car, feeling a mix of emotions and very uncomfortable. Disappointed, she turned to go home, thinking, so he also thinks I'm that kind of woman. This woman once frequented nightclubs, but now she's become the fiancée of a domineering CEO. Everyone watched as Xiao Qiao left, but after just a few steps, a woman's scream came from behind. Xiao Qiao looked back and saw Bai Ruobing sprawled on the ground in a mess. Shi Chunhan said from the car, who told you to get in? I called for you, Xiao Qiao. Bai Luobing, with tears in her eyes, said apologetically, I'm sorry, young Master Chun. Xiao Qiao thought, did he kick her out of the car? Shi Chunhan drove the car to Xiao Qiao and said, I told you to get in. Why are you dawdling? He then got out of the car to hold an umbrella for Xiao Qiao, muttering, you women are really troublesome. At this moment, Shi Chunhan looked proud. Xiao Qiao thought, such a cold person is actually holding an umbrella for me himself. She felt secretly delighted. From a distance, Bai Luobin watched the two with anger and hatred. You Xiao Qiao, just you wait. They arrived at Yuhai Longwan. Shi Chunhan sat on the sofa smoking a cigarette and said, you Xiao Qiao, shouldn't you explain? Who are all these men that woman said you seduced? Xiao Qiao, while drying her hair, replied, what's there to explain? I haven't seduced any other men. Shi Chunhan joked, there's no smoke without fire, Xiao Qiao. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao immediately became upset and said, I won the first prize on my own merit. I'm clean and have a clear conscience. How can you judge my character based on other people's gossip? She then turned to leave. Shi Chunhan grabbed her. He held her in his arms and said, if I believe them, do you think I'd still let you appear before me? Xiao Qiao blushed upon hearing this. Shi Chunhan hugged her tightly and said, you Xiao Qiao, I don't like people talking bad about you. Stay by my side, and I'll protect you, okay? He thought, this is the first time I've wanted to protect someone like this. Hearing such a heartfelt confession, Xiao Qiao's face turned red. What are you saying? She then turned to leave, saying, I should go back. After taking a few steps, she stopped and turned back to ask, the person in the rainy night video was me, right? Shi Chunhan didn't answer. Xiao Qiao continued to ask, what exactly did you do to me? Shi Chunhan stood up and said, you still don't remember? Xiao Xiao saw him slowly approaching and nervously backed away. Unexpectedly, she bumped into a chair behind her. Shi Chenhan said mischievously, "Looks like I need to help you remember." He then kissed her forcefully. The familiar sensation immediately sparked memories of that day. At this moment, Xiao Xiao suddenly realized he was taking advantage of her. She shyly pushed him away. "Shi Chenhan, don't touch me." Then, with a red face, she said, "So that night was really—" Shi Chenhan laid her down and said, "Xiao Xiao, are you pretending to be stupid or confused? That night, you were the one who seduced me." Xiao Xiao nervously replied, "I don't remember much about that night. I really didn't know that you were the one who brought me here." She then asked, "So, did we, you know?" Shi Chenhan shamelessly said, "Of course." He then lifted Xiao Xiao's chin and said, "You being my woman is already a fact." Xiao Xiao shyly said, "How could you take advantage of me like that?" Shi Chenhan pushed Xiao Xiao down and continued to tease, "That night, you were the one begging me." Xiao Xiao angrily said, "But you shouldn't have done that to us." Seeing her chatter on, Shi Chenhan kissed her. A moment later, Xiao Xiao was breathing rapidly on the bed. Shi Chenhan domineeringly said, "You Xiao Xiao, remember this. You can only be my woman. From now on, you're not allowed to have any involvement with other men. Understand?" Then he stroked her nose and said, "I've kissed you so many times, and you're still so shy. You're really cute." Then he hugged Xiao Xiao and said, "Stay and sleep with me for a while." Xiao Xiao, with a blushing face, asked, "You're such a big CEO. Do you really need someone to sleep with you?" Shi Chenhan said, "I don't need it, but you're the only one who makes me not afraid on stormy nights. I don't want to be alone." Xiao Xiao said, "You're not just looking for me because you're afraid of thunder, are you?" Shi Chenhan hugged Xiao Xiao. He proudly said, "Humph, am I that weak?" Just as he finished speaking, a loud thunderclap made him hold Xiao Xiao tightly. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao adorably said, "You really are pitiful." The domineering CEO had proposed to the girl multiple times, but was mercilessly rejected. The next morning, Xiao Xiao woke up from her sleep. Seeing Shi Chenhan beside her, she was startled. "I actually fell asleep yesterday." She panicked and prepared to escape, but was grabbed by Shi Chenhan. "Why are you turning your back on me so early in the morning?" Xiao Xiao looked at the man in front of her and shyly said, "Are you sick?" Shi Chenhan laughed coldly upon hearing this. Xiao Xiao thought, "What's so funny?" She got up, put on her clothes, and said, "I actually suspect you're the one who's sick." Xiao Xiao asked, puzzled, "What sickness do I have?" Shi Chenhan turned his head and said, "I heard that epilepsy is a hereditary family disease." Xiao Xiao was surprised to hear this. "You even know I have a brother with epilepsy? You investigated me?" Shi Chenhan stroked Xiao Xiao's head, comforting her, "Don't be afraid. Even if you're sick, I'll cure you. My woman can't be sick." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao angrily said, "If you're so worried about me being sick, I'll tell you the truth. I am indeed sick. I don't know when, but I might have seizures like my brother. So, this rare disease of mine, which is hard to find even with a lantern, doesn't suit young Master Chen's taste. Young Master Chen should let me go." After saying this, she got up to leave. Seeing her anger, Shi Chenhan quickly hugged her and comforted her. "You are indeed hard to find even with a lantern. Only you can make me not afraid of thunder." Xiao Xiao said sadly, "Maybe you just need someone on rainy nights. You might be afraid with someone else too, so you should let me go. I'm just an ordinary person." Seeing her lack of security, Shi Chenhan kissed her. Then he sincerely said, "You Xiao Xiao, let's get married." Xiao Xiao was surprised. "What did you say? In marriage?" Shi Chenhan proudly said, "Yes, aren't you excited?" Xiao Xiao felt his forehead and said, "Are you sure you don't have a fever? Why are you talking nonsense?" Shi Chenhan grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand and said, "You stubborn woman, do you know how many women in the entire Jinghua city want to marry you? And here you are hesitating. You really don't know what's good for you." Xiao Xiao seriously said, "I'm not hesitating. I disagree. This is too absurd. Who are you? And who am I? Are you sure you're sober right now?" After saying this, she turned and left. Shi Chenhan directly stepped forward and wrapped his arm around her waist. With a serious face, he said, "I know exactly what I'm doing." Xiao Xiao was stunned. "You haven't fallen in love with me, have you?" Shi Chenhan smirked and said, "How could that be possible? Do you think you're pretty or have a good figure?" Hearing this, Xiao Xiao immediately pushed him away. "If you despise me so much, why do you want to marry me?" Shi Chenhan lit a cigarette and said, "I need a wife right now." Xiao Xiao became furious. "I won't agree to marry you." She thought to herself, "So I'm just a prop he needs. He doesn't really like me." Shi Chenhan confidently said, "You won't agree? Because I know you need a large sum of money right now." Xiao Qiao walked into the bathroom and said, I'll pay you back the money. Shi Chenhan said, do I have to kiss you? You Xiao Qiao, your pretend reluctance should have limits. Don't think that just because I need you on rainy nights, you can raise your price. As long as you serve me well, I'll write off all the money you owe me. Xiao Qiao remained silent after hearing this. Shi Chenhan pinned Xiao Qiao against the wall, his eyes sharp as he said, You Xiao Qiao, you have no choice but to obey me. Xiao Qiao asked, Then what do you need me to do? I'm telling you I won't. Before Xiao Qiao could finish, Shi Chenhan moved closer and said, Won't what? Xiao Qiao blushed and said, Just like what you're doing now. You get away. Shi Chenhan looked at the woman's flushed face. He then turned on the faucet. Domineeringly, he said, As my woman, you have to listen to me. The domineering CEO, in order to cover up the existence of his fiancée, was willing to let his assistant sacrifice his reputation. After showering, Xiao Qiao stood at the door lost in thought. She thought to herself, I can't stay here anymore. I need to leave quickly. Shi Chenhan walked out of the bathroom, drying his hair. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Qiao was gone. He looked around, wondering where she was. Then he saw a note on the table. It read, I made some breakfast. I had to leave. I'll contact you if anything comes up. Shi Chenhan looked at the food in front of him, thinking, this little thing is quite obedient after all. As Shi Chenhan ate breakfast, Dongqing said, I've already sent someone to safely escort Miss Yu to school. Shi Chenhan replied briefly, continuing to enjoy the breakfast Xiao Qiao made for him. He thought, this woman's cooking is quite good. When I marry her, I'll have her cook for me every day. Dongqing continued, I've intercepted all the videos of Miss Ning Ku and you at the award ceremony. No information has leaked out. Shi Chenhan said, that mother of mine is not an easy character to deal with either. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Shi Chenhan wiped his mouth and got up to answer, saying, Speak of the devil, and she appears. With a worried face, he wondered if Madame had already gotten wind of some news. Shi Chenhan remained very calm. No matter what, at this point, he absolutely couldn't let his mother know about Yu Xiao Qiao's existence. Yang Shuiru directly opened the door and entered. Shi Chenhan quickly ran up and said, Mother, since you have the key to my place, why bother ringing the doorbell? Yang Shuiru smiled and said, Since I prepared this apartment for you, I haven't visited once. I was passing by today, so I thought I'd come up and see how you're living. Are you comfortable here? Shi Chenhan said, I love the apartment mother prepared for me with such care, and I'm very comfortable living here, especially during thunderstorms. Yang Shuiru's face showed a hint of awkwardness. As long as Chenhan likes it, mother is satisfied. She turned and saw the food on the table and said with a look of disdain, Why are you eating such cheap breakfast? Shi Chenhan was startled, thinking, Oh no, I forgot about that. He quickly said, I'm used to gourmet dishes. It's not bad to have some home-style food occasionally. Seeing the situation, Dongqing quickly said, I made the breakfast. Would you like some, madam? Yang Shuiru looked at the two suspiciously. Since when have you two become so close? Dongqing directly hugged Shi Chenhan's neck. Young Master Chun has always been considerate of me. Making him breakfast is just my way of repaying him. Shi Chenhan looked disgusted and whispered, Let go, you pig. Yang Shuiru continued to walk into the house, looking around. Passing by the bathroom, she suddenly saw a pink toothbrush. She immediately asked, This pink toothbrush should belong to a woman, right? Yang Shuiru looked at Shi Chenhan and questioned, Could it be that you really brought a woman here overnight? Shi Chenhan coldly replied, No. I heard that you were being ambiguous with a junior employee at Weilong Building. Chenhan, you must remember that our Shi family has always been upright. We absolutely cannot have any scandalous rumors spread. Although the previous video was suppressed, many major shareholders of Tianguan Group already see you as a threat. Shi Chenhan laughed coldly after hearing this. Is that so? I want to try. Do I have to consider the faces of those old foxes? Otherwise, wouldn't my position as so be for nothing? At this moment, Yang Shuiru walked into the bathroom, picked up the toothbrush, and questioned, Then tell your mother, who is this woman? Who is this woman? Shi Chenhan replied with a dark face, I'll say it again, there is no woman here. Yang Shuiru, having no way to deal with him, angrily said, Fine, I'll take it for DNA testing. Dongqing was startled upon hearing this. Shi Chenhan frantically signaled to him with his eyes. Dongqing thought, No way, do I have to sacrifice my reputation again? He shyly stepped forward and said, Madam, this toothbrush is mine. Yang Shuiru skeptically asked, You a man? Use a pink toothbrush? Dongqing hugged Shi Chenhan's arm with a coquettish face. Young Master Chen has always taken good care of me. It's common for us to share a bathroom. Shi Chunhan looked gloomy at his words. Yang Shuiru was also instantly petrified, thinking that there had always been rumors about them. Could it be that Chunhan really didn't have a woman? Dongqing stepped forward and snatched the toothbrush, shyly saying, "Madam, I was wrong. I won't use the young master's bathroom anymore." Yang Shuiru was not satisfied and continued to question, "Don't try to fool me. How could a grown man use a pink toothbrush? Give me the toothbrush quickly." Dongqing thought, this woman is really persistent. He then unbuttoned his shirt, unleashing his ultimate move. The domineering CEO suffered from severe narcissistic personality disorder. His friend suggested he should get his head checked at the hospital. Dongqing shyly said, "Madam, if you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. I just wanted to show you my pink underwear. I'm quite fond of pink." Seeing this scene, Yang Shuiru's face immediately turned red. "Dongqing, you're too outrageous." She turned around and said irritably, "You two better behave yourselves. I won't pursue this matter further, but you should also restrain yourselves a bit." After Yang Shuiru left, Qi Qinghan looked at Dongqing and questioned, "You wouldn't really?" Dongqing was stunned by his question. He hurriedly tried to explain, but unfortunately, Qinghan didn't give him a chance. He coldly said, "I don't want to see you right now," and then turned to leave. Dongqing was left alone, shouting furiously, "Heaven knows! Young Master Chun, I sacrificed myself for you. How am I supposed to find a girlfriend in the future?" In the sunny afternoon, Shi Qinhan brought Dongqing to visit his grandmother. As they were walking, he saw Xiao Qiao's mother on the hospital bed. He thought to himself, where has that woman Xiao Qiao gone without taking care of her mother? Dongqing looked at young Master Chen's exasperated face, thinking, "You're not here to see grandmother either." At this moment, someone teased from across. Young Master Chen seems to have a special fondness for this floor. Shi Chenan was puzzled and turned his head. He saw Deputy Director Pang Qishuan walking over. "Young Master Chen, want to hang out?" Shi Chenan immediately replied, "We know each other," and then walked directly over to him. Pang Qishuan, seeing Wu Shi, was quite displeased. He turned around and said threateningly, "The usual place. If you don't come, I'll come find you." Shi Qinghan helplessly replied, "Young Master Tang, did you graduate from kindergarten?" Milo Seekin heard Shi Qinghan and Tang Qishuan were going to eat. Tang Qishuan teased, "Have you returned to secular life, old man? Abandoning me, this handsome guy, for a new love?" Shi Chunhan swirled his wine glass. "You, the rich young master of Tang Entertainment, since when did you become such a gossip?" Hearing his reluctance to speak, Tang Qishuan became more curious. He tugged at Shi Qinhan, continuing to press, "Come on, tell me, is the woman in the video you Xiao Qiao?" Shi Qinhan, helplessly pulled by him, smiled and said, "Yes, it is." Upon hearing this, Tang Qishuan slapped the table indignantly. "No wonder you were so attentive to her at the hospital and even detained her mother, not letting her be discharged. You shouldn't be so dark and twisted just to pursue a woman." Shi Qinghan said with a serious face, "The woman I want, I must have." Tang Qishuan looked out the window, worried for him. "If you're just playing around, I won't say anything. But if you really want to marry her, forget it. Although her mother is a famous fashion designer, the family status doesn't match. She can't possibly enter your Shi family. Even if we don't talk about status, have you thought about whether you truly want to marry her, or if you're just using her as a shield?" Hearing this, Shi Qinhan frowned, thinking, "Yu Xiaoqiao is indeed a complex contradiction for me." Tang Qishuan continued, "You're not getting serious, are you? What about the Yin family?" "They are." Before he could finish, Shi Chenghan slammed his hand on the table. Then he turned to leave. But after a few steps, a figure in front caught his attention. At the restaurant entrance, Xiao Qiao and Anan walked in. Tang Qishuan saw him standing there and followed his gaze. Then, patting Shi Qinghan's shoulder, he teased, "The woman young Master Chen likes is indeed beautiful. Qiao's long legs are so white and slender." Shi Qinghan retorted irritably, "Since when did your language skills improve so much?" Xiao Qiao walked past Shi Qinghan without saying a word. Tang Qishuan laughed from behind. "What a coincidence to run into you Xiao Qiao here too." Shi Qinghan said, "In this world, the thing I believe least in is coincidence." Tang Qishuan seriously patted his shoulders, saying, "You suspect she's following you?" Shi Qinhan frowned and said, "I've already given her enough opportunities to approach me. Yet she goes to such lengths to follow me here. How foolish." Seeing him like this, Tang Qixuan was very worried. Rubbing his head, he said, I think you should go to the hospital for a checkup. You might be suffering from severe narcissistic personality disorder. Hearing this, Shi Chenhan angrily said, Get lost. At the dining table, the two sisters were eating happily. Anan said to Xiao Qiao, My dad gave me a VIP card for this place. Today we can have a big feast. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao was as happy as a little bun. Thank you, Anan. Anan said, Why are you being so polite? We're best friends. In the distance, the two men watched in disgust. Tang Qixuan said, The girl next to her isn't Ziyu, the young miss of the in-group. Yu Xiaoqiao sure knows how to latch on to powerful people. Shi Qinghan said, Her social circle is far more than just that. Hearing him say this, Tang Qixuan became even more curious. He thought, I want to see if this Yu Xiaoqiao, who has Chun so fascinated, is actually cunning or truly innocent. The two daughters of the mayor got into a fight. The reason was actually a seat at the dining table. As they were watching intently, they suddenly heard women laughing at the entrance. Turning to look, two socialites wearing luxurious clothes walked in. On the left was by Luo Bin, who had been kicked out of the car that day. On the right was Yu Jie, the mayor's daughter. Yu Feifei walked while looking at her phone, fuming. My idol young Master Chen actually has a fiancé? How can he have a fiancé? Hearing her mention young Master Chen, Bai Ruobing felt a bit angry, thinking being kicked out of the car by young Master Chen that day was really embarrassing. After all, it was that bitch Yu Xiaoqiao who made me lose face. As they were walking, they spotted Yu Xiaoqiao in the distance. Bai Ruobing sneered, Speak of the devil. Watch how I teach her a lesson today. Turning to Feifei, she said, Every time I come to this restaurant, I sit by the window. If I can't sit there, I won't eat. Hearing this, Feifei immediately turned into a lapdog. She rushed forward and scolded, You Xiaoqiao, you're like an unkillable cockroach. How can someone of your lowly status sit here? Sister Bing always sits here when she comes to this restaurant. You all need to give up your seats right now. Xiaoqiao saw who it was and thought, What bad luck. Then, with a smile, she politely said, Oh, it's the famous daughter of the mayor, Miss Yu. May I ask, do you own this restaurant? We've just started eating. If you want to sit here, please wait until we're finished. Anan chimed in, As far as I know, the owner of this restaurant has the surname Tang, not Yu or Bai. Feifei immediately retorted, You Xiaoqiao, how can you afford to eat at this Western restaurant? Do you even have money? Just leave. Don't ruin our appetite here. Xiaoqiao replied irritably, I may not be able to afford it, but Anan is treating me today. Tang Qixuan, watching the commotion, was amused. This Yu Xiaoqiao has quite a temper. She's so righteous about freeloading. Seeing him mock Yu Xiaoqiao, Shi Chenhan coldly asked, Who's paying today? Tang Qixuan blushed and said, Of course it's you. I'm just a small deputy director now. You wouldn't let me spend money, would you? Shi Chenhan retorted, Don't you feel guilty about freeloading like this? Tang Qixuan helplessly said, Fine, I won't say anything about your woman. Shi Chenhan secretly delighted as he watched Xiaoqiao from afar. She's usually like a little lamb in front of me. I didn't expect her to be a biting rabbit. Seeing Xiaoqiao unmoved, Feifei cursed angrily. I've never seen someone so shameless. You hang around in Ziyu every day, just for a few meals and some outdated clothes. How are you any different from a beggar? Xiaoqiao, not angered, smiled and said, Isn't that you? I remember that handbag you're carrying looks like it belongs to Bai Luobin. Feifei immediately linked arms with Bai Luobin. You Xiaoqiao, do you know who I am? Bing and I are best friends. You're just an illegitimate child, pretending to be a socialite around in Ziyu all day. By now, the commotion had spread to the surrounding area. Onlookers gossiped. The female mayor actually has an illegitimate daughter? She's always been fair and impartial. Who would have thought she'd be involved in such things? It's unbelievable. Tang Qixuan was also shocked to hear this. This Yu Xiaoqiao is actually an illegitimate child? Shi Chenhan said in a low voice. Shut up. Either leave or pay the bill. He thought to himself, Yu Xiaoqiao is indeed not so simple. This is getting interesting. At this moment, Yu Feifei realized she had said something wrong and was sweating nervously. Xiaoqiao smiled and said, You Feifei, you're 4 months younger than me. Based on age, it's not certain who the illegitimate child is. This thoroughly enraged Fei Fei. She shouted, "Shut up!" and raised her hand to strike. Seeing her about to hit, Shi Chenhan stood up nervously. Xiao Qiao directly grabbed Yu Feifei's hand. The two rich young masters were surprised by the sight. Seeing that Xiao Qiao was unharmed, Shi Chenhan breathed a sigh of relief. He's secretly delighted. My woman is not someone anyone can bully. The domineering CEO staged a switcheroo to hide his beloved wife. At this moment, Xiao Qiao's smile was gone. Yu Feifei, you should know when to stop. You may not care about face, but your upright and honest father does. Seeing the situation, Shi Chenhan sat back down relaxed, thinking, my woman is not someone just anyone can bully. Tang Qishuan commented from the side, I didn't expect this lady to be such a hypocrite with such an interesting private life. For a high-ranking political official, this could be a fatal blow. Shi Chenhan agreed. My dear mother was trying to set me up with the Yu family's daughter earlier. Now I've witnessed the Yu family's daughter's charm firsthand. Tang Qishuan remarked that such a woman wasn't even worthy of tying his shoelaces. Xiao Qiao mockingly said to the woman before her, Miss Yu, are you going to stand here and watch us eat? Wouldn't that be impolite? By now, Yu Feifei was so angry she didn't know how to respond. Bai Luobin stepped forward to add insult to injury. I like to eat in my usual spot. We're all classmates, and you're my boyfriend's good friend. Why don't you give up your seat for me? Xiao Qiao smiled and said, Sure, Sui Hong is my good buddy. For his sake, we'll give you the seat after we finish eating. She thought to herself, if I leave now, he'll think I'm guilty, as if I really had something going on with Sui Hong. Then, looking out the window, she said, Miss Bai, it's such nice weather today. Not like that rainy day when Miss Bai was so unfortunate. After saying this, Xiao Qiao smiled smugly. Hearing her mention the incident, Bai Luobin's pretty face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Seeing Bai Luobin fall silent, Yu Feifei put her hands on her hips and continued yelling at Yu Xiao Qiao. Are you going to give up the seat or not? Tang Qishuan, who had overheard everything, asked Shi Chun, what did you Xiao Qiao mean by what she just said? Shi Chenhan smiled and said, it's a secret. I can't tell you. He thought to himself, this woman is quite good at using my influence so thoroughly. Tang Qishuan said, you have a really sharp eye. This girl is indeed special. At this moment, Shi Chenhan signaled a waiter to come over, intending to help Yu Xiao Qiao. The waiter asked respectfully, Mr. Chen, what can I do for you? As Shi Chenhan leaned in to speak, he suddenly felt something was off. He turned to look out the window. He noticed someone was secretly taking photos of him. Shi Chenhan smiled wryly. My stepmother's spies are following me quite closely. It seems mother is very eager to know who my fiancé is. Since she wants to know, I might as well tell her today. So he instructed the waiter to kick out the two seated people. Tang Qishuan questioned, how dare you kick out Xiao Qiao? Shi Chenhan replied authoritatively, in my domain, there's no why. It's only about whether I'm happy or not. Tang Qishuan turned to look at them, wondering, could it be that Shi Chenhan is really just using Yu Xiao Qiao as a shield and doesn't actually like her that much? The waiter approached and said, Miss Yu, missin, please leave for now. Xiao Qiao objected. I came here as a paying customer. I've paid and haven't finished my meal. The restaurant shouldn't have the right to kick me out. The waiter said apologetically. This is at the request of an important guest upstairs. Yu Feifei started to add fuel to the fire. I've never seen someone so shameless. Have you never eaten Western food in your life? You just won't leave no matter what. Bai Luobin also joined in the mockery. I'll pay the bill. You can take it to go. Just pack it up and leave. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao immediately turned into a little devil. Miss Bai, you're paying? Since Miss Bai is so generous, I won't be polite then. Hearing that she didn't refuse, Bai Ruobing said disdainfully, then hurry up and pack it to go. She thought to herself, how could Sui Hong like someone like this? Yu Xiao Qiao looked at the menu wickedly, thinking, Bai Ruobing, just wait to be embarrassed. Have you ever seen such a domineering CEO? He's actually helping outsiders bully his own fiancé. Xiao Qiao, holding the menu, said, I want a well-done steak. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Feifei burst into laughter. What a country bumpkin, asking for a well-done steak. Xiao Qiao coughed, thinking, you won't be laughing in a moment. From a distance, Tang Qishuan laughed and said, is your woman deliberately acting unsophisticated? Shi Chenhan, swirling his wine glass, replied, just wait and see. This woman is not so easy to bully. Xiao Qiao continued ordering from the menu. No lobster, honey glazed salmon, cream pasta, egg tart borscht, blueberry juice for dessert, and orange juice. The people next to her were bewildered by her order. Xiao Qiao closed the menu and told the waiter, "I want 120 of everything on the table." Bai Ruobing suddenly felt overwhelmed. Xiao Qiao lazily brushed her hair and said, "What's wrong? Didn't Miss Bai say I could order whatever I wanted? Don't tell me Miss Bai can't afford it." Hearing her say can't afford it, Bai Luobing's temper flared. She took out her bank card and called the waiter. After swiping the card, the waiter returned and said, "Miss Bai, your card doesn't have sufficient balance." Bai Luobin was shocked. "What? How is that possible?" The onlookers mocked. "Miss Bai's gold card doesn't have enough balance? It seems the Bai family isn't such a prestigious family after all. Maybe it's just an empty shell." Bai Ruobing was too embarrassed to raise her head. The waiter urged, "Miss Bai, how would you like to handle the remaining balance?" Bai Ruobing snapped, "What's the rush? It's not like I can't afford a meal." Xiao Qiao told the waiter, "Please send all this food to the orphanage." Then, with an innocent face, she said to Bai Luobin, "Miss Bai, I'm so sorry to trouble you. If you don't have enough money, don't force yourself." Yu Feifei, seeing her smug expression, angrily said, "Get lost already." Xiao Qiao stood up and said softly to Yu Feifei, "If you don't want your father to make headlines tomorrow, speak to me politely." After saying this, the two sisters happily walked out. Tang Qishuan applauded. "What a great show. It seems this Yu Xiao Qiao is quite something." Shi Chenhan looked smug, thinking, her abilities are indeed impressive. I've underestimated her before. He then called the waiter. "I'll pay for Miss Bai's bill. Also, in my name, arrange a private room in Shanghai for Miss Yu Feifei. Send a bottle of newly unearthed Mao Tai and the most expensive dishes here." Tang Qishuan was confused. Stroking his chin, he asked, "Chenhan, what game are you playing? You chase away your fiancée, but send wine to those who bullied her? You're helping others suppress your own fiancée." Shi Chenhan smirked and said, "She's just a substitute." Tang Qishuan was baffled. "Who are you calling a substitute? Ayu Biao Yao or Ayu Vivi?" Shi Chenhan stood up and said, "There's indeed nothing to talk about with someone not on the same intellectual level. I'm leaving." Tang Qishuan retorted, "Who knows what you're really up to?" Shi Chenhan joked, "You'll know in the future." "Oh, and you're paying for this meal. I want to shamelessly mooch a meal off you, young Master Tang." Tang Qishuan was furious. "Just because I said a few words about your woman, do you have to be so vindictive?" In the restaurant's private room, Yu Feifei was delighted. "I can't believe Mr. Chen ordered so many delicious dishes for me." Across from her, Bai Luobin was jealous and said sourly, "Stop dreaming. How could it possibly be Mr. Chen who ordered for you? The domineering CEO's fiancée is actually being pursued by her own nephew." Yu Feifei said proudly, "The waiter just said it was from Mr. Chen. He must be interested in me. That's why he chased away Yu Xiao Qiao and the others." Bai Luobin questioned skeptically, "Are you sure?" She thought to herself, "Mr. Chen doesn't even like me. How could he be interested in such a shallow and vulgar woman? She's just daydreaming." She then asked, "Is the woman in Mr. Chen's scandal video Yu Xiao Qiao?" Yu Feifei, eating steak, replied, "How could it be that bitch? She's not even worthy of tying Mr. Chen's shoes." Bai Ruobing had a dark expression. Whether the woman in the video is Yu Xiao Qiao or not, if those wealthy socialites find out that Yu Xiao Qiao, an illegitimate daughter with no status, is seducing Mr. Chen, do you think she'll have a good time? Yu Feifei praised. "Using others to do the dirty work, Sister Bing is indeed clever." With Yu Feifei's support, Bai Luobin became more fearless. She thought, "Yu Xiao Qiao, you made me lose face last time. This time, I definitely won't let you off." At school, Xiao Qiao walked into the classroom wearing a neat school uniform. Suddenly, a bucket of water was thrown at her. Xiao Qiao couldn't dodge in time, and the water hit her head directly. Three mean girls taunted, "Isn't this the cheap whore? How dare you show your face at school? You must be relying on your looks to beg Mr. Chen to keep you. Otherwise, how could he possibly be interested in you? You're a disgrace to our styling university." Xiao Qiao wiped the water from her face and said, "What are you doing?" Before she could finish, the three girls grabbed Xiao Qiao, hitting and scolding her. "How can you be so shameless? You have a boyfriend, but still go out to seduce Mr. Chen." Another mean girl joined in. "Hurry up, strip her clothes off." Bai Luobin and Yu Feifei stood behind. watching everything with satisfied expressions. Seeing these wealthy young ladies dealing with her so ruthlessly, Yu Feifei chimed in from the side. Sister Luobin is so clever. At that moment, someone pushed open the door. Gong Jinhao looked at the scene before him with sharp eyes and said, "What are you doing?" One of the mean girls, grabbing Xiao Qiao's hair, said, "Young Master Gong, we're teaching this shameless woman a lesson." Xiao Qiao cried out in pain. Gong Jinhao angrily said, "Get lost." After saying that, he stepped forward and pushed one of the mean girls away. Seeing Xiao Qiao's disheveled state, he immediately took off his jacket and draped it over her. Xiao Qiao was very confused. "Why is he helping me?" Gong Jinhao said domineeringly, "I'm warning you. If you dare to get your tears and snot on my expensive clothes, you're dead." A mean girl came up and said, "Young Master Gong, you usually dislike Yu Xiaoqiao the most. Why are you helping her this time? We just wanted to vent your anger for you." Gong Jinhao directly picked up Xiaoqiao and said, "That's right, I do hate Yu Xiaoqiao, but only I can bully her. No one else is allowed." The mean girls were stunned. Xiaoqiao, being held in his arms, thought, as expected, Gong Jinhao wouldn't genuinely help me. She then said, "Let go of me." Seeing this, Gong Jinhao had to put her down. Yu Feifei came up and said, "Young Master Gong, Yu Xiaoqiao is very cunning. Be careful not to be deceived by her." Xiaoqiao threw her dirty clothes at Yu Feifei and said, "Shut up. Let me tell you, I have a clear conscience about everything I've done. If you spread rumors again, I don't care if you're from noble families or wealthy heiresses, I'll call the police directly." After saying that, she turned and left. Gong Jinhao watched her back, thinking, this damn woman is really ungrateful. Bai Luobin took out her phone and said, "Young Master Gong, Yu Xiaoqiao is so ungrateful. She deserved to be beaten today. If the video of her clothes being stripped gets uploaded online, let's see how arrogant she can be then." Gong Jinhao stepped forward and knocked Bai Luobin's phone away. Grabbing her neck, he said, "Miss Bai, didn't you understand what I said?" Bai Luobin trembled in fear. "Gong, what are you doing?" Gong Jinhao said domineeringly, "Listen, Yu Xiaoqiao is my exclusive slave. Only I can decide how to deal with her. If you touch her again, don't blame me for not being lenient." He was supposed to be the older sister's fiancé, but he got engaged to the younger sister. At night in the company, Shi Chenhan said, "Yu Xiaoqiao even knows about the Boai orphanage. When she returned from Tokyo, she extorted a Western meal from Bai Luobin at the Milo restaurant and sent it all to the Boai orphanage." Upon hearing this, Shi Chenhan entered self-admiration mode. "The Boai orphanage is what I've been secretly sponsoring all these years. That woman really put her heart and soul into getting close to me." Dong Qing, hearing this, said straightforwardly, "Young Master Chen, you're overthinking it. Yu Xiaoqiao doesn't seem to be clinging to you. It's you who's been pursuing her." Hearing Dong Qing's words, Shi Chenhan exploded in anger. "What did you say?" Dong Qing was too scared to speak, thinking, "My stupid mouth. I actually told the truth." Shi Chenhan stood up and asked, "Is there any movement from my mother's side?" Dong Qing replied, "The person following you has already gone back to report to Madam. She should have received the restrictions you gave, young Master Chen." Shi Chenhan leaned against the wall and said, "Very good. It seems that soon my mother will be discussing marriage with Mayor Yu. Let Yu Feifei be Yu Xiaoqiao's shield. My dear mother won't be a threat to Yu Xiaoqiao then." He thought to himself, "After everything settles down, I want her to belong completely to me." In the coffee shop, Liang Shiweru said, "Mayor Yu, my son Chenhan is very satisfied with your daughter Feifei. He even personally acknowledged Feifei as his fiancée. It seems we'll soon become in-laws," Yu Feifei's father said. "Mrs. Yang, you really know how to joke. Last time you arranged for Feifei and young Master Chen to meet, he didn't even show up. How could he be taking my daughter seriously?" Yang Shiru laughed awkwardly and explained, "Chenhan isn't resisting this marriage at all. In fact, he's been secretly dating Feifei. He stayed overnight at her place. The video even spread online." Li Jianzhong was pleasantly surprised upon hearing this. "What? The woman in the video is Feifei?" Yang Shiru replied, Yes. Mayor Yu, since we're about to become family, does the promise about the land bidding still stand?" Li Jianzhong smiled and said, "The chairman of Gong Group is your son-in-law. So, you want to reserve this land bid for Gong Group, right? How is this any different from selling out your son?" Liang Shueru immediately felt displeased. The Gong family and Shi family are one family, inseparable. Mayor, you shouldn't inquire about things he shouldn't. Yu Jinzhong coughed and said, all right, then I'll wait for Mrs. Shi and young Master Chun to come propose in person. In the Yu family villa, the family of three was happily discussing the good news. Yu Jinzhong, smoking a cigarette, said, Feifei, Mrs. Shi has already met with Dad. In a few days, they'll come to propose. Yu Feifei was shocked. Dad, are you serious? Feifei's mother, Sun Hong, was very excited. Jinzhong, are you telling the truth? Yu Jinzhong affirmed, it's absolutely true. Mrs. Shi even said young Master Chun is very satisfied with you. Upon hearing this, Yu Feifei was immediately filled with confidence. I knew it. Last time at the Western restaurant, why would young Master Chun help me if he didn't really like me? Sun Hong held Feifei's hands and said, my daughter, when you marry into the Shi family, you'll be the most noble in all of Jinghua City. The mother and daughter were excited. Yu Feifei said, Mom, I won't disappoint you. By the way, that Yu Xiaoqiao has bad conduct. She's been suspended from school. Hearing this, Yu Jinzhong asked worriedly, Xiaoqiao was suspended? Yu Feifei said, yes, who told her to seduce other people's boyfriends all day. This time she offended Miss by robbing from the Bai family. Sun Hong added fuel to the fire. And there's Yu Xiaoqiao's mother, always calling to extort money from your father. That idiot son she's raising, how many years has it been? Why doesn't he just die already? Li Jinzhong stood up and said, enough, your words are too harsh. Don't let the servants hear and laugh at us. He then turned and went upstairs. The mayor's son has been ill for years, yet as a father, he doesn't spend a penny. At school, Xiaoqiao pulled her suitcase towards Anan. Anan angrily said, they're too much. Not only did they frame you, but they also forced you to take a leave of absence. Xiaoqiao said, it's okay. My mom is in the hospital, and I need to take care of her often. Now it's good. I can focus on working part-time. Xiaoqiao searched for the check while saying, help me return the money to the bank so I can be done with him. She thought that by cutting ties with Su Yihong, Bai Luobin wouldn't cause trouble anymore. But after searching for a long time, she couldn't find it. Xiaoqiao cried out loudly. Seeing this, Anan also became nervous and quickly said, don't panic, look carefully again. Xiaoqiao thought, it's over. Li Qingshan must have stolen it. When she got home, she saw Li Qingshan scolding her brother. Xiaoqiao quickly helped her brother up, comforting him. Be good, brother. I'll bring mom home tomorrow. At this moment, Li Qingshan approached with a fake smile. Xiaoqiao, Dad has something to talk to you about. Before he could finish, Xiaoqiao questioned, my 1 million yuan check. Did you steal it and gamble it away? Li Qingshan quickly explained, I really didn't gamble. I owed some loans before. If I don't pay them back, they'll break my legs. Xiaoqiao, considering how I've been taking care of your brother these days, help Dad get another 1 million. I've raised you for so many years. You can't just watch them break my legs, right? Xiaoqiao immediately became anxious. I'm not an ATM. Where am I supposed to get 1 million? Li Qingshan smiled. Just go to the Golden Beach nightclub once more. I believe you can definitely get the money. I've raised you for so long. It's time for you to repay me. Hearing this, Xiaoqiao angrily shouted, you want me to go to the Golden Beach nightclub again? Are you even human? Hearing her refusal, Li Qingshan raised his hand to hit her. You damn girl. You dare talk back? I'll beat you to death. He then slapped down. Suddenly, her brother rushed forward, and Li Qingshan's slap landed on his face. Xiaoqiao nervously asked, brother, are you okay? Her brother's body began to tremble, gritting his teeth and glaring at Li Qingshan. Then he rushed forward and grabbed his neck. Bad person. You dare hit my sister. Li Qingshan was almost suffocating and quickly begged, let go. I'm your father. You can't hurt your father. Her brother punched him, muttering, you're a bad guy. I'll beat you to death. Li Qingshan was yelling in pain. Xiaoqiao was trembling in fear. Brother, calm down. Suddenly, her brother foamed at the mouth and fell backward. He lay motionless on the ground. At Renan Hospital, her brother was quickly pushed into the emergency room. Xiaoqiao cried with tears in her eyes. Brother, you can't have anything happen to you. At this moment, Shi Chenhan and Dong Qing walked out of the elevator. Dong Qing said, young Master Chen, that seems to be Miss Yu over there. Shi Chenhan turned to look. He saw Xiaoqiao standing there crying. He thought, why is this woman crying? Then he turned and left. At night, in Andy Hospital, Gao Cuiqin was crying on the phone. Song Sun is in the emergency room now. The situation is critical. We can't waste a minute. You're Song Sun's biological father. He urgently needs a large sum of medical fees now. Yu Jinzhong said, I only have that much salary a month. These years I've been struggling because of Song Sun too. I really don't have any money now. Hearing this, Gao Ziqin became agitated and angrily said, "Why Song Sun became like this? You know better than anyone." Hearing her blame him, Yu Jinzhong's temper flared up. He angrily shouted, "All these years, haven't I been trying to make up for it? I've done enough for him. I really don't have money now. Besides, I've already sent you the living expenses for this month. Don't call me for no reason in the future." He then hung up the phone. Hearing Yu Jinzhong's words, Gao Ziqin collapsed on the ground. One can imagine how helpless this woman must be. At this moment, Xiao Qiao walked over. Seeing her mother collapsed on the ground, she felt awful. She approached and helped her mother up, saying, "Yu Jinzhong is heartless. Why are you still calling him?" Gao Ziqin replied helplessly, "Without money, how can we pay the expensive medical bills?" Xiao Qiao comforted her. "I'll figure out the money issue." Their conversation was overheard by Shi Chenhan. Shi Chenhan leaned against the wall, deep in thought. He thought, this woman's husband is really not a good person. The girl's stepfather, in order to repay loans, actually forced the girl to go to Golden Beach nightclub for money. Dongqing came over and said, "Young Master Chen, as per your instructions, the medical fees for Miss Yu's brother have been paid." Shi Chenhan replied, "I know." Then he turned and left with Dongqing. Dongqing said, "This Mayor Yu is such a hypocrite. He acts all righteous usually, but won't even save his own son." Shi Chenhan coldly said, "He's always been a sanctimonious hypocrite. Otherwise, how could he have been so eager about the matter with my mother Tan Lianing before? This is also why I was against Xiao Qiao getting close to you. At first, I thought it was Yu Jinzhong's deliberate arrangement, but now it doesn't seem to be the case." Hearing this, Dongqing was speechless, thinking, Miss Yu never seemed to be intentionally approaching young master from the beginning. In the afternoon, at the hospital, the family stood anxiously watching Song Song. Tang Qishuan said, "The patient is out of danger. However, he must not be subjected to any more stimulation. Each episode causes cell death. If this continues, his condition will gradually worsen." Upon hearing this, Gao Xiuqin turned and questioned, "What exactly did you two do at home? How did Song Song end up like this under your care?" Just as Xiao Qiao was about to tell the truth, Li Qingshan interrupted her. "I just asked you to watch your brother for a while. What did you do to him? These days when your mother wasn't home, I took such good care of Song Song. He never had an episode." Hearing this, Gao Xiuqin angrily shouted, "Xiao Qiao, do you think your brother is a burden? Did you want to kill him? I'm so disappointed in you." Wrongly accused, Xiao Qiao's tears flowed involuntarily. She shouted, "I didn't." Li Qingshan added fuel to the fire. "Xiao Qiao, don't try to defend yourself. Song Song's episode this time is because you didn't take good care of him. It's your responsibility." Gao Ziqin didn't give her a chance to explain, continuing, "I've told you since you were little, I gave birth to you and raised you for your brother's sake. How could you treat your brother badly? You're in this world, alive until now, all because your brother gave you the chance." Hearing these hurtful words from her mother, Xiao Qiao didn't want to explain anymore. She said dejectedly, "I understand. From now on, I'll take good care of my brother." Tang Qishuan looked at Xiao Qiao, thinking, she's completely different from how she was at the restaurant, although she does bear some responsibility for not taking good care of her brother. Gao Ziqin, as a mother, saying such things is too hurtful. He quickly tried to defuse the situation. "All right, the patient needs rest. Please keep it quiet." Then Xiao Qiao and Li Qingshan walked out. Li Qingshan threatened Xiao Qiao, "You better get me 2 million yuan quickly, or I'll tell your mother about you going to Golden Beach nightclub." Hearing this, Xiao Qiao immediately became anxious. She turned and said, "I've never seen someone as shameless as you. The one who forced me to go to Golden Beach nightclub for money was you, and I didn't do anything. I'm not afraid of you telling my mother." Li Qingshan leered at Xiao Qiao. "Didn't do anything and brought back 3 million? Who are you trying to fool?" Hearing this, Xiao Qiao's face turned red with anger. She thought, "Yes, I took Shi Chenhan's money, and I even did that with him. How is this any different from a transaction?" Li Qingshan grabbed Xiao Qiao's arm and said fiercely, "You Xiao Qiao, you've already gone this far. Going to Golden Beach one more time won't make a difference. I didn't raise you all these years for nothing. I'm telling you, if I don't get 2 million yuan, I'll kick you, your mother, and that sickly brother of yours out." Seeing how disgusting he was, Xiao Qiao forcefully pushed his hand away and cursed, "You're such a bastard." Li Qingshan continued to threaten, "Don't forget, when your mother had nowhere to go, I provided for you all, paid for your brother's medical bills. Without me these years, you would have starved on the streets long ago." Xiao Qiao closed her eyes and said, I know. I'll repay everything I owe you at once. She turned away, her face flushed red. Walking out of the hospital, Xiao Qiao saw a familiar face. It was by Luo Bin's boyfriend, Su Yihong. Su Yihong smiled and said, long time no see. I was just passing by and thought I'd check in. By the way, how's your brother? Xiao Qiao gratefully said, I have to thank you for helping cover the medical expenses this time. My brother is fine now. I'll pay you back as soon as possible for what I owed you before and these medical bills. Su Yihong looked confused. Xiao Qiao, when I called the hospital, your brother's medical bills had already been paid anonymously. I didn't help with this, so you don't need to thank me. Xiao Qiao was puzzled. If not you, then who? Could it be Shi Chenhan? She turned to Su Yihong and said, I have something to do. I'll go now. Let's catch up another time. Watching Xiao Qiao leave, Su Yihong felt dejected. How I wish I was the one who helped you. Tang Qixuan observed everything, thinking, this you Xiao Qiao, could she really have some secret with the Su family's eldest son? The girl actually did such a thing to help raise money for her brother's medical bills. In the hospital, Xiao Qiao pushed open the door and walked in. Gao Cuiqin turned and shouted, Xiao Qiao, I just saw you meeting with Su Yihong. He's already engaged. Can't you stay away from him? Xiao Qiao tiredly said, Su Yihong and I are just friends. Hearing this, Gao Cuiqin became angrier. Once, when I attended a fashion show, I met Su Yihong's fiancée by Luo Bin. She hinted that I should keep you in check, not to seduce someone else's fiancée. Can't you give me some peace of mind? Xiao Qiao felt hurt by her words. You don't believe me either? I understand. I'll keep my distance from now on. Then she ran out of the ward crying. It started raining heavily outside. Xiao Qiao sat on the rooftop sobbing. Why? Mom was against me being friends with Yihong from the beginning. Why doesn't even Mom believe me? The rain poured harder. At this moment, a man sheltered her. Shi Chenhan silently looked at Xiao Qiao without speaking. Xiao Qiao was stunned to see Shi Chenhan. She then hugged his neck and started crying hard. All her grievances flowed out with her tears. After crying, she fell asleep in his arms. Shi Chenhan kissed her forehead and said, You silly woman. In the hospital's private room, Xiao Qiao woke up startled, thinking, how did I end up with him again? Then she shyly asked, What happened to me? Shi Chenhan said affectionately, Sleep a bit more. It's not dawn yet. You must be very tired lately. At this moment, Xiao Qiao, blushing, asked him, You said before you'd make me yours. Do you still mean it? Shi Chenhan asked in return, Have you thought it through? Are you willing to be my wife? Xiao Qiao shyly said, Then what can you give me? Shi Chenhan replied, What do you want? Xiao Qiao tremblingly answered, I want pocket money. Hearing this, Shi Chenhan became angry, thinking, she agreed to be my wife just for pocket money? He got up and slammed the door as he left, leaving Xiao Qiao alone, crying as she walked out of the room. Dongqing asked, Young Master Chun, has Miss Yu's condition worsened again? Shi Chenhan irritably said, Don't mention that woman to me. Dongqing shuddered at his angry look. He thought, before he paid for her medical bills and pretended to run into her mother at the hospital. These past 2 days, Yu Xiaoqiao had a high fever, and he stayed by her side day and night. What's going on now? Could it be that they're not compatible in that aspect? That shouldn't be the case. At this moment, Xiaoqiao came out and turned to ask Dongqing, Has Shi Chenhan left? Dongqing replied, Young Master Chun just left. He was very angry, like he had eaten gunpowder. Xiaoqiao mumbled softly, Is that so? He probably doesn't want to see me now. Dongqing quickly tried to improve the situation. Miss Li, although I don't know what happened between you and young Master Chen, he paid for your brother's medical bills, and when you had a fever these past 2 days, he stayed by your side. You really shouldn't have made young Master Chen angry. Hearing this, Xiaoqiao looked surprised. You mean my brother's medical bills were paid by Shi Chenhan? Dongqing said, Yes. Our young Master Chun hasn't finished talking yet. A little devil emerged from behind. Dongqing, are you planning to change jobs? Chatting so enthusiastically with an outsider. Dongqing was startled by this sudden voice, then stood still without making a sound. He turned around, switching to loyal dog mode. Young Master Chen, I'm your man. I'll never leave you even if I die. Shi Chenhan said with disgust, Get lost. At this moment, Xiaoqiao nervously said, About that medical bill? Shi Chenhan coldly replied, You're not well yet. Why are you out here? Want to continue being sick to gain my sympathy? Dongqing thought, He's clearly worried about her. Why act so cold? Be careful, or you'll end up chasing your wife at the crematorium. Xiaoqiao's face was full of guilt. She wanted to say something, but Shi Chenhan didn't give her a chance. He turned and said, Don't come near me until you're well. If you have an ex-boyfriend like this, you're really unlucky. After Shi Chenhan left, Dongqing hurriedly chased after him. Boss, wait for me. Xiao Qiao watched the two leave, thinking, so my brother's medical bills were really paid by Shi Chenhan. As she thought about it, her face turned red. Why is he so attentive to me? Could it be that he likes me? Then she pinched her cheeks hard. You Xiao Qiao, wake up. How could he possibly like you? CEOs are usually rich fools. That's right, that's how it is. Back in the hospital room, Gao Cuiqin and Li Chengshan were sitting on the bed looking at her. Li Chengshan stood up and said, Xiao Qiao, where have you been these past 2 days? Dad couldn't contact you. I was really worried. Xiao Qiao directly said, stop playing the role of a caring father in front of my mom. You make me sick. Gao Cuiqin looked at Xiao Qiao. She asked, Xiao Qiao, are you sick? Xiao Qiao smiled and said, Mom, I'm fine. Just had a little cold, but I'm better now. Gao Ziqin saw how haggard she looked and said with some self-reproach, Xiao Qiao, no matter how busy you are with work and studies, you need to take care of your health. Yesterday, Mom was too harsh on you. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao felt warmth in her heart. She quickly said, Mom, I'm fine. But her mother's next words stabbed her heart again. If you don't have good health, how will you take care of your brother in the future? Xiao Qiao heard this and dejectedly said, I understand. She thought, Mom only cares about my brother. At this moment, Li Chengshan came over and said, Xiao Qiao, look, this hospital room was prepared by Chao Chuan for your brother. And your brother's previous medical bills were also paid by Chao Chuan. See how good Chao Chuan is to you. Xiao Qiao was stunned upon hearing this. Gao Cuiqin added, see, Chao Chuan is so good to you. You can't let him down. And where have you been these past 2 days? You weren't out messing around with someone, were you? Xiao Qiao was at a loss, bombarded by their series of attacks. At this moment, Chao Chuan pushed open the door and walked in, explaining, Annie, Xiao Qiao has been with me these past 2 days. I'm sorry for not telling you. Xiao Qiao, seeing the disgusting man had come again, angrily shouted, Chao Chuan, why are you here? Gao Cuiqin said, Chao Chuan, although you two are dating, you're not engaged yet. In the future, it's best not to spend the night together. Chao Chuan walked forward, holding Xiao Qiao's arm. Annie, don't worry. Xiao Qiao is a conservative, good girl. We won't do anything inappropriate before marriage. Hearing Chao Chuan's string of nauseating words, Xiao Qiao was very disgusted. She stood up and said to Chao Chuan, come out with me. Outside the hospital, Xiao Qiao asked Chao Chuan, did you really pay for my brother's medical bills? Chao Chuan patted his chest and said, no, but your father borrowed 2 million to repay a loan. That's a fact. After hearing this, Xiao Qiao was suddenly thunderstruck. What? Li Chengshan borrowed 2 million from you? Chao Chuan pressed her against a tree and said, yes. So, Xiao Qiao, don't break up with me. You don't have to worry about this money. Xiao Qiao angrily said, you're actually using this to threaten me. It's disgusting. Hearing her rejection, Chao Chuan hugged her tightly. Xiao Qiao, you misunderstood. I truly love you. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something on Xiao Qiao's neck. He angrily asked, who have you been fooling around with these past 2 days? Xiao Qiao struggled hard. It's none of your business. She thought, Shi Chenhan, you bad guy. You actually left a hickey on my neck. Chao Chuan became agitated and pulled at her clothes. He asked if that man was young Master Chen. You Xiao Qiao, how shameless can you be? The whole school is talking about you climbing into young Master Chen's bed. Xiao Qiao pushed him away forcefully. You bastard. Then came a big slap. Chao Chuan was angered by her slap. Xiao Qiao, you dare hit me again? At this moment, an old lady walked by and said, well done. Chao Chuan was startled upon hearing this. The old lady slowly approached Chao Chuan. He shouted at her, where did this old hag come from? This is between me and my girlfriend. It's none of your business. Xiao Qiao pushed Chao Chuan's arm, saying, let go of me. I'm not your girlfriend anymore. How does it feel when you find out the person you like has a fiancé? Seeing Chao Chuan's disrespect, the old lady angrily said, young Master Chao's upbringing is truly eye-opening. Chao Chuan cursed again. Get lost. Hearing his words, the old lady remained silent, just standing there quietly. At this moment, Chao Chuan noticed the necklace on the old lady's neck and was suddenly shocked. He thought, this gemstone seems to be the Shi family's heirloom. Could this old lady be the most authoritative Shi? Realizing the situation, Chao Chuan said, I spoke rashly just now. I will definitely reflect on myself. I have something to do. He turned and fled, thinking, if I offend old lady Shi, even my father will suffer. After Chao Chuan left, Xiao Qiao thanked the grandmother. The old lady tapped her cane on the ground. You spoke so rudely just now, and you only slapped him once? Aren't you too weak-willed? Then she carefully examined Xiao Qiao. You look quite clean. She nodded with satisfaction, thinking, this girl is quiet and gentle, soft and weak, indeed attractive to men. No wonder he likes her. She then asked, what's your relationship with Shi Qinan? Xiao Qiao was puzzled. How do you know Shi Qinan? Grandmother, you are. Before Xiao Qiao could finish, the old lady deliberately put on a displeased face. You seduce my grandson and still ask who I am? My impression of you is not good at all. Xiao Qiao was shocked. You're Shi Qianhan's grandmother? She quickly explained, Grandmother, there's nothing between Shi Qianhan and me. The old lady snorted coldly. The news about you and my grandson is all over the place, and you say there's nothing? As a girl, you should have self-respect and self-love. Don't do anything for money. It will ruin your life. Xiao Tao looked sad and said, Grandmother, you're right. I know I was wrong. She thought to herself, I even went to ask him yesterday. Who would believe there's nothing between us? The old lady looked at Xiao Qiao thoughtfully. This girl was quite endearing. At this moment, Yu Fei excitedly greeted the old lady. The old lady turned to look, thinking, who is this girl dressed like a turkey? Yu Fei came forward to support the old lady, looking at Xiao Qiao meaningfully. Grandmother isn't in the ward, so you're chatting with a stranger. Xiao Qiao didn't bother to argue, thinking, forget it. I don't want to be associated with him anyway. The old lady looked at Yu Fei with a displeased expression. Who are you calling grandmother? I don't know you. She thought, this girl's perfume is too strong. It's suffocating me. Yu Fei said awkwardly, Grandmother, don't joke. I'm Tianhan's fiancé. Yu Fei wondered why old lady, she didn't know who she was. Xiao Qiao was shocked to hear their conversation. Shi Qianhan had a fiancé, and it was Yu Fei. The old lady asked, Qianhan's fiancé? Just the daughter of Mayor Yu. Yu Fei quickly replied, yes. My father is the famous mayor. The old lady was speechless. So many luxury items on her. She's just a nouveau riche bumpkin. So vulgar. She turned to look at Xiao Qiao. This girl looks pure and clean. Looking at Yu Fei, who was shamelessly clinging to her arm, the old lady said, Grandmother, it's chilly in the garden. Let's go back to the ward. The old lady covered her nose and said, Get away. The smell on you is too unpleasant. Yu Fei sniffed her wrist. No, isme fragran. Maybe the perfume isn't enough. I need to add more quickly. The old lady watched as Yu Fei frantically sprayed perfume on herself. She hurriedly said, Are you trying to kill this old lady? Xiao Qiao covered her nose, thinking, Yu Fei's intelligence is truly eye-opening. The old lady turned and said, I'm really suffocating. I need to leave quickly, or I'll lose my life here. This Yu family daughter is here for comedy. She turned to Xiao Qiao and said, What are you standing there for? Come and help me. Young people these days are so inconsiderate. Xiao Qiao hurriedly came forward to support the old lady. Grandmother, I thought you disliked me. The old lady said proudly, I don't particularly like you now either. The two walked in front. Yu Fei hurriedly chased after them. Grandmother, wait for me. As she ran, she suddenly stepped on a stone. Yu Fei tripped and fell to the ground. Passers-by laughed. Is this girl a crazy turkey? Yu Fei was all dirty and disheveled. She blamed Xiao Qiao. It's all your fault for ruining my chance. Shi Qianhan watched everything that had just happened from inside. He instructed Zongqing behind him. If that Qiao family young master dares to come to the hospital to harass Xiao Qiao again, break his other arm. Then he started his narcissistic mode. I didn't expect you Xiao Qiao to approach my grandmother to get close to me. Dongqing saw through it, but didn't say anything. It was clearly a chance encounter. The girl, realizing she had been abandoned, shed tears of grievance. In the hospital, Xiao Qiao changed into a light blue princess dress, looking stunning and giving off a pure and beautiful feeling. The old lady sat on the bed, saying proudly, Don't think too much. I just thought your clothes were wrinkled, and it affected my mood. Looking at the girl before her, she thought, not bad. The girl Qianhan likes is really beautiful. At this moment, Shi Qianhan walked in. Xiao Qiao became nervous. Shi Qianhan glanced at Xiao Qiao. Then he turned to his grandmother and asked, How are you feeling today? The old lady replied, Grandmother is fine. Don't worry, but you look so tired. Shi Qianhan complained. Who wouldn't be? Being disturbed for several nights in a row. Naturally, my energy is depleted. Xiao Qiao was speechless hearing this. What does he mean by being disturbed? It sounded like I did something to him. The old lady said worriedly, No matter how busy work gets, you must take care of your health. Shi Qianhan replied, I'll remember what you said, Grandmother. Seeing the two of them so harmonious, Xiao Xiao quietly left. She went to the rooftop alone. Shi Chenhan clearly told me to wait for him. He even said he wanted me to marry him, but he has a fiancée. The more Xiao Xiao thought about it, the more upset she became. She cried heartbrokenly. Am I just a joke to him when he's confused about his feelings? At this moment, Shi Chenhan came over and grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand. He initially wanted to question her about approaching his grandmother, but suddenly noticed she was crying. He said fiercely, "Damn woman, why are you crying?" Xiao Xiao didn't want him to see her like this and stubbornly said, "It's none of your business." Seeing this, Shi Chenhan forcefully kissed her. "Don't forget you're my woman. I control everything about you, including your tears. Without my permission, you can't cry anymore." Xiao Xiao pushed him away and said sadly, "You already have a fiancé. What are you doing now?" After saying this, she punched Shi Chenhan twice. Shi Chenhan was secretly pleased. He touched his face and teased, "Little one, are you jealous?" Xiao Xiao immediately shook off his hand and said, "I'm not. I don't care who you're engaged to." Seeing her being disobedient, Shi Chenhan kissed her directly. "You stubborn woman, why won't you tell the truth?" Xiao Xiao felt even more wronged. Tears came like a flood. "Why do you always bully me?" Shi Chenhan looked at the woman before him lovingly. "Silly girl, how could I bear to bully you?" He then hugged Xiao Xiao. "If you're not jealous, why are you crying?" Xiao Xiao asked tearfully. "In your eyes, am I just a dirty woman who can make deals with you for money?" Shi Chenhan coldly said, "Yes." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but shed tears again. So in his heart, "I'm just a woman who would do anything for money." At this moment, Shi Chenhan suddenly said, "Only you are qualified to do this with me." Xiao Xiao was very confused. "What are you saying? I don't understand." Shi Chenhan cupped Xiao Xiao's face and said, "You Xiao Xiao, just remember, you are my future wife. You don't need to understand anything else. You just need to do one thing well." Xiao Xiao asked, "What thing?" Shi Chenhan kissed her directly. "You just need to take good care of me. I'll arrange everything else." Xiao Xiao was lost in Shi Chenhan's tenderness. She thought, it's supposed to be just a transaction with him. Why am I falling deeper and deeper? The domineering CEO has a fiancée, yet he's deceiving another woman. The afternoon sun was bright. Xiao Xiao lay on the bed, lost in thought. Shi Chenhan told me to wait obediently for him, but he clearly has a fiancée. Recalling Shi Chenhan's words to Xiao Xiao, "I only want you. Don't think about other people or things." Lost in thought, suddenly there was a loud thunder. Xiao Xiao was startled. She got up and saw it looked like it was about to rain outside. Silver lightning pierced through the dark clouds, followed by rumbling sounds. Xiao Xiao stood by the window, feeling a bit worried. She wondered if Shi Chenhan would be afraid. But then she suddenly thought, why should I worry about that big devil? The next day, the blind date began. The two families sat at the dining table to discuss the marriage. Shi Chenhan was dressed particularly handsome today, captivating Yu Feifei. She thought to herself, "This is my future husband. He's so handsome." At this moment, Yang Shiwaru took Yu Feifei's hand and said, "Chenhan, look how beautiful Feifei is. She's also elegant and well-mannered and good to grandmother. Mom is very satisfied with her." After hearing this, the old lady said coldly, "I have a deep impression of the mayor's daughter's elegance and manners." Sun Hong thought it was a compliment to her daughter and smiled with squinted eyes. The old lady observed this mother and daughter pair. Did this Yu family mother and daughter put all their possessions on display? No wonder this Yu daughter doesn't have any elegant qualities of a young lady from a good family. Sun Hong took out a box of high-end supplements and said, "Old madam, Feifei came to see you today and specially bought many supplements. She's very concerned about you." The old lady, seeing her self-promotion, said irritably, "Even my servants don't eat such cheap supplements." Sun Hong was embarrassed after hearing this. Yu Feifei nervously said, "Grandmother, if you don't like it, we can throw it away. Tell me what you like. I'll go buy it for you right away." The old lady deliberately made things difficult, saying, "Your family is really rich and generous, wasting things like this. So wasteful." Yu Feifei, seeing this, couldn't keep her composure. She thought this old lady is really hard to please. Shichen saw the atmosphere was a bit awkward. He quickly came to the rescue. "Grandmother's precious heir Ha has always been picky. I think these supplements might be better for heir Ha to eat." The old lady smiled upon hearing this. "It's still my Ha who thinks thoroughly." The mother and daughter quickly agreed, saying, "If heir Ha likes it, that's great. Next time, I'll definitely bring better supplements more suitable for heir Ha." Yang Shiwaru looked at this pair of silly mother and daughter with a displeased expression. She thought, are they here to show off their IQ? If it weren't for the mayor's power, I wouldn't even bother dealing with such low-class people. But Chinhan and the old lady are also being too disrespectful to me. Today, they're obviously deliberately making things difficult for this mother and daughter. Chinhan pretended to smile and said, "The mayor's family is indeed extraordinary, especially this old lady." She thought, "My grandson is really sharp-tongued. One look at the situation, and you can tell he doesn't like Yu Fei. Yu Fei, hearing Chinhan's words, blushed shyly. "Chin young master, are you complimenting me?" Yang Shiru awkwardly tried to smooth things over. Fei is shy in front of Chinhan. "In the future, we'll all be one family." She thought, this stupid Yu Fei can't even tell that Chinhan is mocking them. At this moment, Xiao passed by the door wearing a maid outfit. Chinhan was startled when he saw her. He quickly stood up and chased after her. The girl, in order to earn money to support her family, actually came to such a place wearing a maid outfit. Yang Shueru, seeing him about to leave, stood up and shouted, "Chinhan, where are you going?" Chinhan was busy trying to catch Yu Xiao and had no time to pay attention to her. Yang Shueru complained to the old lady, "Mom, what does Chinhan mean?" The old lady said irritably, "What does Chinhan mean? Can't you see? If you hadn't stayed with the Yu family mother and daughter for too long, your IQ wouldn't have become so silly." After saying this, she snorted and turned to leave. Sun Hong, seeing the old lady leave, was a bit confused. She nervously asked Mrs. Shi, "Is this marriage settled or not?" Yu Fei also asked with tears in her eyes, "Annie, did Chin young master agree?" Yang Shuru looked at this mother and daughter pair, finally unable to contain her temper. She shouted at them, "Look at how you're dressed today. It's so vulgar, really embarrassing." After saying this, she also turned and left, leaving the Yu family mother and daughter still confused. After Yang Shuru left, Yu Fei cried, "I must marry Shi Chinhan, or else I won't live." Sun Hong comforted her precious daughter. "Don't worry, so what if the Shi family looks down on us? Mrs. Shi still needs to rely on your father's power. This marriage definitely won't fall through." After Shi Chinhan walked out, Dongqing came forward to ask how the marriage arrangement went. Shi Chinhan frowned and said, "Your intelligence is on par with Erha. How could I be interested in you?" Fei thought to herself, "How can Erha compare to me? I could do things for you. Can Erha do that?" After a while, Xiao stood tiredly at the door. Recalling the scene of Shi Chinhan's blind date, she felt uneasy inside. Just as she was lost in thought, Shi Chinhan walked up from behind. "You Xiao, didn't I tell you to stay put? What are you doing here?" Xiao asked confusedly. "Weren't you inside for the blind date?" Shi Chinhan didn't answer, but instead grabbed her hand and questioned, "You Xiao, how dare you dress like this and parade around outside?" Xiao shyly turned her head away. "I'm just working part-time here." Shi Chinhan didn't want to hear her explanation and pulled her hand, saying, "Come back with me. My woman, Shi Chinhan's woman, doesn't need to do these things." Xiao, with a blushing face, said, "I understand." The two came to the elevator. Shi Chinhan asked with a stern face what was going on. Dongqing waved his hand and explained, "Young Master Chun, the elevator is broken. The staff are rushing to repair it." After hearing this, Shi Chinhan was a bit angry. "You mean you want me to wait here?" The manager quickly came forward to explain, "I'm sorry, young Master Chun. We're urgently repairing it." Xiao pulled on Shi Chinhan's clothes and said, "Why don't we take the stairs?" Dongqing anxiously said, "No way, this is the 18th floor. How can young Master Chen possibly take the stairs?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Chinhan put his arm around Xiao and said, "Let's go," leaving Dongqing shocked, thinking the power of love is really amazing. Young Master Chen is actually willing to take the stairs. Opening the stairwell door, the two slowly walked down. Xiao said, "I saw you meeting with Yu Fei and her mother today." Shi Chinhan casually replied, Seeing that he didn't deny it, Xiao felt conflicted inside. Lost in thought, she forgot she was walking down the stairs. She missed a step, trying to take two at once. Fortunately, Shi Chinhan caught her in time, but her ankle was still twisted. Shi Chinhan angrily said, "You woman, really? Even walking downstairs, you're not paying attention." Then he bent down and said, "Get on, I'll carry you." Xiao hurriedly said, "No need." Shi Chinhan grabbed her leg, muttering, "Women are really troublesome." Lying on Shi Chinhan's back, Xiao suddenly felt extremely safe. She thought, why doesn't Shi Chinhan explain today's events to me? Is he really going to get engaged to Yu Fei? Back at Yuhai Longwan, Shi Chinhan pressed Xiao onto the bed. "Quit your job tomorrow." Xiao shyly said, "I need to work to earn money." Shi Chinhan said, "I'll support you from now on." Then he leaned in for a kiss. The mayor's two daughters were actually slapping each other in the hospital. The next morning, Xiao Qiao woke up from her sleep. Looking at Shi Chenhan beside her, she was lost in thought. This man is really domineering when he's awake, but when he's sleeping, he's as gentle as a child. Xiao Qiao was mesmerized and couldn't help but reach out to touch the man's face. He looks cute like this now. Suddenly, Shi Chenhan opened his eyes and said, "Early in the morning, you're already touching me. What are you trying to do?" Xiao Qiao was startled and shyly said, "Besides your good looks, there's nothing else to say." Shi Chenhan looked at Xiao Qiao in front of him and couldn't help but kiss her. They spent a sweet evening like this. In the hospital, Xiao Qiao and her mother looked at her brother with worried faces. Gao Ziqin stroked Xiao Qiao's hair. "Have you been arguing with Chao Chuan again recently? Mom really likes Chao Chuan. He's not bad at heart and will treat you well in the future." Xiao Qiao reluctantly said, "Mom, Chao Chuan and I are not suitable. Please don't talk about him anymore." Seeing Xiao Qiao's disobedience, Gao Ziqin suddenly became angry. "As long as you marry into a wealthy family like Chao Chuan's, your brother's medical and living expenses for the rest of his life will be guaranteed." Hearing her mother's words, Xiao Qiao felt very disappointed. "When you let me study at Styling University, it was just so I could marry into a wealthy family in the future. How is this any different from selling me?" Gao Ziqin, disregarding Xiao Qiao's emotions, continued, "I'm doing this for your own good. I don't want you to be too tired taking care of your brother in the future. I hope you and Chao Chuan get married right after graduation." After hearing this, Xiao Qiao defiantly said, "I don't agree." After saying this, she turned and ran out. Just as she closed the door, she found Tang Qishuan at the door. Tang Qishuan looked at her with a strange expression. "You little one, since you're young Master Chen's woman, you should keep your distance from your ex-boyfriend." Xiao Qiao angrily said, "My relationship with Shi Chenhan is none of Vice Dean Tang's business." Tang Qishuan said, "I'm just kindly reminding you. Although it's pitiful for a girl to be forced by life, you shouldn't do things that go against morality just because you're being punished." At this moment, a voice came from behind. "Oh, isn't this you, Xiao Qiao? Even in the hospital, you can hook up with a man. You really are a flirtatious vixen." They both looked towards the voice. Yu Feifei walked towards them seductively. "You Xiao Qiao, you're really something. You don't even spare the doctors here." Yu Feifei stood beside Tang Xueshuan and said, "Do you know who he is? The men around him are more numerous than the patients in this hospital." Xiao Qiao was very angry when she heard Yu Feifei slandering her. She angrily stepped forward and slapped Yu Feifei hard. "Shut your dirty mouth. Stop making up stories here." Yu Feifei was furious. "You Xiao Qiao, you bitch. How dare you hit me? I'm young Master Chen's fiancé. I'll beat you to death." Tang Qishuan immediately pulled Xiao Qiao behind him and said, "Miss Yu, as the daughter of Mayor Yu, you're showing no class by insulting people here. Don't you think this damages your status?" Yu Feifei, blinded by anger, said, "Who do you think you are to lecture me?" After scolding Tang Qishuan, she rushed toward Xiao Qiao. "You Xiao Qiao, you slut, you've ruined my day." Tang Qishuan kept protecting Xiao Qiao behind him. Yu Feifei's shouting made Tang Qishuan's head buzz. He thought to himself, "When will that Mr. Shi arrive?" At this moment, a deep voice sounded from behind. "What are you doing?" Yu Feifei was startled and stopped her tantrum. They both looked towards the voice. The girl knew that the person she liked was getting engaged, and she made up her mind to let go. In the evening, Yang Shiwaru sat at home reading a magazine. As she flipped through it, she was suddenly shocked. The magazine wrote, "Jinghua's young Master Chun and the mayor's daughter are about to get engaged." Upon learning this news, Yang Shiwaru's face immediately lit up with dimples. "I was just worrying about how to persuade the old lady. I didn't expect Chin Han to send a message on his own." She picked up the phone to call the mayor. "Mayor Yu, have you seen the news? We should meet formally." The voice on the other end of the phone repeatedly said, "Good, Mrs. Shi, we'll be family from now on." At night, Xiao Qiao sat in the hospital garden, looking at her phone. She felt sad inside. Was Shi Chenhan really going to get engaged to Yu Fei? Why did he lie to her? As she thought about it, tears of frustration fell from her eyes. Looking at the man on her phone, Xiao Qiao made up her mind. Their relationship was never meant to be in the open. There would be no more trouble in the future. As she walked, wiping her tears, Anan approached her. "Xiao Dao, so you're here." Xiao Qiao was a bit stunned to see Anan. She forced a smile and said, "Why are you here so late?" Anan took Xiao Qiao's hand and comforted her. "I saw it. Shi Chenhan's engagement news with Yu Fei. I was worried about you." Xiao Qiao held back her sadness and said, "I have no relationship with him." But Anan saw through it all. Xiao Xiao, stop pretending. It's really okay. Why are you crying secretly? Xiao Xiao, whose feelings were exposed by Anan, hugged her and cried out loud, my heart hurts so much. I don't know what our relationship is. I don't know. I'm just persevering. Seeing her so heartbroken, Anan comforted Xiao Xiao, saying, have you fallen in love with Shi Chenhan? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's tears couldn't stop. Have I really fallen in love with him? As the two were discussing love and not love, a car stopped beside them. They were startled. They saw Tang Qishuan getting out of the car in a daze. He called out to Xiao Xiao with slurred speech. Anan said, aren't you Songsun's attending physician? How can you be so drunk? You don't look like Dr. Liu at all. Xiao Xiao saw that Tang Qishuan was completely drunk and thought he seemed different today. Hearing Anan badmouth him, Tang Qishuan drunkenly rushed to Anan's face. Can't doctors drink? Shi Chenhan is getting married. I'm upset. Can I drink a little? Anan was scared and at a loss, thinking this person looked like a stubborn son no matter how you looked at him. Seeing Tang Qishuan getting more and more agitated, Anan knocked him down with a powerful move. Tang Qishuan lay motionless on the ground. Anan said fearfully, is he dead? Xiao Xiao was also shocked. She then squatted down to check his breathing. Then she told Anan, it's okay. He just passed out from being drunk. Anan sighed in relief. In the hospital, Xiao Xiao and Anan were exhausted. Anan complained, this dead man is too heavy. Xiao Xiao walked along the corridor. Someone rushed past in front of them. Xiao Xiao looked up and was surprised. She saw Shi Chenhan standing in front of her, dressed formally. Xiao Xiao said irritably, he's your friend, right? Quickly take him back. Shi Chenhan saw Tang Qishuan's hand on Xiao Xiao's body and immediately felt jealous. This dead woman was actually so intimate with another man. He then yanked Tang Qishuan's hand off and angrily said to Xiao Xiao, why can't you give me peace of mind? Then he pulled her away, leaving Anan alone inside, begging, you dead man, get off me. Although she was very disgusted, Anan still prepared to take him back. Xiao Xiao walked for a while, suddenly realizing something was wrong. She immediately let go of Shi Chenhan's hand. Shi Chenhan turned around, about to explain to Xiao Xiao, but he saw Xiao Xiao crying like rain. Xiao Xiao said tearfully, this is where we end. Don't come looking for me anymore. Hearing her words, Shi Chenhan was thunderstruck. Then he angrily pinned Xiao Xiao against the wall. I told you to wait for me. Why don't you listen? Xiao Xiao pushed him away forcefully. Wait for you? Why should I wait for you? You're about to get engaged to Yu Feifei. In what capacity should I wait for you? From now on, we don't know each other. Don't come and disturb me anymore. After saying that, she turned and left crying. After Xiao Xiao left, Shi Chenhan punched the wall in frustration. He said, why can't you trust me? At a man's engagement party, his ex-girlfriend came to cause trouble. The next day, Shi Chenhan brought Xiao Xiao to try on dresses at a shopping mall. Looking at herself in the mirror, she was lost in thought. The saleswoman beside her said enviously, Miss Yu, this is our latest piece flown in from Milan. Xiao Xiao turned and asked Shi Chenhan, why did you bring me here to try on clothes? Shi Chenhan crossed his legs and smiled. On the day of my engagement party, as the daughter of a female guest, you naturally need to attend. He got up and walked to Xiao Xiao's side, touching her face and said meticulously, you've been with me after all. I don't want to see you dressed so messily. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's temper flared up immediately. Don't worry, I'll definitely dress up beautifully to attend young master Shi's engagement party. Shi Chenhan said seriously, you must dress beautifully. After saying that, Xiao Xiao walked into the fitting room. At this moment, her emotions were a bit out of control. She thought, this liar, he's about to get engaged to Li Feifei. Tears involuntarily flowed down. Maybe I really have fallen for him. They stayed like this, one inside and one outside, for a long time. Shi Chenhan said impatiently to Xiao Xiao, in just a few more days, I can openly be with you. Dongqing asked quietly beside him, young Master Chen, what about the engagement gift for Miss Feifei? Shi Chenhan said irritably, just casually pack something. Hearing this, Dongqing was speechless. This was truly differential treatment. Shi Chenhan walked out of the room. Suddenly he heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw it was his nephew, Gong Jinghao. He came up with pleasantries. Congratulations, uncle, you're about to get engaged. I thought your fiancé would be someone else. I didn't expect it to be you. Shi Chenhan walked past him, not wanting to talk. Suddenly he remembered something and turned back, saying, do you often bully your classmates at school, especially those surnamed Dean? He leaned in and threatened, that's my woman. You'd better behave. After saying that, he turned and left. Gong Jinghao's face darkened after being threatened. He thought, let's see what tricks you can pull at your engagement party. The next day, the engagement party began. Shi Chenhan gentlemanly helped Xiao Xiao out of the car. Xiao Xiao, holding her dress, looked at the engagement venue. This day had finally come. As she was lost in thought, Shi Chenhan approached. Looking at the beautiful woman before him, he was particularly happy. He thought, after today, we can finally be together openly. At the engagement venue, a man congratulated. Mayor Yu, congratulations. You found a golden son-in-law. The future is limitless. Mr. and Mrs. Yu Jinzhong smiled and said politely, "You're too kind." At this moment, Li Feifei made a grand entrance wearing a blue and white dress. The socialites around her gathered to admire. Miss Li looks so beautiful today. She's truly a phoenix among people, exuding an aura of wealth. Amidst the flattery, Li Feifei blushed shyly. The engagement party was about to start. Li Feifei said worriedly, "Mom, why hasn't young Master Chen arrived yet?" "Son Hong," she said with a beaming smile. "What's the rush? It's not time yet." The guests were arriving. Xiao Xiao looked out the window with a worried expression. Suddenly, Shi Chenhan pushed open the door, interrupting Xiao Xiao's thoughts. "Shouldn't you be with your fiancé? Why are you here?" Shi Chenhan looked at Xiao Xiao's unhappy face and touched her cheek tenderly. "The dress is nice, but the makeup and hair accessories are a bit off. Change to something better." Xiao Xiao was confused. "What do you mean?" Shi Chenhan didn't answer and left the room. Shortly after, Dongqing entered with two makeup artists. Xiao Xiao was bewildered. "Dongqing, what are you doing?" Dongqing turned to the two girls and instructed, "You two help Miss Yu with her makeup." Young Master Chen said it must be the most stunning. The two girls pulled Xiao Xiao to the makeup table. Xiao Xiao sat down, feeling a bit shy. She wondered what this man was up to. At the engagement venue, two guests were chatting. "Is young Master Chen really not coming?" The long-haired girl said, "One is marrying into wealth, the other is marrying for love. How can they be the same?" At this moment, there was a commotion at the entrance. "Wow, who's that girl? She's so beautiful." Due to a chance encounter at a nightclub, the girl's life took an unexpected turn. Yu Feifei and Sun Hong turned to look, full of hostility. They saw Xiao Xiao walking in gracefully, wearing an exquisite dress. Seeing how beautiful Xiao Xiao was, stealing her spotlight, Yu Feifei lost her composure and cursed. "You slut, why are you at my engagement party?" Xiao Xiao replied, "Why can't I be here?" Yu Jinzhong was shocked to see Xiao Xiao. "What are you doing here?" Sun Hong also lost her composure and started scolding. "You shameless woman, get out of here right now." Seeing their anger, Xiao Xiao scoffed. "Are you afraid I'll expose your illegitimate daughter's identity and embarrass you in front of the mayor?" As soon as she finished speaking, Gong Jinghao suddenly appeared and grabbed Xiao Xiao. They came to the corridor, where Gong Jinghao pinned Xiao Xiao against the wall. He mocked, "Dressed so formally and expensively. Looks like you're still clinging to my uncle." Xiao Xiao said with disgust, "Get out of my way. My business is none of your concern." Gong Jinghao shouted angrily, "Are you so willing to be his mistress?" Xiao Xiao felt hurt by his words, her eyes full of disappointment. She said, "Isn't this what you wanted? This is all because of you." Gong Jinghao, "What right do you have to lecture me?" Gong Jinghao became agitated and said emotionally, "He's about to get engaged to another woman, and you still won't let go. If you were with me, Gong Jinghao, you could also rise to prominence." Seeing him insult her, Xiao Xiao angrily called him crazy. Just then, someone shouted from behind, "Gong Jinghao, what are you doing?" Hearing someone call his name, Gong Jinghao was startled, thinking, "How did Uncle get here?" Shi Chenhan walked up and reprimanded, "Things that aren't your business, it's best not to meddle in. People you shouldn't provoke, it's best to stay far away from." After speaking, he looked anxiously at Xiao Xiao. "Go touch up your makeup, then come with me." Xiao Xiao's face turned red from his domineering tenderness. At the engagement venue, people were gossiping. "Young Master Chen really isn't coming? Looks like Yu Jia is going to lose face." Hearing these words, Yang Shiweru's face darkened. She told her assistant, "No matter what, bring him back to me." At this time, Yu Feifei was also very nervous, fearing that Shi Chenhan would really not show up as everyone said. Suddenly, the doors of the venue opened. Shi Chenhan made a handsome entrance wearing a black suit. Seeing him arrive, Yang Shiweru immediately felt relieved. Yu Feifei couldn't contain her excitement and said, "Dad, young Master Chen really came." Yu Jinzhong calmed his daughter's emotions, saying, "Feifei, stay composed." Shi Chenhan quickly stepped forward. The host looked nervously at young Master Chen, then picked up the microphone and announced, "The engagement ceremony will now begin." Today, young Master Chun has a surprise for everyone. Now, let's invite young Master Chun to speak. Shi Chunhan took the microphone and said, "Today is a joyous occasion for me and the Yu family's daughter. Thank you all for attending my engagement party. Now, please allow me to personally invite my bride to enter." The venue doors slowly opened. Yu Xiaoqiao entered wearing a purple gown, her hair cascading over her chest, holding a bouquet of flowers. Under everyone's gaze, she slowly walked toward Shi Chunhan. The girl, abandoned by her father since childhood, was forced to be acknowledged on her engagement day. Seeing Xiaoqiao enter, the father and daughter were shocked. Yu Jianzhong stepped forward and scolded in a low voice. "Today is Fei Fei's big day. Don't embarrass me here. Get out now." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Chunhan quickly walked over and said, "Mayor Yu, please rest assured about Yu Xiaoqiao. I will take good care of her, love her, and never let her be hurt." Hearing his words, Yu Jianzhong became furious. "Shi Chunhan, what do you mean?" Yu Fei collapsed to the ground, tears involuntarily starting to fall. Yang Shuuru and the old lady also had mixed emotions. Shi Chunhan smiled at Yu Jianzhong and said, "I want to marry the Yu family's daughter, Yu Xiaoqiao. Mayor Yu, do you have any objections?" Xiaoqiao was both shocked and shy hearing his words. The reporters nearby became excited. "Big news! Mayor Yu actually has another daughter." Reporters aimed their cameras at Mayor Yu, asking various questions. "What's your relationship with Yu Xiaoqiao? Is she an illegitimate child? Mayor Yu actually had a mistress?" Hearing their wild speculations, Yu Jianzhong shouted, "It's all slander and rumors." Shi Chunhan smiled upon hearing his words. He put his arm around Xiaoqiao and said coldly, "Mayor Yu, as far as I know, Yu Xiaoqiao is your eldest daughter, isn't she?" Yu Jianzhong was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. The reporters started discussing among themselves. "So Yu Xiaoqiao isn't illegitimate, but Yu Fei is? We didn't expect the upright Mayor Yu to have such a messy private life. This is really a slap in the face." A reporter stepped forward and asked, "Young Master Chun, you previously announced that you were getting engaged to Mayor Yu's daughter. Were you fooling everyone, including Mayor Yu?" Another reporter chimed in, "Yes, young Master Chun never clarified the news. If this isn't deception, what is it?" Shi Chunhan frowned at their words and retorted, "When did I ever say I was getting engaged to Yu Fei? Who is Yu Fei?" He raised Xiaoqiao's hand and said to Yu Jianzhong, "I've always intended to marry your eldest daughter, Yu Xiaoqiao." Yu Jianzhong broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "This Shi Chunhan is determined to put me in a difficult position today. If I don't go along with him now, my political career is over." Recognizing the situation, Yu Jianzhong smiled at the reporters and said, "Young Master Chun is correct. Xiaoqiao is indeed my daughter." He thought to himself, "Whether Fei or Xiaoqiao marries, it's beneficial for me." Hearing Yu Jianzhong acknowledge Yu Xiaoqiao, the reporters became excited. "Mayor, you really did have a mistress." Yu Jianzhong, hearing the reporters accuse him of having a mistress, immediately refuted, "I didn't have a mistress. Xiaoqiao is my daughter with my ex-wife." Xiaoqiao, seeing this old man acknowledge her, felt a mix of emotions. She quietly threatened, "Since you've acknowledged me, please pay my brother's alimony on time. Otherwise, these reporters might start saying all sorts of things." To save face, Li Jianzhong turned and smiled fakely, saying, I will. He raised his hand and said, "Young Master Chen's fiancée is my eldest daughter, Yu Xiaoqiao. Now, let's continue with the ceremony." Hearing her father say this, Yu Fei immediately said with tears in her eyes, "No, it's not true. Young Master Chun is supposed to get engaged to me." She went up to grab Yu Jianzhong to demand an explanation. Unexpectedly, she slipped and fell face first, crying loudly from the pain. Yu Jianzhong, seeing this scene, felt very embarrassed and thought, "You're completely ruining my reputation." Sun Hong saw her daughter fall and quickly went to help her up. She then started scolding Yu Xiaoqiao. "You homewrecker! Young Master Chen's fiancée is my daughter." Hearing her shamelessness, Xiaoqiao didn't hold back and said, "You stole my father back then, and now your daughter wants to steal my fiancé too?" The reporters nearby chimed in, "Yeah, a mistress still has the nerve to argue. How shameless." Sun Hong trembled with anger at the gossip. Yu Fei got up without caring about her mother and ran towards Yu Xiaoqiao crying, "I'm the one young Master Chun is getting engaged to. I'm the real mayor's daughter. Yu Xiaoqiao, who do you think you are? An illegitimate child. Get out of here." The girl couldn't accept someone else taking her fiancé. Disregarding her image, She went on stage and caused a scene. I'm young Master Chen's fiancé. You illegitimate child. Who do you think you are? Get out of here. The audience below gossiped. Is this the well-educated daughter of Mayor Yu? She's so vulgar. No wonder young Master Chen doesn't like her. After this scene, which prominent family would dare to marry such a woman in the future? Various mockeries and gossip came flooding in. Yu Jianzhong, who greatly values face, couldn't lift his head. This girl had completely ruined his reputation. He then slapped Yu Feifei hard. Yu Feifei held her face, feeling wronged. Tears streamed down as she said, Dad, why aren't you helping me? Why are you hitting me instead? Seeing her unrepentant, Yu Jianzhong roared, Get back home. Stop embarrassing us here. Then two bodyguards came and dragged Yu Feifei away. She cried out unwillingly, It's not true. You even said before that Yu Xiaoqiao would be my bridesmaid. Young Master Chen, I'm your real fiancé. Shi Chenhan looked disdainful and said, I don't remember ever saying such things. Xiaoqiao, do you remember? Xiaoqiao replied, I don't remember either. Shi Chenhan said lovingly, The one I've loved from the beginning has always been Xiaoqiao. Then he embraced Xiaoqiao and gently kissed her. Their sweet gesture attracted the reporter's attention. Wow, they're so in love. They're truly a perfect match. A girl nearby said, I'm so envious of you, Xiaoqiao. She found such a good husband. She's so happy and lucky. Surrounded by sweetness, Xiaoqiao felt a bit unreal. She turned to Shi Chenhan and said, I feel like I'm in a dream. Is this real? Shi Chenhan caressed Xiaoqiao's face and said, Silly girl. From now on, I'll make everyone trust you. Xiaoqiao pouted proudly and said, You kept it from me for so long without telling me. I was heartbroken for a long time. I thought I was going to lose you. The couple exchanged sweet words. At this moment, Yu Jianzhong and his wife approached with smiles. They said kindly, Xiaoqiao, Dad is here. I sincerely congratulate you. Sun Hong thought to herself, no matter how much I hate her, I have to be nice to Shi Chenhan. After all, the Yu family will rely on them in the future. She then chimed in, Yes. Annie also wishes you and young Master Chen all the best. Xiaoqiao said irritably, Mayor Yu, you wouldn't even spend a penny on your own son's medical bills. Yet you're so eager to acknowledge a daughter here. What a joke. Yu Jianzhong awkwardly rubbed his hands and said, Xiaoqiao, how could I not care about your brother? Young Master Chen, where are you two going? Shi Chenhan hugged Xiaoqiao and said, Of course, I'm taking Xiaoqiao home. Yu Jianzhong continued to try to please Xiaoqiao. You haven't been home for a long time. If you don't mind, stay at home tonight. Sun Hong chimed in, Yes, and he also hopes you'll come home to stay. Xiaoqiao couldn't help but laugh. Home? Which home is more noble than the mayor's threshold? I can't afford to split it. Yu Jianzhong quickly explained. It's all Dad's fault for not caring enough about you before. Although you're engaged to young Master Chen, you still need to acknowledge our family. Don't let young Master Chen laugh at us. Xiaoqiao coldly said, Sorry, Mayor Yu. Your home was never my home. After saying this, she turned to Shi Chenhan beside her and said, Let's go home. Young Master Chen of Jinghua, CEO of Tianguan Group, actually has a mentally ill mother. Yu Jianzhong watched the two of them get in the car without saying a word. At this moment, Sun Hong came up and said some cold words. Now you want to suck up to that little bastard. She's climbed up the social ladder now and doesn't even bother to look at you. Yu Jianzhong immediately snapped. Shut up. You have the nerve to criticize me? How did you raise Feifei? She's completely ruined my reputation. As they argued, the two started fighting. Sun Hong turned into a shrew. Yu Jianzhong, you ungrateful bastard. If it weren't for my family paving the way for you, would you be where you are today? Yu Jianzhong said, Let go quickly. Haven't we been embarrassed enough today? If the reporters catch this, do you still want to make headlines? Amidst their quarrel, suddenly a reporter spotted them and shouted, Isn't that Mayor Yu and his mistress? The two froze in place. The reporters, sensing explosive news, swarmed towards the two. Meanwhile, Yu Feifei was crying and scratching at the wall, saying, Young Master Chen is mine. You Xiaoqiao, you homewrecker. At this moment, Bai Luobin walked out from behind, crossing his arms and said, Feifei, don't embarrass yourself anymore. Don't you understand by now? The woman in the scandal video was Yu Xiaoqiao. You were just a decoy for young Master Chen to divert attention. Upon hearing this, Yu Feifei collapsed to the ground, finally understanding everything. So Yu Xiaoqiao had been involved with young Master Chen all along. She couldn't swallow this. She stood up angrily and said, Yu Xiaoqiao, I'll kill you. Bai Rubin grabbed her arm and advised, There's still time. I believe you can win young Master Chen back. I'll always help you. Yu Feifei calmed down a bit after hearing this. She said goodbye to Bai Rubin and went home. After Yu Feifei left, Bai Luobin revealed a sinister expression. You're really a good tool to deal with, you Xiao Qiao. Back home, Xiao Qiao, wearing pajamas, was lost in thought in the living room. Shi Chenhan slowly hugged her from behind and asked, "What are you thinking about, Mrs. Shi?" Xiao Qiao felt a bit shy hearing this title. Shi Chenhan looked at her lovingly and said, "You're already my fiancé. Naturally, you'll marry me in the future." Xiao Qiao pouted proudly. "Who said I'm marrying you? You schemed to get me." Shi Chenhan poked Xiao Qiao's face and said, "You ungrateful little thing. I went to great lengths to win you over, and you're still complaining." Hearing this, Xiao Qiao directly pulled Shi Chenhan's head close and kissed him passionately. After the kiss, Xiao Qiao felt a bit shy and said, "I still haven't agreed to be Mrs. Shi." Shi Chenhan put his finger on Xiao Qiao's lips. He said mischievously, "Then what should I do to make you agree?" Seeing him about to tease her again, Xiao Qiao shyly turned her head and said, "We haven't even dated yet." Shi Chenhan lifted Xiao Qiao's chin again and said seductively, "Silly girl, we're dating right now." After saying this, he kissed her deeply. Then they went back to the room, spent a lovely evening in each other's arms. Afterwards, Su Qinghan went to the hospital and opened a room door. Inside, a woman was sitting quietly. She was talking to herself, facing the pillow. "Qinghan, when you grow up, you must take everything from the Su family. You are the only heir of the Su family. You must help me get the Su family's property. I want to be the true mistress of the Su family." Then the woman's face changed, saying fiercely, "If you can't do it, I'll strangle you." Shi Chenhan looked at his mother without speaking, thinking, "Is this what you want?" The girl had just become the fiancée of the CEO, and her mother-in-law was already causing trouble. The next morning, Xiao Qiao woke up yawning and got up. She found that Shi Chenhan was gone. She looked around, but couldn't find him. At this moment, her phone suddenly rang. Answering the phone, Xiao Qiao asked, "Who is it?" Yang Shuiru said on the phone, "I'll give you 1 hour to come to the hospital. Otherwise, your brother and mother will be exposed to the reporters immediately." Xiao Qiao nervously said, "Mother-in-law, what are you going to do?" Yang Shuiru didn't answer and hung up directly. Xiao Qiao hurriedly got dressed and rushed to the hospital. She thought, "I absolutely can't let my brother appear in front of reporters. If he's pressured by reporters and gets emotional, it will be troublesome for the hospital outpatient department." A crowd of people was gathered at the entrance. Yang Shuiru pretended to say, "Today I came to the hospital mainly to visit Xiao Qiao's sick brother and my abandoned in-law mother." A reporter asked, "We heard that Xiao Qiao has a mentally challenged brother, and her stepfather owes a large gambling debt. Is that true?" People started discussing, a sick person and a gambler. What a chaotic family. No wonder Xiao Qiao would curry favor with young Master Chen. Just then, a taxi stopped at the hospital entrance. Xiao Qiao rushed into the crowd, looking ready to fight. "Madam Shi, what do you mean?" Seeing Xiao Qiao arrive, Yang Shuru put on a fake smile. "Xiao Qiao, you're here. Come with me to see your brother." Then she waved to the reporters, saying, "All right, I'm going to tease Xiao Qiao's family now. Aren't you going to follow and report? Let's go in quickly." Hearing this, Xiao Qiao became a bit flustered and loudly questioned, "You're here to see my family. Why bring so many people?" Yang Shueru, being questioned, didn't get angry, but instead forced a smile and said to Xiao Qiao, "You're not worried about your family appearing in public, making you feel ashamed, are you?" Hearing Yang Shueru's words, the reporters chimed in, "So you Xiao Qiao is so vain. For the sake of climbing the social ladder, she doesn't even care about her family. She must be afraid of her foolish brother's appearance." Xiao Qiao trembled with anger at these gossips, saying tearfully, "That's not what I meant." She thought Yang Shueru came prepared today, intentionally embarrassing her. Before she could think of a strategy, Yang Shueru attacked again. "Xiao Qiao, you're the future daughter-in-law of our Shi family. We will accept your family no matter what. We will also lend a helping hand to you." Hearing Yang Shueru's image-building words, the reporters praised her. "Madam, she is truly a national good mother-in-law. Miss Yu is so lucky." Xiao Qiao, a novice, was no match for her opponent. With tears in her eyes, she said to Yang Shueru, "If you want to target someone, it's me. Why bring reporters to bully my family?" Yang Shueru, with a victorious posture, said, "Child, what nonsense are you talking about? Chenhan loves you so much, and I like you too, very much. How could I target you?" As soon as she finished speaking, a man in the distance said, "That's right. How could mother target my fiancé?" The girl's mother favored boys over girls, never treating girls as people. They both looked back. It was Shi Chenhan. He walked up, put his arm around Xiao Qiao's waist, and said coldly to Yang Shuiru, Xiao Qiao's brother needs peace and quiet. If the patient gets agitated, wouldn't the outside world think that you, mother, bringing so many reporters, have ulterior motives? Yang Shuiru was immediately speechless. Then Shi Chenhan turned his head angrily and said, You reporters, can you take this responsibility? Xiao Qiao's family is my family. If anything happens to my family, we'll all be kicked out of Jinghua City. Seeing young Master Chen angry, the reporters were too scared to speak. Yang Shuiru, seeing the reporter's embarrassment, smiled and said, Chenhan, I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I won't visit today. After saying that, she slunk away. After everyone left, Shi Chenhan said lovingly to Xiao Qiao, Let's go back first. We'll come see your brother another day. Xiao Qiao nodded with tears in her eyes. When they got home, Shi Chenhan instructed Dongqing, closely monitor all activities at the hospital. Absolutely, do not let reporters harass Xiao Qiao's family. After entering the house, Xiao Qiao immediately threw herself into Shi Chenhan's arms. Shi Chenhan was startled and asked worriedly, What's wrong? Xiao Qiao cried and said, Thank you for today. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Shi Chenhan tenderly stroked Xiao Qiao's face. Silly girl, how could I let anyone bully my woman? Protecting you is my responsibility. Xiao Qiao felt a bit dejected, but your mother doesn't seem to like me. I don't know how to get along with her in the future. Shi Chenhan picked Xiao Qiao up and walked towards the sofa. Whether she likes you or not is not important at all. You don't need to care about it. You just need to know that if she gives you trouble, you must tell me. I'll handle it. After hearing his words, Xiao Qiao was a bit confused. Your relationship with your mother doesn't seem very good. Shi Chenhan's face turned cold. She's not my mother at all. Xiao Qiao was puzzled. You mean? Before Xiao Qiao could finish, Shi Chenhan directly revealed the truth. She's not my biological mother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao hugged him tightly, gently stroking his head. She thought, no wonder, madam, she gave him the top floor room. It wasn't that she didn't know he was afraid of thunder, but madam, she did it deliberately. As Xiao Qiao thought about this, her heart filled with sympathy. In the future, on rainy nights with thunder, I will always be with you. The next morning, Xiao Qiao exclaimed happily, Oh, breakfast is finally ready. Looking at the table full of delicious food, she felt a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, Shi Chenhan came downstairs and asked, Why did you get up so early? Seeing Shi Chenhan, Xiao Qiao happily called him over. Come and eat. I've made a table full of delicious food. Shi Chenhan lovingly stroked Xiao Qiao's head and said, Little one, you're so experienced early in the morning. Xiao Qiao shyly pushed him away. What are you doing? Let go of me. After we finish eating, I need to go back home for a bit. Shi Chenhan teasingly tapped her nose. You're engaged to me now, and you're still thinking about going home? This is your home from now on. Xiao Qiao nestled in Shi Chenhan's arms. With a worried look, she said, I haven't told my mom about our engagement. I want to go back and see her. After hearing this, Shi Chenhan said, All right, I'll have Dongqing take you back. In a few days, I'll personally visit my mother-in-law. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao smiled happily. In the sunny afternoon, Xiao Qiao happily pushed open the door to her home. But as soon as she entered, Gao Cixin threw a newspaper in her face. If I hadn't seen the news of your engagement to Shi Chenhan in the newspaper, I, as your mother, would still be kept in the dark. Xiao Qiao looked at the fabricated content in the newspaper, thinking how the situation had blown up so much, with all arrows pointing at her. She anxiously grabbed her mother's hand. Listen to my explanation first. Things are not as you see them. Gao Cixin immediately shook off Xiao Qiao's hand. Not only did you cause your brother's hospital room to be besieged by reporters, but you even stole your sister's fiancé. How can you be so shameless? Hearing her mother say this, Xiao Qiao cried and shouted loudly. Have you forgotten how Dad and you Fei Fei treated us before? So what if I took you Fei Fei's fiancé? Hearing her daughter talk back, Gao Cixin slapped her hard. Your actions will only make people point at my back, saying I didn't raise you well. Hearing her mother say this about her, Xiao Qiao's tears of grievance fell uncontrollably. She cried, In your heart, am I not even as important as your face? Am I really your biological daughter? After hearing Xiao Qiao's words, Gao Cixin fell into deep thought. She recalled past events. Xiao Qiao in the orphanage, holding a doll, calling out, I want to find my mom. Back to reality, Gao Cixin felt her words earlier were a bit harsh. She wanted to comfort her, but Xiao Qiao didn't hear her call and ran out heartbroken. Gao Cixin's hand reached out towards her daughter, then pulled back. Perhaps adopting Xiao Qiao back then was a mistake. The glorious and domineering CEO turned out to be an illegitimate child. At Hailong Bay, Xiao Qiao returned home in a daze. Shi Chenhan was sitting on the sofa, leisurely drinking red wine. He turned and said, "The little one is back." But when he looked closely, he saw Xiao Qiao's face was very swollen. He hurriedly came forward, caressing her face and asking, "Your mother dared." At this moment, Xiao Qiao was full of grievances. Mom thinks I'll cause a scene with Fei Fei at the engagement party, embarrassing her. She also blames me for involving my brother in this. Hearing Xiao Qiao's story, Shi Chenhan thought of himself. Perhaps my mother also didn't want me because of losing face. Deeply understood this feeling of abandonment. He then hugged Xiao Qiao and comforted her. "No matter if your mom wants you or not, you still have me. I will never leave you." After saying this, he lovingly kissed her forehead. "I'll take you somewhere." The two came to a small restaurant in a poor area. An old man with white hair greeted them with a smile. "Oh, it's young Master Chen. Come in quickly. What would you like to eat today? Wonton or noodles?" Shi Chenhan smiled and said, "A bowl of scallion noodles without scallions." Xiao Qiao looked at Shi Chenhan's happy expression. She wondered why he would come to such a humble place to eat. At this time, an old lady brought 2 bowls of noodles, smiling and saying, "Young master, she is here." She walked up and put the noodles on the table. "This is the scallion noodles you like so much." The old lady looked at Xiao Qiao and asked, "Oh my, who is this beautiful young lady?" Shi Chenhan introduced her graciously. "Grandma Tian, this is my fiancée." The old lady was delighted to hear this. "That's wonderful. Young master, she finally has a girlfriend. Look how sweet this girl is." The old man chimed in. "Yes, in the blink of an eye, young master, she has grown up. I remember when young master she was little, his mother often brought him to our small restaurant to eat." Hearing the old man mention Shi Chenhan's sad past, the old lady immediately intervened. "You talk too much. Let's go inside quickly. Let this young couple eat in peace." After they left, Shi Chenhan said, "In the past, this small street was very busy and lively. But now the government wants to demolish and renovate it, so it's become much quieter." As he spoke, his gaze suddenly turned sharp. The reason Yang Xiueru is trying to win over Li Jianzhong is to secure this piece of land for the craftsman. No matter what, I absolutely won't let her have her way. Xiao Qiao asked, "Chenhan, you seem very familiar with this place." Shi Chenhan pondered. "Tian's shop holds a special meaning for me, because it's the only memory I have with my mother. Recalling his childhood, Mom loved to bring me here to eat noodles. I could always eat a big bowl." The memory stirred Shi Chenhan's feelings of longing. After a while, the two arrived at a nursing home. Shi Chenhan looked at the woman on the bed and told Xiao Qiao, "She is my birth mother." He then sat down beside her and talked about the past. "When I was little, my mother and I lived in that small alley. Life was a bit difficult, but we were happy. But later, everything changed." Shi Chenhan stroked his mother's head, looking dejected. "Everyone envies me for being the high and mighty Shi family heir, but I'm just an illegitimate child." After hearing this, Xiao Qiao asked, "So what's the situation with your mother now?" Shi Chenhan looked at his mother, his eyes becoming piercing. "Shortly after I was taken back home, my mother went mad. This was all Yang Xiueru's doing." At this moment, Shi Chenhan's mother seemed to sense something and cried out, "Chenhan, is that you? Have you come to see me?" Seeing his mother talking to him, Shi Chenhan happily responded, "Yes, Mom. It's me, Chenhan." Xiao Qiao greeted her warmly. "Hello, Annie." Before she could finish, his mother's hand reached directly for Shi Chenhan. He looked surprised, thinking his mother had awakened. But the next second, his mother's demeanor suddenly changed. She shouted loudly, "Why are you alive? You should be dead. Why don't you just die?" She then grabbed a glass from the table and threw it at him. Shi Chenhan was caught off guard, and his forehead was directly hit and injured. Xiao Qiao looked distressed. "Chenhan, you're bleeding." Shi Chenhan said nonchalantly, "Let's go." The nurse heard the commotion and rushed over. Shi Chenhan's mother was still very agitated. "It's all because of you that I've become like this. You should have died long ago. If you die, everything will end." Suddenly, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Shi Chenhan stood by the window, looking outside. Recalling the past, his mother had once said, "If only I died, we would all be free." Xiao Qiao pulled him back from his memories, comforting him. "Don't be afraid. I'm here, Shi." Chenhan hugged her and asked, "Do you hate your mother?" Xiao Qiao wrapped her arms around Shi Chenhan's neck and said, "I don't hate her. With you by my side, I just want to be happy with you forever." Hearing Xiao Qiao's words, Shi Chenhan immediately kissed her. The girl becomes the fiancée of the domineering CEO, and her sister extremely exposes her dark secrets. At Hailong Bay, Shi Chenhan was eating a bowl of noodles. Xiao Qiao asked expectantly, Chenhan, how's the taste of the scallion noodles I made? Shi Chenhan arrogantly wiped his mouth. Compared to Grandma Tian's cooking, it's still a bit lacking. Xiao Qiao angrily put her hands on her hips, saying, Grandma Tian is a professional chef. Okay, I just learned how to make this. Shi Chenhan, seeing Xiao Qiao's cute expression, pulled her into his arms and said, Little one, tell me, why are you trying so hard to please me? Do you have something to ask of me? Xiao Qiao thought to herself, can this man read minds? Actually, I want to go back to school for classes. I wanted to get your approval. After hearing this, Shi Chenhan affectionately stroked Xiao Qiao's cheek. Silly girl, is that all? Going to school is not a problem. It's just that the media and reporters are all watching you now. So be careful when you go out. No matter where you go, you can't escape my grasp, he said, then gently tapped Xiao Qiao's nose. Xiao Qiao beamed with happiness and rewarded Shi Chenhan with a kiss. Shi Chenhan felt it wasn't enough and returned another kiss to Xiao Qiao. They kissed passionately. Xiao Qiao shyly pushed him away, saying, Eat your meal. I still need to go to school after we finish eating. Shi Chenhan was no longer in the mood to eat. He immediately embraced Xiao Qiao and kissed her deeply. And so, they spent a sweet morning together. Xiao Qiao arrived at school and took out her textbooks, placing them on the desk. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. Xiao Qiao answered the call. The person on the other end said, You Xiao Qiao, if you don't want your foolish brother to be exposed online, come to Jinshan nightclub tonight. Xiao Qiao recognized Yu Feifei's voice and angrily replied, If you dare harm my brother, I'll make you regret it. Yu Feifei scoffed. You Xiao Qiao, even though you have Chen protecting you, many small websites are eager for headlines. She then hung up abruptly. At Jinsha Beach nightclub, Xiao Qiao rushed over and pushed open the door. Yu Feifei sat on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine, looking smug. Oh my, you came quite quickly. Now that Xiao Qiao had Chen's support, she spoke confidently and bluntly. Yu Feifei, I advise you to use your brain when doing things. Don't lift a rock, only to drop it on your own foot. Hearing this, Yu Feifei jumped up from the sofa and raised her hand to slap Xiao Qiao. How dare you say I have no brain? Xiao Qiao caught her hand. I don't have time to fight with you. You're threatening me with my brother. What's your real purpose? Yu Feifei withdrew her hand, smirking. Oh right, thanks for reminding me. I almost forgot the main point. She then took out her phone. I heard you were drugged here before. I suppose you must have done something unspeakable, right? The photo instantly enraged Xiao Qiao. She snapped, Shut up, stop spreading rumors. Yu Feifei held her phone with her finger on the send button, threatening. You Xiao Qiao, today I'll make you fall from your cloud and let you know how miserable it feels to crash down. Xiao Qiao looked panicked. What are you going to do? At that moment, there was a commotion outside, shouting, Open the door. We're reporters. Yu Feifei went to unlock the door. Reporters swarmed in, bombarding Xiao Qiao with questions. Someone leaked that you used to work here for a living. Is that true? How did you become young Master Chen's fiancé? Are you here today to return to your old profession? Various rumors came at her. Xiao Qiao hurriedly explained, I came here today for a reason. It's not what you think. Just then, a deep voice came from behind. Who gave you the guts to cause trouble on my turf? How would you feel if the girl you like becomes your aunt? Gong Jinghao pushed open the door and walked in. He put his arm around Xiao Qiao and said coldly, I invited this woman here. If any other news gets out, I'll make each of you disappear from Jinhua City. Hearing his words, the reporters were shocked and stood frozen in place. Seeing they weren't moving, Gong Jinghao shouted, Get out. Then he led Xiao Qiao out of the room. Outside, he instructed Haizi, confiscate the memory cards from these reporters' cameras. Destroy them all. Haizi acknowledged the order. Soon, the two of them arrived downstairs. Xiao Qiao said, Thanks for just now. I can go back by myself. Gong Jinghao leaned in and started to sow discord with you, Xiao Qiao. Becoming my uncle's fiancé, are you happy? Let me tell you, he doesn't love you at all. He loves the person from 5 years ago. Xiao Qiao was shocked to hear him mention Shi Chenhan's former lover. At that moment, Shi Chenhan drove up. Gong Jinghao politely greeted, Uncle, you're too late. Xiao Qiao was almost bullied. Seeing their posture, Shi Chenhan felt jealous and coldly said, Xiao Qiao, let's go home. Xiao Qiao quickly walked over and took his arm. To assert his ownership, Shi Chenhan smiled at Gong Jinghao. I know everything that happened. You took good care of your aunt. Gong Jinghao was furious, gritting his teeth. He thought, just you wait. When I steal her away, let's see if you can still smile. Shi Chenhan then turned to Xiao Qiao and said, Although you're his aunt now, you should still thank him for helping you today. Hearing his words, Xiao Qiao thought that made sense. She turned and smiled, saying, Jinghao, your aunt thanks you. Inwardly, she was delighted, thinking this big devil still fears his uncle. Hearing her speak in an elder's tone, Gong Jinghao clenched his fists in anger. Ungrateful woman, if I ever help you again, I'm not human. That night, Shi Chenhan returned to Yuhai Long Bay. Standing by the window, he called Dong Qing. On the other end, Dong Qing said Chen Xiaoning's attitude was correct, and Gong Jinghao had returned to the Jinsha Beach nightclub. Shi Chenhan wasn't surprised at all. Indeed, Gong Jinghao was connected to the Jinsha Beach nightclub. He told Dong Qing to keep watching Gong Qing and ensure the mission was completed. Then he hung up. Xiao Qiao hugged him from behind and started to act coy. Chenhan, I shouldn't have gone to Jinsha Beach alone today. Please don't be angry, okay? Shi Chenhan held Xiao Qiao in his arms. Silly girl, do you know how worried I was about you today? Xiao Qiao said dejectedly. I thought you would scold me. Why aren't you following the script? Shi Chenhan teased with a mischievous smile. Although I'm not angry, you still deserve punishment. Xiao Qiao asked confusedly, what? Shi Chenhan put his arm around her waist, smiling. Seeing his naughty smile, Xiao Qiao repeatedly said, no. Shi Chenhan picked her up in one swift motion. You say no, but I say yes. Otherwise, you'll fly. Xiao Qiao was startled and laughed shyly, saying, You're awful. Looking at the adorable girl in his arms, Shi Chenhan also started laughing. That night, Xiao Qiao tossed and turned in bed. What did Gong Jinghao mean by what he said earlier? The woman from 5 years ago? Could it be Shi Chenhan's ex-girlfriend? This girl is so pitiful. Just because she got involved with the CEO's fiancé, she was attacked by multiple people. At Jinsha Beach nightclub, everyone looked towards the entrance. Wow, is that young Master Chen? At this moment, Shi Chenhan walked in with his arm around Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao asked puzzledly, What are we doing here? Shi Chenhan lovingly stroked her head. Naturally, we're here to show off our love. Suddenly, some reporters started pursuing them relentlessly. The reporters, sensing a headline, immediately raised their cameras and approached Chen Xiao. Shi Chenhan, remembering how Gong Jinghao had taken care of Xiao Qiao, felt angry. Only I can protect my woman. It's not for other men to interfere. This time, I'll show off properly in front of the reporters. You deliberately brought me here, so that reporters would have no excuse to make a story about me entering and leaving Jinsha Beach nightclub, right? Xiao Qiao had a sudden idea. She immediately hugged Shi Chenhan's arm and started showing affection in front of the media. Shi Chenhan looked smug. You're not too stupid after all. Xiao Qiao felt so happy at that moment. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Shi Chenhan led her to a private room. Xiao Qiao was delighted. Wow, did you prepare all this? Shi Chenhan affectionately patted Xiao Qiao's head. I'm not so terrible as to actually bring my wife to a nightclub. He then sat on the sofa, took a piece of cake, and fed it to Xiao Qiao. You must be hungry. Eat something first. Xiao Qiao took the cake and ate it happily. Shi Chenhan picked up a glass of red wine and said, No rush. Eat slowly. There's more to see later. At this moment, 2 security guards brought Yu Feifei in. Yu Feifei panicked and shouted, Who are you? I'm the mayor's daughter. You dare to kidnap me? Don't you want to live? The guards pushed Yu Feifei in front of them. Xiao Qiao was confused, wondering why she was here. Seeing Xiao Qiao, Yu Feifei cursed wildly. You monkey, you dare to mess with me? I'll beat you to death. Hearing Yu Feifei insult his wife, Shi Chenhan's face darkened instantly. Xiao Qiao asked confusedly, What's going on? Shi Chenhan said darkly, Xiao Qiao, I'm a person who always takes revenge. I won't let anyone who bullies you go. If anyone dares to touch a hair on your head, I'll make them lose a finger. Xiao Qiao broke out in a cold sweat hearing this. Yu Feifei, terrified, knelt down and begged, Young Master Chen, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Shi Chenhan coldly replied, Miss Yu, you shouldn't be begging me, and I'm not the one you should apologize to. Hearing this, Yu Feifei immediately knelt before Xiao Qiao. Please help me say some good words to young Master Chen. Xiao Qiao remained silent. Yu Feifei anxiously said, After all, you're my sister. Please help me. Xiao Qiao laughed coldly. Now you remember I'm your sister? When you were constantly targeting and humiliating me before, why didn't you think of our sisterhood? Xiao Qiao pushed away the kneeling Yu Feifei. You reap what you sow. No one will pay for what you've done. Yu Feifei, enraged, tried to slap Xiao Qiao. You monkey, I'll never let you off, even if I die. Shi Chenhan stepped forward and grabbed Feifei's hand. You really never learn, he said, then ordered his men. Take her away. Do whatever you want. Two men in black came up, grabbed her, and walked toward the dark room. Yu Feifei struggled fiercely. Xiao Xiao, I won't let you off. Shi Chenhan put his arm around Xiao Xiao and walked out. Behind them, Yu Feifei's miserable screams could be heard. In the morning, Shi Chenhan sat at home watching TV. While switching channels, he saw a news report. The mayor's daughter, Yu Feifei, was caught doing that at the Jinsha Beach nightclub. As he watched intently, Xiao Xiao walked over, still sleepy-eyed. She sat down and watched the news with delight. Shi Chenhan stroked her head and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Xiao Xiao said, "Yu Feifei has learned a big lesson this time. She won't dare to do anything to me anymore." Shi Chenhan poked Xiao Xiao's nose. "Silly girl, don't think too well of people. A leopard can't change its spots." Xiao Xiao smiled and said, "I know." Just as they were talking, the doorbell suddenly rang. Shi Chenhan laughed coldly. "They're here quite fast." Xiao Xiao was confused, wondering what he meant. He went to open the door. It was Mr. and Mrs. Yu Jianzhong. As soon as they entered, they started fake smiling. Xiao Xiao was disgusted seeing them. She coldly asked, "Mayor Yu and Madam Yu, what brings you here so early in the morning?" Yu Jianzhong sat on the sofa with a pained expression. "Xiao Xiao, what Feifei did before was wrong, but she's still your sister. How could you be so cruel? Now all the reporters know she was caught doing that at the nightclub. Can you please clarify that she went there to find you?" Seeing him so humble, Xiao Xiao laughed. "Mayor Yu is truly a loving father. Your own son is in the hospital, and you don't visit him, but you're here pleading for your mistress's daughter." Hearing herself called a mistress, Sun Hong pouted. "Look at you. Just because you became young Master Chen's fiancé, you're so arrogant. You don't even respect your father anymore." Yu Jinzhong, already angry, slapped Sun Hong hard across the face when he heard her speak. After being slapped, Sun Hong was clearly not satisfied. She shouted, "You dare hit me?" Yu Jinzhong retorted, "You still have the nerve to talk? It's all because of your daughter's trouble. Not only did she embarrass herself, but she also made me look like a rat on the street." Seeing the two fighting in his home, Shi Chenhan angrily shouted, "Enough! Yu Feifei schemed to frame my fiancé. Did you think I would let her off? Guards, see them out." Two bodyguards immediately came up and kicked them out. After leaving, Yu Jianzhong was seething with anger. He thought, "I can't let Feifei's scandal ruin my plans. For this political election, I still need the support of Xi's family. It seems I have no choice but to seek Gao Tuiqin's help." In the evening, Xiao Xiao was sitting on the bed playing with her phone. Suddenly, she excitedly called out. Shi Chenhan asked curiously, "Who are you chatting with so late instead of keeping me company?" Xiao Xiao, with tears of joy, said, "Chenhan, my mom asked me to come home for dinner. I can go home to see my brother now." Hearing this, Shi Chenhan felt a bit disappointed. "Seems like you're not happy staying here with me." Without thinking, Xiao Xiao replied, "Yes," then quickly shook her head, saying, No, that's not right." Shi Chenhan turned his head away arrogantly, sulking. Xiao Xiao thought, "Oh no, I said the wrong thing." She then moved closer and started to charm him. "Chenhan, I'm very happy living here, really. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry, okay?" Shi Chenhan turned his head and said, "Your apology lacks sincerity." Seeing he said she lacked sincerity, Xiao Xiao kissed his lips. "How about this?" Shi Chenhan, seeing her act coy, immediately got excited. He turned and pinned her down. "You little minx, you've learned how to seduce people now." Then he hugged Xiao Xiao and said, "I'll go home with you tomorrow to visit my future mother-in-law." Hearing him say mother-in-law, Xiao Xiao blushed. "Stop it, I haven't said I'll marry you yet." Hearing her say she hadn't agreed to marry him, Shi Chenhan kissed her deeply. The next day, Gao Tuiqin was excited to see Xiao Xiao return. "You're finally back. Mom missed you so much." "You child, were you angry with me? You didn't come back for so long." At this moment, Shi Chenhan came up to greet her. "Hello, Auntie." Gao Tuiqin was confused. Xiao Xiao introduced, "Mom, this is Shi Chenhan." Realizing who he was, Gao Tuiqin was shocked. She thought, that little boy from the alley has grown up so much. No, I absolutely can't let them be together. I must find a way to separate them. A while later, the two went outside. Shi Chenhan stood with his arms crossed, looking displeased. Xiao Xiao pleaded, "Mom wants me to stay at home for a few days. Please, can I stay for a few days?" Shi Chenhan angrily replied, "Fine, don't leave me." Xiao Xiao softened her approach, moving closer and kissing his cheek, saying, "I'm not leaving you. I'll just stay for 2 days, okay? I'll come back to you after 2 days. Be good and wait for me. Seeing Xiao Xiao's persistence, Shi Chenhan had no choice. He said arrogantly, "You think you can bribe me with these little sweet nothings? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Hearing him talk about dealing with her, Xiao Xiao's face turned red with embarrassment. Shi Chenhan turned and pinned her against the car. "Only 2 days. If you're late, you'll face the consequences." There's more where that came from. After saying this, he kissed her deeply. In the afternoon, Gao Cuiqin took Xiao Xiao to the hospital. Looking at Song Song on the bed, she felt heartbroken. Xiao Xiao filially massaged her mother's shoulders. "What's wrong? You seem troubled." Gao Ziqin composed herself and turned to say, "Xiao Xiao, Mom thinks you and Shi Chenhan aren't suitable. Mom hopes you'll leave him." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao was confused and asked, "Why do you say that? Chenhan is very good to me." Hearing Xiao Xiao's refusal, Gao Ziqin held her hand and started to appeal to her emotions. "Listen to Mom and leave him. You two really aren't suitable." Xiao Xiao, hearing her insistence, became a bit anxious. "I just don't understand why you want me to leave him. We're doing fine. How are we not suitable?" Gao Cuiqin lowered her head, deep in thought. She wanted to tell her about what happened years ago, but as she hesitated, Yu Jinzhong walked in with some people. "Cuiqin, I'm here to pick up Xiao Xiao. I've just paid for Song Song's medical expenses for a year and bought many toys he likes." Seeing him arrive, Gao Cuiqin quickly stood up and agreed. "Xiao Xiao is your daughter. If you want to take her back, I have no objections." Hearing their conversation, Xiao Xiao was displeased. "What do you mean, take me back? What are you talking about?" Yu Jinzhong smiled and said, "I've already discussed it with your mother. We're planning to take you home." Gao Cuiqin chimed in, "Only if you live at home will you be the rightful mayor's daughter. Then those reporters won't use your brother's condition against us. Besides, your father has promised me he'll take care of your brother for the rest of his life." Hearing her mother's words, Xiao Xiao was shocked. No wonder her mother was helping Yu Jinzhong. It was all for her brother's sake. At this point, Xiao Xiao was utterly disappointed in her mother. She stood up saying, "I won't go back with him," and was about to leave. But just as she reached the door, Yu Jinzhong blocked her. With a gloomy face, he persuaded, "Xiao Xiao, be good. Come home with me." Xiao Xiao shook off his arm and was about to say something. Suddenly, a group of reporters appeared at the door. "Madam Mayor, your family seems to be very close." Yu Jinzhong smiled falsely and said, "Our relationship has always been good. Today, I'll take Xiao Xiao back to the Yu family. I won't let her suffer even a bit." Seeing so many reporters, Xiao Xiao couldn't say much. She thought, Yu Jinzhong came prepared today. I want to see what tricks he has up his sleeve. She then smiled and said, "Dad is so enthusiastic today, I can't refuse." In the afternoon, Yu Jinzhong took Xiao Xiao home. Chan Mei smiled and said, "Xiao Xiao, make yourself at home. Sun Hong, quickly prepare a room for Xiao Xiao. She'll be living with us from now on." Hearing that Xiao Xiao was staying, Sun Hong's face immediately dropped. "A house full of servants is useless, and now I have to serve her? Just because she's engaged to the Shi family, she thinks she's the Empress Dowager Cixi." Just as she finished speaking, Yu Feifei came down from the second floor. Seeing Xiao Xiao, she started cursing. "You monkey, what are you doing in my house?" After cursing, she rushed down from the second floor ready to fight. "How shameless are you? Get out!" As Xiao Xiao was about to defend herself, Yu Jinzhong rushed forward first. He slapped Feifei hard, making her spin. He shouted, "Haven't you had enough? Isn't the incident at Golden Sand Beach nightclub embarrassing enough? This is your sister's home too. Apologize to your sister now." Seeing Yu Jinzhong angry, Sun Hong quickly stepped forward to persuade Feifei to apologize. Seeing someone backing her up, Xiao Xiao stepped forward and taunted, "Little sister, don't you even listen to Dad now?" Under her father's threat, Yu Feifei said sorry with hatred in her eyes. Seeing her so miserable, Xiao Xiao walked forward and continued to taunt. "There's a saying that fits well here. What's yours will always be yours, and what's not, you can't take." After saying this, she quickly walked towards the second floor. "Little sister, your room must be nice. I'm taking it." The next day at the Yu family villa, Shi Chenhan sat imposingly in a chair. Yu Jinzhong fawned. "Young Master Chen, why did you come so early? We only prepared some home-cooked dishes. Please forgive our poor hospitality." Sun Hong glared at Yu Jinzhong, annoyed. To curry favor with young Master Chen, he'd even throw away his dignity. Hearing this, Shi Chenhan smirked. "Mayor Yu, you've gone to great lengths early in the morning to set up this trap. Aren't you just waiting to lure me in?" Yu Jinzhong broke into a cold sweat hearing this. "Young Master Chen is joking. Our two families are now in-laws. It's good to interact more. He then ordered, Sun Hong, tell the kitchen to add a few more dishes. Don't skimp. They must be substantial dishes. At this moment, Xiao Qiao happily ran downstairs. Chenan, you're here. Yu Jianzhong quickly stepped forward to flatter. Xiao Qiao, how did you sleep last night? Young Master Chen was thinking of you and came early to see you. Come, sit next to Dad. Xiao Qiao ignored him and sat directly next to Shi Chenhan. Seeing Xiao Qiao safe and sound, Shi Chenhan finally relaxed. You really? Why didn't you tell me you were going home? You made me worry. Yu Jianzhong stood awkwardly beside them. Young Master Chun, Xiao Qiao, is staying at my place. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. We're all family now. We'll need your support in the future. Shi Chenhan threw a stack of documents on the table. He questioned, the land that the Gong family recently acquired, it was specially approved by the mayor, right? Since when did you become so close to the Gong family? Yu Jianzhong was too nervous to speak. I don't know about this matter. He thought to himself, if I had known Shi Chenhan would be so difficult to deal with, I shouldn't have agreed to help Yang Shiweru take her project away from Dongfang. Now I'm in trouble. He's caught me red-handed. Seeing Yu Jianzhong's insincere response, Shi Chenhan stood up and said, Mayor you weren't on my side from the beginning. I can't let you rely on me. I'll take Xiao Qiao home now. Next time you miss her, I'll send her back. You don't need to make such a big fuss. Xiao Qiao turned to Yu Jianzhong and said, That's right. If you miss me, Dad, just tell Chenhan. Yu Jianzhong laughed awkwardly. Yes. Come back whenever you feel homesick. This will always be your home. After they left, Yu Jianzhong recalled what Shi Chenhan had said. It seemed that to gain young Master Chen's support, he would need to cut ties with Yang Shiweru first. A girl takes a drunk doctor home, but discovers she has a habit of napping. In the car, Xiao Qiao noticed Shi Chenhan's unhappiness and nervously said, Not bad. Shi Chenhan replied with a haughty emph. You still know. You made a mistake. In the 2 days I was gone, you were taken away. Xiao Qiao hugged his arm and coaxed. What do you mean taken away? Yu Jianzhong took me home just to curry favor with you and get benefits. He wouldn't dare do anything to me. Hearing this, Shi Chenhan hugged Xiao Qiao and said, You're really carefree. Yu Jianzhong might not dare to do anything to you, but Fei Fei and Sun Hong might not be so kind. Xiao Qiao snorted, I'm not afraid of them. Going back home was a chance to vent my anger. Shi Chenhan affectionately pointed at Xiao Qiao's forehead. Looks like our little rabbit has learned to be fierce. Xiao Qiao teasingly lifted his chin. Of course, sleeping with a wolf for so long, I've learned some wildness. Shi Chenhan leaned in and whispered, Tonight, let's learn something else. Xiao Qiao blushed and said, You're naughty. In a coffee shop, Tang Qishuan sat formally in a chair. I don't know what the old man was thinking, using a stick as a blind date signal. At that moment, a young woman walked over and sat opposite him. After carefully looking at each other, they both exclaimed, How come it's you? Tang Qishuan crossed his arms, very haughty. What a small world. Even on a blind date, I run into Anan. Anan replied, Yeah, to think I'd meet a pervert like you here. Hearing this, Tang Qishuan stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, What? You call me a pervert? How am I a pervert? Anan recalled a night a few days ago when she kindly took a drunk Tang Qishuan home. He wasn't polite at all, stripping completely naked and collapsing on the bed. Since then, in Anan's mind, Tang Qishuan was a complete pervert. Seeing Anan not speaking and glaring at him, Tang Qishuan said, Woman, I'm asking you a question. Anan, seeing his behavior, wondered if this was really the same person from that night. She then teasingly asked, Dr. Tang, do you have a habit of sleeping naked? Tang Qishuan, embarrassed, said, How do you know? Anan smirked, It's true. That night, I accidentally took a few photos of you. Seeing the photos, Tang Qishuan immediately became furious. You woman, you dare to take secret photos of me? He reached out to grab the phone. Anan quickly put her phone away. Being clever and quick-witted, she thought of a good way to deal with the arranged blind date from her family. To keep her family from knowing about the successful blind date, she actually asked the man to pretend to be her boyfriend. Tang Qishuan was both shocked and embarrassed after hearing this. Woman, is there something wrong with your brain? Anan said seriously, Since we're both being forced into blind dates and marriage by our families, and you don't like me, and I don't like you, why don't we pretend to be a couple? It's mutually beneficial. Tang Qishuan internally criticized, This woman is really not right in the head. He stood up, preparing to leave. Anan threatened, Dr. Tang, I advise you to consider it. Otherwise, Tang Qishuan turned his head disdainfully and asked, Otherwise what? Anan took out her phone. I don't mind if Dr. Tang becomes an internet celebrity tomorrow. Tang Qishuan gritted his teeth in anger. You dare threaten me? Anan ignored him and casually tossed a business card. I can give you time to think about it. Call me when you've made up your mind. After saying that, she walked out contentedly. Tang Qishuan clenched his fists in anger behind her. My lifelong reputation. How can it be threatened by a little woman? He picked up the photo on the table. Looking at this woman, she's quite interesting. Tang Qishuan returned home. The old man was lying weakly on the sofa, groaning. Tang Qishuan asked worriedly, Grandpa, is your heart condition acting up again? The old man said breathlessly, You brat, I told you to go on a good blind date, and you messed it up again. Do you think I've lived too long? Tang Qishuan quickly tried to calm his grandfather's emotions. You can't get angry with your heart condition. If it didn't work out this time, we can try again next time. Your grandson is so handsome. There's no worry about finding a marriage partner. Hearing this, the old man immediately recovered and said, Is that what you're saying? Then he handed Tang Qishuan a stack of photos. These are all the profiles and photos of eligible young ladies I had people collect. Go on blind dates immediately. Seeing Tang Qishuan's lack of response, the old man stood up and snorted, If you don't get married, I won't have the surgery. Tang Qishuan looked at the handful of beautiful women's photos, feeling speechless. Grandpa, you're using your life to force me? Going on blind dates one by one, I might as well die. Hearing his grandson's rebellion again, the old man clutched his chest, pretending to be weak. Oh, my heart, if you really care about your grandfather, bring me a granddaughter-in-law soon. Tang Qishuan took out that business card, thinking, Looks like I have no choice but to find this woman. Then he took out his phone and called Anan. He laughed awkwardly and said, Missin, shall we meet? The girl came to the hospital to see her brother. After Gao Chin didn't give a reason. Instead, she pushed Xiao Qiao and threatened, Go break off the engagement with him right now. If you can't do it, don't come back. After leaving, Xiao Qiao was confused. Why did Mom know about the scar on Chenhan's arm? Why was she forcing me to break up with him? Could it be that Mom knew Chenhan before? Tingguan Group Building. A document slammed on the table with a loud bang. Everyone was too scared to make a sound. Chenhan said angrily, The Gong family is quite ambitious. They even dare to compete with me for overseas projects. Just as he was fuming, a phone call made him change his expression instantly. Xiao Qiao lay on the bed and asked, Chenhan, when are you coming back? Chenhan teased, Missing me already? The shareholders behind him chattered. One said, Just now he was furious. Now he's smiling. The balding man next to him said, Are you stupid? It must be his wife calling. Xiao Qiao didn't cheer up even when Chenhan teased her. She said dejectedly, I miss you. When are you coming back? Chenhan laughed and said, You silly girl. I've only been gone for a few days, and you can't handle it? I'll come back when things are done here. Be good and wait for me at home. Xiao Qiao responded sadly. After hanging up, Xiao Qiao gained more confidence. She thought, If Mom doesn't tell me the reason, I won't leave Chenhan. But while she was lost in thought, Gao Chin sent a text message. Your brother is being discharged tomorrow. Come back. Let's have a family dinner. Seeing that her mom was calling her back, Xiao Qiao was excited. It seemed she had come around. After sending the text, Gao Chin had a worried expression. She thought, Don't blame Mom for being cruel. If you marry that man, you'll surely have bad luck in the future. Hearing that she wanted to break up Xiao Qiao's relationship, Li Qingshan pondered for a moment. You stupid woman. Xiao Qiao finally managed to get close to young Master Chen. I can't let you ruin it. The girl's mother, to prevent her from dating, actually threatened with her life. Xiao Qiao happily returned home with fish. Mom, I'm back. I bought brother's favorite fish. I'll make fish soup for him today. Gao Chin took the fish and said, Xiao Qiao, Mom specially designed a set of clothes for you. It's in your room. Let me take you upstairs to try it on. Hearing that her mom didn't mention Chenhan, Xiao Qiao was extremely excited. It seemed she no longer opposed their relationship. She hugged her mom and said, Thank you. Arriving on the second floor, she pushed open the door and said smilingly, The clothes Mom designed must be beautiful. But upon entering and looking closely, there was nothing. At this moment, Gao Chin's face darkened. With a bang, she closed the door. Xiao Qiao turned back, confused, and asked, Mom, what are you doing? Open the door. Gao Chin replied coldly, I told you to break up with Chenhan, but you wouldn't listen. Don't blame Mom for being ruthless. You can come out, but only if you break up with him. Suddenly, there was thunder and lightning outside, and it started pouring rain. Xiao Qiao looked out the window, deep in thought. Mom took my phone. What if Chenhan calls and can't find me? As she was lost in thought, Gao Chin opened the door with a serious face and said, Anan is calling you. Just as Xiao Qiao was about to take the phone, Gao Ziqin threatened her again. If you make a call, don't blame me for disregarding our mother-daughter relationship. Xiao Qiao took the phone. Ainin, what do you need? Ainin said, Xiao Qiao, you haven't been to class for several days. Where have you been? Xiao Qiao held back her tears and said, nothing. I've just been busy lately, so I couldn't go. Ainin said nervously, the final exams are coming up soon. The school has implemented a new system. If you fail one subject, you'll directly lose your graduation qualification. When Xiao Qiao heard about the new system, she immediately perked up and said excitedly, I'll go back to school tomorrow. After hanging up, Gao Zuiqin snatched the phone away and said with displeasure, are you planning to go out and find Chenhan? Xiao Qiao clenched her fists in anger and said, the exams are coming up soon. If I fail, I won't be able to graduate. Hearing that she didn't answer directly, Gao Zuiqin turned and grabbed Xiao Qiao's arm, yelling, I forbid you to be with him. He's a disaster. Xiao Qiao was upset by her mother's shouting. She forcefully shook off her hand and asked, you're trying everything to keep us apart. At least tell me why. The money that saved you was from him. The money that saved my brother was also from him. How is he a disaster? Gao Zuiqin was completely enraged. She slapped Xiao Qiao hard and shouted angrily, that's what he owes us. He should pay it back. Xiao Qiao cried loudly from the slap and asked back, what does he owe us? Seeing that she wouldn't listen no matter what, Gao Zuiqin became exasperated. She opened a drawer, took out scissors, and pointed them at her own neck, threatening, if you go find him again, I'll kill myself right in front of you. Seeing her mother so emotional, Xiao Qiao quickly yielded. Mom, don't. I'll listen to you, okay? Seeing that it was effective, Gao Zuiqin continued to threaten, promise me you'll break off the engagement with him. Seeing her mother threatening with her life, Xiao Qiao had no choice but to agree for now. Li Qingshan heard the commotion inside and rushed in, shouting, what are you doing? He quickly came to Gao Zuiqin's side, covered her wound with his hand, looked at Xiao Qiao, and asked, what happened here? Xiao Qiao didn't answer. Gao Zuiqin, with tears in her eyes, said, tomorrow I'll talk to the principal and let the school keep an eye on you. Hearing her mother's words, Xiao Qiao didn't want to resist anymore and replied disappointedly, okay. After they left, Xiao Qiao sat in the corner, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She thought, why does mom insist on breaking us up? Chenhan is so good to me. Can't you see that? Having a CEO boyfriend is such an impressive thing. Xiao Qiao arrived at school, looking at her phone with tears flowing. Ainin beside her was also very worried. Xiao Qiao, why don't you give Chenhan a call? Crying like this all the time isn't good for your health. Just as she finished speaking, the phone rang. It was Chenhan calling. Xiao Qiao didn't answer, but chose to hang up. She said dejectedly to Ainin, my mom threatened to kill herself. I'm afraid she might really hurt herself. As they were discussing, a man's voice called out from afar. They looked in the direction of the voice. Pang Qishuan was leaning against a car, looking very stylish. Then Chenhan also got out of the car. The junior girls nearby saw Chenhan and swooned. Wow, he's so handsome. Is this Yu Xiao Qiao's fiancé? He's incredibly handsome. Pang Qishuan pulled Ainin aside and complained, you wicked woman, why did you stand me up last time? Ainin replied shyly, we're just pretending to be a couple, not really dating. Why are you taking it so seriously, young Master Tang? Xiao Qiao walked up to Chenhan and nervously asked, why did you come? As soon as she finished speaking, tears poured down like a flood. Chenhan saw her tear-stained face and felt heartbroken. He stroked Xiao Qiao's face and said, silly girl. Why are you crying? I'm here now, aren't I? Hearing Chenhan's words, Xiao Qiao's longing for him exploded. She threw herself into his arms and cried loudly, Chenhan, I missed you. I really missed you. I thought I'd never see you again. Chenhan lovingly stroked her cheek and said, I know everything about your mom keeping you at home. Xiao Qiao was surprised. How did you know? Chenhan put his arm around Xiao Qiao's waist and said, otherwise, how would your school suddenly come up with a new system for students to live on campus? It's just a ploy to get you out of the house, isn't it? Xiao Qiao had a sudden realization. So that's how it is? I was wondering why there would be such a special system. Then how did you know I was being held captive? Chenhan replied, your foster father told me. Seeing their intimate gestures, the fangirls behind them squealed. Chen Xiao is so handsome. He's so gentle with Xiao Qiao. I'm so jealous I could die. As the two arrived at the school cafeteria, it caused another commotion. Everyone was chattering. Someone of Chen Xiao's status actually condescends to eat in the cafeteria. He doesn't seem so aloof after all. I'm so envious of you, Xiao Qiao. Seeing so many people staring at them, Xiao Qiao suddenly felt shy. she whispered to Chen Han. You were holding me earlier and walking around the campus like we were on display. Isn't that too showy? Chen Han gently stroked Xiao Qiao's head. I want the whole school to know that you are my woman, Chen Han's woman. This way, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao's face turned red as she said, You're really domineering. The fangirls, seeing the couple so sweet, looked envious. Chen Xiao is so sweet. Xiao Qiao, I'm about to melt. Chen Han put both hands on Xiao Qiao's shoulders and said, The more domineering part is yet to come. As he finished speaking, he directly kissed her. Their kiss immediately made the fangirls go wild. Some even took out their phones to take pictures. Wow, this is too much. It's absolutely dog food. This is simply torturing us singles. Chen Han, seeing his goal achieved, prepared to leave with Xiao Qiao. Before leaving, he turned back slightly, thinking, no one should even think about my woman. Gong Jinghao stood behind them, taking in everything that had just happened, feeling a mix of emotions. Bai Luo Bin recklessly said beside him, Young Master Gong, your uncle is here. Aren't you going to say hello? Yu Feifei chimed in, Yes, yes. Gong Jinghao, irritated by their words, kicked the sofa hard. After kicking, he left without looking back. The boy had been bullied since childhood. Who would have thought he'd grow up to become a CEO? In the afternoon, Chen Han brought gifts to Xiao Qiao's home. Seeing the wealthy guest arrive, Li Qingshan immediately served tea and water. Young Master Chen, it's such an honor to have you in our home. Gao Cuiqin, unable to stand his behavior, angrily told him to stop. Chen Han didn't beat around the bush. He said directly, Mrs. Liu, if you have any dissatisfaction with me, you can express it directly. But if you go too far with Xiao Qiao, even if it's you, I won't be polite. Hearing the threat, Gao Cuiqin became a bit scared. Chen Han stood up and continued, Xiao Qiao is very filial and naturally obeys your words. But don't forget, she is now also my fiancée. I have the right to protect her. No one is allowed to hurt her. Seeing him approach, Gao Cuiqin grabbed his arm. After confirming once again about that year's incident, she cursed loudly. You bringer of bad luck. You unwanted child. How dare you threaten me? Hearing Gao Cuiqin call him an unwanted child, it triggered memories of his childhood. Back then, without his mother's company, he was often bullied by other children. After being beaten, he didn't dare tell his mother and could only cry alone in a corner. At this moment, he suddenly woke up, broke free from Gao Cuiqin's arm, said nothing, and turned to leave. Gao Cuiqin, relentless and in full shrew mode, continued cursing behind him. You disaster. Stay away from my daughter. Haven't you harmed us enough? Li Qingshan, fearing she might start a fight, quickly pulled Cuiqin back, saying, What are you doing? How dare you treat young Master Chen like this? Chen Han, hearing his words, was very confused. He turned and asked, Have we met before? Gao Cuiqin didn't answer. Instead, she collapsed on the ground in anger. Even if I die, I won't agree to you two being together. Hearing this, Chen Han smirked coldly. Death is the easiest. What in this world could be simpler than a clean sweep? He recalled seeing his mother attempt suicide when he returned home from school years ago. In the end, she didn't die, but became the deranged person she is now. Mrs. Ziyu, the only reason I've been considerate towards you until now is because I don't want to put Xiao Qiao in a difficult position. But if you force Xiao Qiao to do things she doesn't want to do in the future, I won't be polite. With that, he turned and left. Hearing his words, Gao Ziqing trembled with anger, clenching her fists. At this moment, Song Sun ran down from upstairs. He nervously said, Mom, don't cry. Song Sun will protect Mom. Seeing her son so well-behaved, Gao Cuiqin's mood improved significantly. Recalling the past, she remembered that Song Sun and Chen Han were once good playmates. Many years ago, when Gao Cuiqin was bringing Song Sun home, they encountered Chen Han and his mother. Gao Ziqing, seeing his disheveled appearance, asked if the child had been bullied again. Chen Han's mother burst into tears, full of guilt. This child has suffered so much following me. Chen Han happily said, Thank you. From then on, the two became very good playmates. As she thought about it, Gao Cuiqin's tears flowed uncontrollably. My Song Sun used to be so smart and lovely. It was because I helped that child that Song Sun was harmed. Now, no matter what, we can't have any connection with the Chen family. In the evening, it started pouring rain outside. Chen Han was shivering in a corner when his phone suddenly rang. Answering the call, Dongqing on the other end said, Young Master Chen, we found out that Gao Cuiqin was abandoned by Lu Jianzhong years ago and lived in the alley of Meili Street for a few years. Hearing this news, he was stunned, thinking, Meili Street? Isn't that where I lived with my mother when I was little? Could it be that we really know each other? The scheming woman, in order to take revenge, planned a perfect trap. At night, Xiao Qiao returned to the dormitory. People around were chattering. Isn't that you, Xiao Qiao? For the sake of the internet, she even abandoned her parents. I never thought she was that kind of person. Entering the dorm, Xiao Qiao said with drooping arms, I'm so tired. Seeing her return, and then quickly took out her phone and said, Xiao Qiao, look at the news quickly. Xiao Qiao took the phone. It read, famous fashion designer Gao Suiqin publicly announces severing mother-daughter relationship with Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao was shocked seeing the news. How could mom do this? And then said, it seems your mom is really angry this time. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Qiao rushed out of the dormitory saying, I'm going back to find mom. And then said, be careful. Back home, Xiao Qiao frantically knocked on the door. Mom, let me in. I know I was wrong. The door opened, and two things were thrown out. Xiao Qiao looked down and saw it was her suitcase. Gao Suiqin, with a cold face, said, since you insist on being with Chenhan, you are no longer my daughter. Don't ever come back to this home again. With that, she slammed the door shut. Xiao Qiao was left alone, pleading, please let me in. Gao Suiqin coldly said from inside, just go. Pretend I never had a daughter like you. At this moment, Xiao Qiao was desperate. She left, carrying her suitcase and holding her teddy bear. The next day at school, Gong Jinghao looked at his phone with a smug expression, thinking, you Xiao Qiao, kicked out of home. Let's see how you manage now. At this time, Bai Ruobing walked over. Gong Jinghao looked up and asked, what do you want? Bai Ruobing took out a bottle of red wine and asked if he wanted a drink. Gong Jinghao didn't refuse. He took the glass and mockingly said, what? Su Yihang doesn't want you anymore? Bai Ruobing poured the wine while laughing along. You Xiao Qiao is really something. Su Yihang and Chao Chuan can't forget her. And now, even young Master Chen has been lured away by her. Hearing her badmouth Xiao Qiao, Gong Jinghao instantly became furious. He smashed the wine glass on the ground. Bai Ruobing looked at him nervously and asked, do you like Xiao Qiao? Gong Jinghao angrily said, if you don't get out now, I'll throw you out myself. After achieving her goal, Bai Ruobing walked out of the classroom, thinking, Gong Jinghao really does like you Xiao Qiao. What a waste of my good wine. In the corridor, Bai Ruobing sent a message on her phone. I've dealt with Gong Jinghao on my end. Only you Xiao Qiao is left. At this time, Xiao Qiao was walking anxiously on the street. Looking at her constantly ringing phone, she thought, if mom cuts ties with me, what will I do in the future? Chenhan hasn't come for 2 days either. I should give him a call. The call rang for a long time with no answer. Suddenly, several people approached from behind. Xiao Qiao sensed movement behind her and turned around, asking, what are you doing? Before she could finish speaking, a strange cloth covered her mouth. A moment later, Xiao Qiao lay unconscious on the ground. In the hospital, the doctor reported to young Master Chen, the patient can't handle any stress now. It's best not to ask about past events. Chenhan said, I understand. After the doctor left, Dongqing asked, should we go to your home again? Chenhan replied, forget it. If Gao Suiqin wanted to talk, she would have done so already. She wouldn't keep pressuring Xiao Qiao. No matter what the reason, I won't abandon Xiao Qiao. At this moment, he took out his phone and saw a missed call from Xiao Qiao. He immediately called back, but the phone was turned off. Realizing something was wrong, he told Dongqing, let's go to the school now. The domineering CEO's fiancé was drugged, and something happened with his own nephew. Gong Jinghao pushed open the library door with a bang. Having just drunk alcohol, he was breathing heavily. He thought, you Xiao Qiao sent me a message to come to the library. What could it be about? So he started searching with a flashlight. Suddenly, strange sounds came from inside. Looking at the dark library, Gong Jinghao became impatient. He shouted loudly, damn woman, where are you? Come out! As he walked, he felt his body getting hot. He loosened his collar, which helped a bit. As he searched forward, a book fell on the wall. He turned around and saw it was Yu Xiao Qiao. At this moment, Xiao Qiao was completely weak, slumped on the ground with hazy consciousness. Gong Jinghao hurried over to support Xiao Qiao. Wake up! At this moment, Xiao Qiao had been drugged. She tugged at her clothes, saying, it's so hot. Gong Jinghao felt her forehead. Why is it so hot? He picked up Xiao Qiao, intending to take her to the hospital. At the door, he gave it a kick, only to find it was locked. Gong Jinghao realized they had been set up. Otherwise, why would you Xiao Qiao ask him to come to such a place? Kneeling on the ground, he patted Xiao Qiao's face. Xiao Qiao, wake up. Can you hear me? The drug's effect was strong on Xiao Qiao. She murmured hazily, I'm so hot. Seeing Xiao Qiao's condition, Gong Jinghao instantly understood. You've been drugged, haven't you? Hearing his words, Xiao Qiao suddenly threw herself at him. Gong Jinghao pushed her away, warning, if you keep this up, I won't be nice. Looking at Gong Jinghao before her, Xiao Qiao mistook him for Chen Han. She shyly said, don't you want me? At this moment, the drug's effect began to take hold of Gong Jinghao too. Touching Xiao Qiao's face, he said, you started this. Don't blame me. Suddenly, he recalled the events from a while ago. That missed opportunity at the Golden Beach nightclub entrance, which benefited Chen Han instead. Coming out of his memories, Gong Jinghao looked at Xiao Qiao's shy appearance, unable to resist. He thought, finally, I can have you. The scene changes, and then rushed into the classroom, panting, angrily slamming the desk. She questioned Bai Ruobing. Xiao Qiao didn't return to the dorm last night. Have you seen her? Bai Ruobing picked up her coffee, sneering. And Ziyu, are you out of your mind? Why should I care where she goes? The blue-haired girl next to her chimed in. You Xiao Qiao must be fooling around with some guy behind young Master Chen's back. Bai Ruobing added, You Xiao Qiao is so flirty, she might really be messing around with some random guy. Their words completely enraged in it. She grabbed a cake and threw it at them, yelling furiously, How dare you say that? Hit with the cake, Bai Ruobing flew into a rage. She slammed the table and stood up. And Ziyu, you dare to act wild with me? Are you tired of living? Just as she finished speaking, Su Yihang appeared at the door and called out, Ziyu. Both of them turned to look at him. Seeing her fiancé arrive, Bai Ruobing quickly went to him, acting coy. Yihang, and Ziyu just bullied me. Su Yihang pushed her aside and asked, Ziyu, what did you mean earlier about Xiao Qiao being missing? Bai Ruobing, hearing Su Yihang's lack of concern for her, and instead caring about Yu Xiao Qiao, felt very awkward. Just as she was about to argue, and then started crying. Xiao Qiao didn't come back all night, and her phone is unreachable. Her mom said she had already returned to school. I don't know if something happened. Hearing this, Su Yihang became anxious. He took it in his hand and said, Let's go find Xiao Qiao, and then felt shy being held by him. But just as they were about to leave, a group of people appeared in front of them. The domineering CEO, learning of his fiancée's disappearance, arrived at the school with a group of subordinates. Seeing him arrive, Bai Ruobing hid in the distance, trembling. But she couldn't escape Chen Han's sharp gaze. He approached and fiercely demanded, Where is Yu Xiao Qiao? Speak up. Seeing his dark expression, Bai Ruobing burst into tears, nervously replying, I don't know. Seeing she wouldn't talk, Chen Han didn't press further. He turned and shouted, Search everywhere, even if we have to tear down the entire school. Find her for me. Watching Chen Han's retreating figure, Bai Ruobing looked smug. She thought, even if they find her, so what? She's already been defiled. Would young Master Chen still want her? In the library, Xiao Qiao lay on the ground, radiating heat. At that moment, a bucket of water was poured on her face. Gong Jinghao held the water basin, saying irritably, You Xiao Qiao, if you don't wake up now, I won't let you off this time. He thought, You actually called Chen Han's name at a time like this. It seems even when drugged, your heart only has him. Fine, I'll let you go this time. He walked to the water dispenser. He poured a glass of water and drank it. That damn Bai Ruobing actually drugging me through the red wine. Lost in thought, Xiao Qiao said beside him, It's so cold. Turning to look, he found Xiao Qiao hugging herself and shivering. Seeing this, Gong Jinghao quickly took off his coat. Outside the library, Chen Han's dark face made the teachers tremble. People in the crowd were discussing, I heard young Master Gong is missing too. Could he have been with you Xiao Qiao all night? Hearing these rumors, Chen Han grew angrier. He stepped forward to push the door open. Dongqing also turned and shouted to clear the area. The door was pushed open. The first thing they saw was Gong Jinghao. Then they saw Xiao Qiao lying on the ground. Hearing someone enter, Gong Jinghao said, What you've seen today, don't let it spread. Just as he finished speaking, he heard someone shouting his name from behind. He turned to look. What greeted him was Gong Jinghao falling to the ground. Realizing it was a misunderstanding, Chen Han grabbed his collar. I see you're tired of living. You dare touch my woman? Gong Jinghao retorted. Which eye of yours saw me touch her? Seeing him talk back, Chen Han raised his arm to punch him again. Before he could strike, Xiao Qiao suddenly woke up beside them. Chen Han hurriedly went to support Xiao Qiao, saying guiltily, I'm sorry I came late. Seeing him arrive, Xiao Qiao felt much less tired. Then, Chen Han carried her away. In the crowd, Su Feifei saw the plan succeed so well and smiled with satisfaction. Yu Xiao Qiao now has a stain on her reputation. Let's see how young Master Chen deals with this. this. After they left, Gong Jinghao stood up, panting heavily. My uncle really knows how to hit. At this moment, and then burst in angrily. Gong Jinghao, what exactly did you do to Xiao Xiao last night? Do you know the whole school is saying you did that to her? Gong Jinghao, having just been hit, was looking for a place to vent his anger. He kicked the table, shouting, "What the hell are you talking about?" Due to the forceful movement, the wound on his arm hurt intensely. Seeing his arm injured, and then asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" Gong Jinghao pushed her hand away, shouting, "Mind your own business." Remembering last night when the drug's effect was strongest, Gong Jinghao had broken a glass and cut his arm with it, barely managing to control himself. After recalling this, he covered his wound and prepared to leave. But as he was walking, he suddenly realized that leaving like this would definitely not be good for Xiao Xiao. He turned and asked Anin, "If I say I didn't do anything last night, would anyone believe me?" Hearing this, Anin was dumbfounded, not knowing how to answer his question. The man, learning of the culprit who harmed his fiancée, led his followers to storm in. In the hospital, Xiao Xiao lay unconscious on the bed. Chun Han anxiously asked why she hadn't woken up yet, and then also nervously tugged at her sleeve and asked, "Yes, Dr. Tang, it's been a day and night already. Why hasn't Xiao Xiao woken up?" Tang Qishuan arrogantly poked back, saying, "Do we know each other?" He thought, "This stupid woman, we agreed to pretend to be a couple, and she stood me up on our first date." Seeing his reaction, and then thought, "This stupid man, does he have to hold such a grudge?" Turning to Chen Han, he said, "We've examined her. She previously took a high dose of sleeping pills. Now she has a high fever that won't break and is in a coma. If the fever doesn't subside, her life could be in danger." After hearing this, Chen Han's face immediately darkened. He thought, such a vicious attack. It seems they didn't want her to live. Hearing Tang Qishuan's words, tears welled up in Anin's eyes. "Xiao Xiao, what exactly happened to you? What did you go through to end up like this?" Recalling the scene at the library, Chen Han angrily clenched his fists, thinking he must make those who framed Xiao Xiao pay 100-fold. Seeing his emotional state, Tang Qishuan patted his shoulder comfortingly. "Perhaps things aren't as bad as they seem." And then also chimed in, Yes, young Master Chen, you must believe in Xiao Qiao's innocence. Xiao Qiao must have been framed. Gong Jinghao wouldn't really do that to Xiao Qiao." Hearing her speak more and more absurdly, Tang Qishuan turned and whispered, "You stupid woman, why mention Gong Jinghao at a time like this?" After a while, Dongqing called Chun Han outside. "Young master, we found out that on the day Miss disappeared, Bai Luo Bin met with Gong Jinghao." Chun Han's face darkened as he said, "So it was him." He instructed Dongqing to prepare, saying they would go to the school right away to get to the bottom of this. At this time, heavy rain started pouring outside. A sports car drove through the rain, with Chun Han inside heading to the school. In the dormitory, Bai Luo Bin was awakened by the sports car. She muttered, "Who is it? Racing cars in the middle of the night. Don't they know it's forbidden on campus?" Yu Feifei looked down and replied, "Sister Luo Bin, you're so beautiful. Maybe it's some admirer coming for you." Just as she finished speaking, urgent knocking came from the door. Before the two could open it, Chen Han kicked it open. Then he walked straight in with Dongqing. The two inside, who had just been discussing the sports car, were caught off guard by Chen Han's sudden entrance. After a moment of shock, Yu Feifei greeted him seductively. "Young Master Chen, why have you come so late?" At this moment, Bai Luo Bin felt guilty and grabbed Yu Feifei's arm, saying, "Dad," with young Master Chen's attitude, could he already know? Walking into the room, Chen Han took out his gun and slammed it on the table with a bang. "You two better explain clearly what happened in the library." Seeing he had brought a gun, Bai Luo Bin was so scared she fell to her knees, saying, "Young Master Chen, it has nothing to do with me." Seeing her cowardice, Yu Feifei immediately sold her out. "Sister Luo Bin, if you did it, just admit it. I can still plead with young Master Chen for you." Hearing this, Bai Luo Bin panicked even more and angrily retorted, "What? I admit it? Weren't you also involved in this?" Hearing her rebuttal, Yu Feifei started playing innocent. "Sister Luo Bin, how can you slander me like this? I've been on leave these past few days, accompanying my father out of town. I only returned to school yesterday and learned about Sister's situation." The girl spoke rudely, daring to insult the CEO's fiancé. Hearing her push all the blame away so cleanly, Bai Luo Bin became furious. She went up and slapped her hard across the face. At this moment, Su Yihong rushed into the dormitory, shouting her name. Then he held up his phone and questioned, "It was you who tied Xiao Qiao up in the library, and you who drugged Gong Jinghao's wine, right?" Seeing the evidence on Su Yihang's phone, Bai Luobin turned her anger towards him. "Yes, I did it. So what? She's just a nobody. I can't believe you treat her like a princess." "Su Yihang, I am your fiancé. How dare you help an outsider against me?" Su Yihang was irritated seeing her like this. He pushed her away forcefully and said, "From now on, we have no relationship whatsoever." Hearing Su Yihang say he didn't want her anymore, Bai Luobin's tears burst forth. "Fine, you men, you all like that tainted trash. You're all crazy." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Like an arrow, a bullet pierced straight through Bai Luobin's shoulder. She cried out in pain. Chen Han, completely enraged, stepped on her head. "If you dare say another bad word about her, I'll rip out your tongue." At this moment, Bai Luobin was in a wretched state. She reached out to Su Yihang for help, but he was already thoroughly disappointed in her. He turned and said, "Everyone must pay for their own mistakes. Bai Luobin, I've warned you many times. You still didn't change. You deserve the consequences you face today." Then Chen Han called for someone to take her away. Watching everyone's retreating figures, Yu Feifei's face revealed a hint of coldness. "Bai Luobin, you've finally got what you deserve." Recalling what she had overheard in the girls' bathroom earlier, "That idiot Yu Feifei, she deserves to be dumped by young Master Chen. It's amazing she survived this long with that level of intelligence." The girl next to her said, "Yeah, she's led around by the nose like an idiot, treating you like a god." What Bai Luobin didn't know was that Yu Feifei had heard everything while hiding in the bathroom. From that moment on, she was determined to get her revenge. Finishing her recollection, Yu Feifei looked at her phone with satisfaction, thinking, Su Yihang came just in time. That Xiao Qiao really knows how to seduce men. She's truly good at enticing men. After a while, Chen Han returned to the hospital. Holding Xiao Qiao, his emotions were mixed. With a guilty expression, he said, "Xiao Qiao, please wake up. I'm so scared, really scared." Perhaps unable to resist his voice, Xiao Qiao really opened her eyes and weakly asked, "Where am I?" Hearing her speak, Chen Han excitedly said, "This is the hospital." Xiao Qiao asked, "Why am I in the hospital? My head hurts so much." Chen Han put her down and comfortingly said, "It's okay. It's all over now." Seeing him looking tired, Xiao Qiao touched his face and asked, "Why are you wet from the rain? Why did you go out in this weather?" Chen Han said, "You just woke up. You should rest well." Hearing Chen Han's concern, Xiao Qiao threw herself into his arms. "Chen Han, will you stay with me?" Chen Han said, "Okay." Then he wanted to kiss her. Just as he was about to get close, he suddenly remembered the scene in the library. As a man, thinking that his woman might have done something with another man, he felt very uncomfortable inside. Stroking Xiao Qiao's head, he said, "I'll go take a shower first. You sleep for a while." Xiao Qiao nodded happily. Watching Xiao Qiao fall asleep, Chen Han was full of doubts. Did she not remember, or was she deliberately not mentioning it? After all, what exactly happened in the library? From then on, this incident became a knot in Chen Han's heart. The CEO's fiancée spent the night with someone else in the library and faced suspicion upon return. The next day, Gong Jinghao came to the hospital. Seeing Xiao Qiao on the hospital bed, he looked worried. He turned to ask the nurse about her condition. The nurse, nervous in front of such an important person, replied that she was out of danger. However, since the patient had taken a large dose of sleeping pills, she still needed to stay in the hospital for observation. Hearing that she had taken sleeping pills, Gong Jinghao angrily punched the wall. "Damn, they actually tried to take Yu Xiao Qiao's life." Tang Qishuan approached from behind and said, "Young Master Gong, since you're here, why don't you go in?" Gong Jinghao replied, "Why should I go in?" Tang Qishuan said, "Didn't you come to see Yu Xiao Qiao?" Gong Jinghao bumped into him and said irritably, "I just came to see if she was dead or not." Then he left immediately. But just as he reached the elevator, he ran into Chen Han. Rivals meeting face to face, their eyes flashed with hostility. Chen Han grabbed his collar and demanded, "What are you doing here?" Gong Jinghao retorted defiantly, "Why can't I be here? Uncle, are you afraid I might do something to Xiao Qiao?" Chen Han exploded upon hearing this. He threw a punch, saying, "Gong Jinghao, you're not worthy to mention her." Gong Jinghao, having been hit, sneered, "I'm not worthy? Are you? Where were you when she was in danger? Do you really love her? She's just a substitute for you. Don't think I don't know. You only think about Yin Shi." Tang Qishuan, hearing him mention Yin Shi, trembled in fear. This Gong Jinghao, he really knows how to hit a sore spot. Does he have a death wish? Chen Han didn't disappoint him. He unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving Gong Jinghao battered and disheveled. Bystanders watched the rich young masters fight, gossiping among themselves. Chen Xiao and Gong Xiao are actually fighting over a woman. What a juicy scandal. Seeing more and more people gathering, Tang Qixuan quickly pulled Chen Han away. Calm down. If you don't care about your own reputation, at least think about Xiao Qiao's. Hearing Tang Qixuan's words, Chen Han finally calmed down. Looking at Gong Jinghao sitting on the ground, he was still furious. But for Xiao Qiao's sake, he suppressed his anger. After they left, Gong Jinghao's phone suddenly rang. He answered, asking what was wrong. On the other end, Haizi said Chen Xiao had brought people to wreck the nightclub. Hearing this, Gong Jinghao became even more enraged and threw his phone. So you knew all along that I was the secret owner of the Golden Beach nightclub. In the evening, Chen Han was feeding Xiao Qiao with a spoon. Xiao Qiao felt incredibly happy. She hugged his neck and started to act coy. I haven't seen you all day. Will you stay with me at the hospital tonight? After that incident, Chen Han's trust in her had almost completely eroded. He removed her hands and coldly said, I have things to do. I'll come see you tomorrow. It's late. You should rest. As he stood up to leave, Xiao Qiao sensed something was off. She asked, puzzled, what's wrong? You don't seem happy. Chen Han was conflicted inside. Should he ask her about that incident? After a brief internal struggle, he decided to ask. Grabbing Xiao Qiao's hand, he said, you were drugged. Don't you think you owe me an explanation about spending the night with Gong Jinghao in the library? He thought to himself, this woman hasn't mentioned a word about the library incident since she woke up. What is she hiding? Xiao Qiao was shocked to hear his words. What library? What do you mean I was drugged? What are you talking about? Chen Han, seeing her play dumb, became agitated. He pinned her to the bed and said, you and Gong Jinghao alone spent the night in the library. Are you saying you don't remember anything at all? A girl drugged in the library, leading to a passionate scene. Xiao Qiao was shocked again, hearing his words. What do you mean by disheveled clothes and being alone together? I only remember fainting, then waking up in the hospital. I really don't know anything else. Touching Chen Han's face, she said, you have to believe me. I didn't do anything. Seeing her still playing dumb, Chen Han's anger exploded. Then give me an explanation. How else am I supposed to believe you? Hearing him demand an explanation, Xiao Qiao was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Chen Han questioned, what? Nothing to say now. Realizing that the person she loved deeply didn't believe her, Xiao Qiao felt very disappointed. Tears of frustration rolled down her cheeks. If you don't believe me, I don't know what else to say. Seeing her attitude, Chen Han angrily said, you rest, and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Qiao said tearfully, why won't you just believe me? Hearing his words, Chen Han felt torn inside. Forgiving him was difficult, but not forgiving him was painful because he loved him so much. After he left, Tang Qixuan approached. Chen Han said irritably, that woman, her head still hurts. Cure her, don't let anything happen to her. Tang Qixuan replied, if you care so much, why hurt her? Some wounds can't be healed by doctors. And then quickly chimed in, yes, Chen Xiao, you must believe in Xiao Qiao. Chen Han didn't want to hear their chatter and turned to leave. And in trying to reconcile them, followed and continued, Chen Xiao, Xiao Qiao isn't that kind of person. Besides, Gong Jinghao likes Xiao Qiao. He wouldn't do anything to hurt her. Hearing her defend Gong Jinghao, Chen Han exploded in anger. Are you saying I shouldn't have hit him? Instead, I should thank him for liking my woman? Seeing Chen Xiao's fury, Anin was terrified. She nervously said, that's not what I meant. Tang Qixuan grabbed Anan's arm and said, are you stupid? Chen Han is most sensitive about Gong Jinghao and Xiao Qiao. Why bring up Gong Jinghao liking Xiao Qiao? Aren't you just adding fuel to the fire? Hearing Tang Qixuan's explanation, Anin suddenly realized, oh, that's right. Tang Qixuan waved his hand dismissively. You women have long hair, but short sight. As Tang Qixuan was about to leave, Anin called out to him. Hearing her call, he instantly became aloof, thinking, this woman finally remembers standing me up. With his hands on his chest, he asked arrogantly, Missin, even if you apologize, I won't accept it. As soon as he finished speaking, Anin grabbed his arm and started pleading, Dr. Tang, you're good friends with Chen Xiao. Can you please talk to him and ask him not to treat Xiao Qiao like this? Hearing that she didn't mention standing him up, Tang Qixuan exploded in anger. He angrily said, outsiders can't interfere in this matter. Gong Jinghao is so special to Xiao Qiao Anyone can see he has feelings for her. Xiao Qiao doesn't avoid suspicion, so who else can she blame? Hearing him speak ill of Xiao Qiao, and then also got angry, she shouted, Xiao Qiao isn't that kind of person. How much do you know about her? Tang Qishuan, you arrogant and arbitrary jerk. After saying this, she stomped hard on Tang Qishuan's foot, making him howl in pain. After venting her anger, and then ran away, saying, I felt guilty about standing you up on our date last time, but now I think we're even. Tang Qishuan, badly hurt by her stomp, leaned against the wall and said shakily, You're too harsh. Seeing that he didn't chase after her, and then turned back to add, Dr. Tang, let's officially break up. Then she left. Watching her retreating figure, Tang Qishuan felt helpless. He thought, we haven't even started. How can it be over? The girl who harmed the CEO's fiancé was repeatedly beaten. The next morning, Xiao Qiao sat on the bed, having not slept all night. Looking out the window, she said, It's already dawn. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Xiao Qiao thought it was Chun Han, and excitedly turned to look. It was Nin who walked in with breakfast. Seeing her exhausted state, and then asked, Did you wait for Chun Xiao all night? Xiao Qiao didn't answer, but instead asked puzzled, And then, is it true that I was drugged and spent the night with Gong Jinghao in the library? And then said it was true. The whole school witnessed it, and Chun Xiao even beat up Gong Jinghao. Their relationship is now completely ruined. Xiao Qiao was shocked to hear this from Nin. She nervously pulled in close and explained, Gong Jinghao didn't touch me. I know this for sure. Seeing her agitation, Nin quickly comforted her. Xiao Qiao, I believe you. But it doesn't matter if I believe you. You need to make Chun Xiao believe you. Think about it, he witnessed such a scene with his own eyes. He needs time to process it. At this moment, Xiao Qiao felt very wronged. Forget it, he only believes what he sees with his eyes. I'm tired. I want to sleep for a while, she said and lay down. Seeing her like this, and didn't say anything more. Rest well. Call me if you need anything. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Bin, who had been beaten and hospitalized by Chen Han, was lying in bed, moaning in pain. At that moment, a man kicked the door open. It was Gong Jinghao, who stormed in angrily. Gong Jinghao grabbed Bai Luo Bin and furiously said, You dare to drug me? Are you tired of living? He then slapped him again, asking, Did you give those sleeping pills to you, Xiao Qiao? Before Bai Luo Bin could understand what was happening, he was beaten up, covering his face and crying. Bai Luo Bin said, No, I did it with Fei Fei. Hearing him still trying to deny it, Gong Jinghao grabbed his hair angrily and said, The video on the phone proves that you planned everything. How can you still say it wasn't you? Bai Luo Bin, tears streaming down his face in pain, said, I didn't. That bottle of wine was given to me by Yu Fei Fei. The drugs were put in by Yu Fei Fei. All of this was with her permission. At this moment, Gong Jinghao didn't want to hear his explanation. He only wanted to avenge Xiao Qiao. Grabbing Bai Luo Bin's collar, he started slapping him repeatedly, saying, Don't I know what kind of person you are? It's not the first or second time you've targeted Yu Xiao Qiao. Even if Yu Fei Fei was involved, you're not innocent. Bai Luo Bin, beaten black and blue, cried and begged, Stop hitting me, young Master Gong. I do hate Yu Xiao Qiao, but I wouldn't dare give her sleeping pills. Think about it, if Yu Xiao Qiao died, Su Yihong would always remember her. How would that benefit me? The person who benefits the most from this is actually Yu Fei Fei. After hearing this, Gong Jinghao pushed him onto the bed and said fiercely, I'm warning you, Bai Luo Bin. If I find out those sleeping pills were from you, I'll kill you. Bai Luo Bin, covering his swollen face, said resentfully, I really don't understand. Why are you protecting Yu Xiao Qiao? Have you really fallen in love with her? Hearing this, Gong Jinghao angrily said, Shut up, she's just my plaything. With that, he slammed the door and left. After Gong Jinghao left, Bai Luo Bin sat on the bed, his eyes full of hatred. Fine, Yu Fei Fei. You instructed me to deal with Yu Xiao Qiao, but in the end, you got away scot-free. You even secretly gave Yu Xiao Qiao sleeping pills and wanted me to take the blame. Dream on. I, Bai Luo Bin, am not so easily bullied. The CEO got drunk, and the scheming woman took advantage of the situation. In the hospital corridor, Gong Jinghao stormed out of the ward. Yu Fei Fei was hiding outside and heard their entire conversation. She thought, this is bad. Although I gave all the evidence to Su Yihong, if Bai Luo Bin insists that I was involved and they find any flaws, I'll be finished too. As for that Yu Xiao Qiao, how come she didn't die after taking so many sleeping pills? Recalling the events of that day, Yu Fei Fei felt a wave of fear. She quickly left the hospital, thinking she should go home and hide for a few days. At this moment, Yang Shiru called and said, Fei Fei, your chance has come. I've sent you Chen Han's address. He's drunk. You must seize this opportunity. Yu Feifei thought this was a perfect opportunity. She quickly thanked Yang Shuiru, saying, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of young Master Chen." TV bar. Chen Han had been drinking here day and night. At this moment, a man approached. It was Tang Qishuan. Seeing Chen Han's dejected state, he advised, "Drowning your sorrows in alcohol because of that woman. Is it worth it?" Chen Han gripped his glass tightly, his eyes sharp. "I'm just angry that she didn't say anything. Angry at myself for not protecting her well. Whenever I think of the scene of Gong Jinghao with her that day, I go crazy with anger." Tang Qishuan picked up a glass and took a sip. "You see through it, but don't say it. You've fallen into a vat of jealousy. She took so many sleeping pills, it's normal that she has no memory. Besides, she's been waiting since last night, not sleeping for a day and a night." Hearing this, Chen Han felt a pang of heartache. He responded, "I know." Tang Qishuan leaned on the bar and said, "You should worry about Xiao Qiao's message. What if it reaches the ears of the Shi family? How will you explain it to them?" Chen Han listened with disdain. He stood up unsteadily and said, "I don't need to explain my actions to anyone. No one can gossip about my woman. Dan Qisuan Sai. I guess only you Xiao Qiao can tolerate your bad temper. Come on, let me take you home." Chen Han, with a slightly flushed face, said, "I'm going to the bathroom." Tang Qishuan said, "I'll help you." Before he could finish, Chen Han pushed his hand away in disgust. "Get lost." Tang Qishuan stood there awkwardly. "Did you misunderstand something?" Chen Han stumbled into the bathroom. A woman blocked his path. He smelled a familiar perfume. At this moment, Yu Feifei was dressed up like Xiao Qiao, looking at Chen Han lovingly. The drunk Chen Han thought the person in front of him was Yu Xiao Qiao. He hugged her directly, mumbling, "Xiao Qiao, you're here. I'm sorry. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have lost my temper at you." Seeing this, Yu Feifei seized the opportunity. She imitated Xiao Qiao's tone. "Chen Han, you're drunk. Let me help you rest." Tang Qishuan, seeing that Chen Han hadn't returned, was about to go look for him. Yu Feifei supported Chen Han into the elevator. They just missed each other. In the hotel room, Chen Han was completely drunk and unconscious. Yu Feifei nervously unbuttoned Chen Han's clothes, thinking, "Young Master Chen, I can finally get close to you." The CEO, because of his extreme possessiveness, drove away the girl who loved him deeply. The next morning, Chen Han, dressed neatly, arrived at the hospital. Seeing him arrive, Xiao Qiao quickly got up to greet him. "Chen Han, the doctor said I can be discharged tomorrow. You don't need to worry about me too much." Chen Han, seeing her so obedient, stroked her head and said, "What's wrong with you today?" Xiao Qiao hugged him and said, "Chen Han, let's not fight anymore, okay?" Chen Han was puzzled. "Don't you have anything to ask me?" He thought, "Yesterday, Dongqing said Yu Feifei appeared in my room and you saw it. Why aren't you concerned at all?" Xiao Qiao happily hugged him and said, "I have nothing to ask." Hearing that she didn't ask about last night, Chen Han's temper flared up instantly. He grabbed Xiao Qiao excitedly and said, "Why don't you ask? Am I so unimportant in your eyes?" At this moment, Xiao Qiao also put away her smile and coldly replied, "What do you want me to ask?" Seeing that she still didn't mention last night, Chen Han said, "You're still pretending. Are you even a woman? Don't you care if I'm with another woman or what I did?" Xiao Qiao pushed his arm away and said, "I don't understand. What exactly do you want me to ask? I'm already trying to make you happy. What do you want from me?" After hearing Xiao Qiao's words, Chen Han became more agitated. He pinned Xiao Qiao to the bed. "I want your body. I want your heart to belong completely to me. All I want is for you to care about me a little more." With that, he kissed her forcefully. Xiao Qiao, being forcibly kissed, became angry. She turned her head and said coldly, "Does caring in your heart matter? What's important is that we should trust each other, isn't it? But you've always been suspicious of me and Gong Jinghao, haven't you?" She finished speaking and pushed him away, crying. After getting up, Xiao Qiao said disappointedly, "You only care about whether I'm pure or not. You've never trusted me. This is my position in your heart." Hearing Xiao Qiao say so much, Chen Han finally understood the problem between them. He turned around, wanting to hold Xiao Qiao and say something, but Xiao Qiao pushed him away coldly. "Young Master Chen, please leave. I think we both need to calm down." Looking at Xiao Qiao by the window, Chen Han felt very uncomfortable inside. In the afternoon, Yu Feifei came to the hospital alone. After get out of the car, she was surrounded by a group of reporters. Miss Yu, recently there were leaked photos of a rich girl with a man at the Golden Beach nightclub. Was that you? Hearing this question, Yu Feifei's face darkened instantly. She smiled sarcastically and said, "How could that be me? I would never go to such a seedy place." She thought to herself, why are these flies so persistent? It's all because of that bitch Yu Xiao. She made me lose face. Another reporter continued to ask. It said that Miss Yu and young Master Gong are often seen together. Are you too close? Yu Feifei fake smiled and answered, young Master Gong has always been aloof. How could he pay attention to a nobody like me? After saying that, she pretended to be surprised and said, all right, I'm going to visit my sister in the hospital. She just came out of emergency care. Please don't follow me in and disturb her rest. Seeing that she was about to leave, the reporters continued to press forward and ask, what exactly is the relationship between Miss Yu Xiao and Gong Jinghao? I heard something happened between them in the school library. Another reporter said, is Miss Yu Xiao hospitalized because of this? Oh my, this news is so explosive. As Yu Feifei walked into the hospital, she felt smug, thinking, sometimes rumors can be very destructive. Yu Xiao, let's see how you face this. If a man fought to protect you, would you choose to be with him? Walking into the hospital, Yu Feifei was about to take the elevator when she suddenly saw Chen Han. She nervously greeted him. She thought, why is Chen Han still coming to the hospital to visit Yu Xiao? Haven't they broken up yet? Chen Han saw Yu Feifei and was very impatient. He shouted at the security guards, are you all new here? Can't you see when a fly flies in? Hearing him call her a fly, Yu Feifei became even more humble. She said softly, I'm just here to visit my sister. Then she immediately tried to please young Master Chen. Last night before she could finish, Chen Han frowned and said, you want to threaten me with what happened last night? I know clearly whether I did anything to you or not. Yu Feifei, you want to get into my bed? You're not worthy. After saying that, he threw her to the ground, making her cry loudly. After Chen Han left, Yu Feifei looked at her phone and made a decision. Since I can't have young Master Chen no matter how hard I try, then you won't get him either. As she walked out, a group of reporters surrounded her. Miss Yu, didn't you go to see your sister? Why were you kicked out? How embarrassing. Hearing their malicious mockery, Yu Feifei took out her phone and shouted, I have a scoop to reveal. The reporters pointed their cameras at her and asked, Miss Yu Feifei, are you seeking justice for yourself? As soon as the words were spoken, her phone was snatched away by a man. She turned around and saw it was Gong Jinghao. Looking at the photos on the phone, Gong Jinghao fell silent for a moment. At this moment, Yu Feifei seemed possessed. She covered her arm and laughed coldly, shouting, Yu Feifei, can't have you, so I'll destroy you. She raised her head with a cold face and said, I'm going to reveal. Before she could finish, Gong Jinghao rushed over and grabbed her neck, frightening her pale. Then the two of them hugged. The reporters were stunned by this action and gathered around. Why are they hugging? What's going on? Gong Jinghao smiled and said, it's just a misunderstanding. Feifei and I just had a small argument. The reporters asked, young Master Gong, what misunderstanding is there between you two? Are you together? Gong Jinghao coldly replied, Feifei is just upset and doesn't want to acknowledge me in public. We've been dating for a long time. Those rumors about me and Yu Xiao are all fabricated and baseless. Yu Xiao is in the hospital just because of a cold. Feifei and I came today to visit her. Watching Gong Jinghao clear Xiao's name, Yu Feifei clenched her fists in anger. After saying that, the two of them left for the hospital's underground parking lot. A blue car was parked there. Then the car door opened. Yu Feifei was kicked out of the car, and she screamed loudly. Gong Jinghao, you'd better make it clear to the reporters that I'm not dating you. As soon as she finished speaking, a phone flew out. Gong Jinghao said irritably, I've deleted all the photos. If you try anything again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yu Feifei retorted, so what if you deleted them? That bitch Yu Xiao has already received the photos. Gong Jinghao, what I did is beneficial for you too. You like Yu Xiao, this is helping you. Hearing her words, Gong Jinghao instantly flew into a rage. He launched a flying kick, sending her flying. Let me tell you, if you dare to touch a single hair on Yu Xiao's head, you'll end up like by Luo Bin. And about the library incident, don't think it's over. If I find any clues, I'll kill you. After saying that, he drove away, leaving Yu Feifei sitting there shivering. Xiao saw the photos sent by Yu Feifei and made up her mind to break up. The next day at noon, Gao Ziqin and Yu Jinzhong started arguing in the hospital. You can't use my daughter to climb up to the Shi family anymore. Now that Xiao Qiao has gone through such a big incident, she must come home with me. Take this opportunity to break up cleanly with Shi Chenhan. Hearing her words, Yu Jinzhong immediately flared up. Gao Ziqin, are you an idiot? Xiao Qiao, finding such a good fiancé as young Master Chun, is incredibly lucky. Gao Ziqin couldn't stand his attitude and angrily said, I'd rather let her marry a beggar than let her marry Shi Chenhan. Yu Jinzhong was irritated by what she said. Gao Ziqin, you're simply insane. You crazy woman, Xiao Qiao is my daughter too. I must take her home. At this moment, Xiao Qiao walked in from the doorway, shouting loudly, Stop arguing. Whether to break up or go home is my own business. It has nothing to do with either of you. Seeing Xiao Qiao arrive, both of them were startled. After saying that, Xiao Qiao left, pulling her suitcase. Recalling the pictures sent by Yu Feifei, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She thought it was time to confront Shi Chenhan. Suddenly, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Xiao Qiao stood by the window, looking outside with some sadness. When I met you, it was a rainy day with thunder. When it ends, it's also a rainy day with thunder. Is this considered coming full circle? At this moment, a text message came on her phone. She picked it up and saw it was from Shi Chenhan. It read, I'm waiting for you downstairs. Xiao Qiao looked at the phone with some sadness, thinking it was time to make a clean break. Coming downstairs, Xiao Qiao sat in the car with a cold expression. Shi Chenhan took her hand and started to explain, Xiao Qiao, actually, that night with you Feifei, nothing happened. Xiao Qiao took out her phone and refuted, Is this considered nothing? Then tell me, what would be considered something? Seeing the photos, Shi Chenhan broke out in a cold sweat. He angrily said, This Yu Feifei really doesn't want to live anymore. She actually took photos while we were all there. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Qiao shouted angrily, Enough, Shi Chenhan! Let's break up. From you not trusting me to now being verified, I'm really tired. Shi Chenhan was shocked to hear her words. Xiao Qiao opened the door to get out of the car, but he grabbed her. You Xiao Qiao, I'll only explain this once. That night, nothing happened between you Feifei and me. He lifted her chin and said, If you want to break up, it'll only happen over my dead body. Xiao Qiao struggled to free herself from his hand and said, Whatever. If you can't live, then go die. After saying that, she ran out of the car into the rain. Watching Xiao Qiao leave, he broke out in a cold sweat and fell into deep thought. Previously, Bai Luoban admitted to drugging Xiao Qiao, but Yu Feifei got away scot-free. Now it seems that Yu Feifei was indeed the one who did it to Xiao Qiao. If you play with fire, you're bound to get burned. This girl perfectly exemplified this saying. After getting out of the car, Xiao Qiao wandered in the rain. As she walked, she unexpectedly saw Bai Luobin. As they passed each other, Xiao Qiao coldly said, If you do too many bad things, karma will eventually catch up to you. Bai Luobin got a bit agitated by her words and turned back, shouting, You all only know how to blame me. Let me tell you, Yu Feifei is the one who's the most calculating. At this moment, Xiao Qiao was crying as hard as the rain falling. She turned her head and coldly replied, I won't let either of you off the hook. Bai Luobin was startled by her threat. After a while, Bai Luobin arrived at the library. Yu Feifei was sitting at a table, happily looking at her phone. Bai Luobin approached and mocked, Isn't this the future Mrs. Gong? Hearing this, Yu Feifei quickly denied, Gong Jinghao and I are not dating. Why did you ask me to come here? What's the matter? Bai Luobin crossed her arms and said, Gong Jinghao admitted it in front of reporters, and you're still hiding it from me? Unable to get young Master Chun, so you go seduce Gong Jinghao? You're really shameless. Hearing her insults, Yu Feifei immediately got angry. She grabbed Bai Luobin's clothes, ready to fight. Stop talking nonsense. Bai Luobin, you pushed all the responsibility onto me before, causing young Master Chen to still investigate the library incident. Bai Luobin, unwilling to back down, retorted, Yu Feifei, you were the mastermind behind the whole thing. You stole Yu Xiao Qiao's phone. You were the one who sent messages to Gong Jinghao. You also secretly drugged Yu Xiao Qiao without telling me, right? Yu Feifei, gradually exposed. Stop pretending. So what if it was me? Weren't you also hoping for Yu Xiao Qiao to die? Hearing her admission, Bai Luobin felt relieved and laughed loudly. So it really was you. You monkey, you even made me take the blame for you. Do you know that young Master Chun and Gong Jinghao almost beat me to death? Bai Luobin, getting angrier as she thought about it, raised her fist ready to fight. The two of them started pulling each other's hair and fighting, perfectly demonstrating a dog-eat-dog scenario. At this moment, Yu Feifei suddenly noticed someone at the door and shouted loudly, "Who's there?" They saw Shi Chenhan enter with a few people. Yu Feifei was shocked to see young Master Chen, thinking, "It's over. Young Master Chen has caught me red-handed." Shi Chenhan looked at Yu Feifei, frowning, and said, "Someone, hang her up and beat her." Bai Luobin stepped forward with a flattering smile. "Young Master Chen, you've heard it all." Yu Feifei was the mastermind. Hearing this, Feifei completely broke down. "Bai Luobin, you deliberately asked me to come here to set me up. You bitch." Bai Luobin, annoyed by her words, went up and gave her a big slap. "So what if it was me?" "Yu Feifei, you wanted me to take the blame for you? Dream on. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me." The domineering CEO, to please his beauty, investigated the case for several days in a row, successfully won the beauty's heart. After Bai Luobin finished hitting her, Yu Xiao pulled her away. Yu Feifei, scared, quickly apologized. "Sister, I know I was wrong. I was confused and gave you sleeping pills. But you're fine now, right? Also, nothing happened between young Master Chen and me that night. I only took off his clothes." After hearing her, Xiao went up and gave her a big slap, making her face symmetrical. "Yu Feifei, you brought this upon yourself. No one can save you this time." As soon as the words were spoken, 2 police officers walked in. "Miss Yu Feifei, you're suspected of attempted murder. You're under arrest according to the law." They then escorted Yu Feifei away. As she was leaving, Yu Feifei didn't forget to threaten, "My father is the mayor. On what grounds are you arresting me?" The 2 police officers ignored her and directly put her in the police car. After the police car left, Shi Chenhan looked at Xiao and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied with this outcome?" Xiao, acting like a little bun, angrily said, "You didn't come to see me all this time just to investigate this matter?" Shi Chenhan pulled Xiao along, walking and explaining, "I deliberately put pressure on the Bai family. Bai Luobin got scared and had to confess to me about Yu Feifei's actions. Today, I also asked Bai Luobin to invite Yu Feifei out. Now with the recording and video, she can't escape." Stroking Xiao's head, he teased, "Baby, did you miss us during this time?" Xiao shyly turned her head away and said, "No way, we've broken up." Hearing her mention breaking up, Shi Chenhan felt a bit down. "I've said it before, you can only break up with me if I'm dead." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao covered his mouth. "Don't say that word carelessly in the future." Seeing that she wasn't angry anymore, Shi Chenhan immediately kissed her. "Silly girl, how could I bear to die when I have you?" After returning home, Shi Chenhan hugged her and looked out the window, lost in thought. Xiao said, "A lot has happened recently. It feels like a dream." Shi Chenhan nuzzled her face and said, "About the previous incidents, it was because I didn't trust you enough." Xiao turned around and teased, "Are you apologizing to me?" Shi Chenhan retorted, "How is that possible?" Seeing that he wouldn't admit it, Xiao turned around yawning. "I'm tired. I'm gonna sleep first." She left Shi Chenhan standing there, looking dumbfounded. Suddenly, Shi Chenhan rushed over, picked up Xiao, and said seriously, "I'm sorry for making you suffer during this time." Seeing him come to apologize, Xiao hugged him shyly and said, "It's okay. Everything has been settled now. Bai Luobin and Yu Feifei have been punished." Shi Chenhan asked in return, "That girl casually mentioned breaking up. Shouldn't she be punished a little?" Xiao grabbed his tie and said, "The one who should be punished is you." The couple's rocky relationship was finally about to have a resolution. Xiao pulled Shi Chenhan closer by his tie and bit his lip. Shi Chenhan was stunned by her bite, thinking it was going to be a kiss. Xiao happily said after biting him, "I still haven't forgiven you for the incident with Yu Feifei." Shi Chenhan turned playful, tugging at his tie and saying, "No problem. I'll let you punish me to your heart's content." After saying that, he kissed her deeply. Xiao made muffled sounds as he kissed her. At this moment, Xiao noticed the scar on his arm and suddenly remembered that her mother had prevented them from being together because of this. She then asked, "What's the story behind this scar?" Shi Chenhan said, "It's an injury from when I was young." Xiao felt a bit sad after hearing this. "Chenhan, what if my mom keeps opposing our relationship?" Shi Chenhan said, "I want to marry you. Who can stop us?" Xiao's face turned red from his domineering tenderness. Touching his face, she said, "I think my mom must have her reasons, but I promise you, I won't leave." Shi Chenhan kissed her and said, "That's more like it." He thought to himself, could it be that Gao Suiqing has met my mother before? Or knows her? The next day, Shi Chenhan was sitting at home reading the newspaper. Xiao walked over with a smile, hugged his neck, and asked, "Why didn't you go to work?" Shi Chenhan pointed at the newspaper and said, "The Su family moved quite fast." Xiao looked at the newspaper curiously. It read, "The Su family unilaterally announces the termination of the engagement with the Bai family's daughter, Bai Luobin." Xiao Qiao looked shocked after seeing it. Yixing broke off her engagement with Bai Luobin. Shi Chenhan leaned his face closer, looking a bit angry. "It seems my love rival is really annoying." Xiao Qiao pinched his cheeks and teased, "So you need to treat me well? Okay." Shi Chenhan turned into a puppy-like lover, picked her up and said, "Okay, I'll definitely cherish you." Teased by him, Xiao Qiao felt a bit shy. "You're naughty." In the afternoon, the two arrived at the wedding dress shop. The staff warmly welcomed Mr. Chun. "The wedding dress you ordered before has been customized." Xiao Qiao was confused. "What wedding dress?" Shi Chenhan turned her body around and asked, "Do you like it? It's a gift for you." Xiao Qiao's eyes lit up when she saw the wedding dress. "It's so beautiful." She walked forward, mesmerized by the dress, then turned back to confirm, "Is this really for me?" Shi Chenhan stroked her head and said, "Of course, it's for my future bride." A moment later, Xiao Qiao was showing off in the beautiful wedding dress. "Chenhan, am I beautiful?" "Beautiful." Shi Chenhan smiled and said, "You're gorgeous, like a fairy descending from heaven." After saying that, he got down on one knee. Xiao Qiao thought, "It's not a holiday. What are you doing?" Shi Chenhan took out a ring from his pocket. "Xiao Qiao, let's get married." Hearing these words, Xiao Qiao burst into tears and threw herself into his arms. "Tianhang, I've been waiting for this day for so long. I can finally be with you officially." The girl was about to marry a top-tier wealthy man, but her mother absolutely disagreed. In the afternoon, Sun Hong was reading the newspaper at home. Suddenly, she saw the news of Chen's proposal to Xiao Qiao and was shocked. Well, you Xiao Qiao sent my daughter to jail, and now you're living happily and getting married? You really have no shame." So she got dressed, preparing to go pick a fight. But she was stopped by Yu Jianzhong after a few steps. "Sun Hong, where are you going? It's a critical time now. Why aren't you staying at home? Where are you off to?" Sun Hong shouted angrily, "I'm going to settle scores with that shameless Yu Xiao Qiao. She sent our daughter to jail, but she's out there living happily. I can't stand it." Hearing that she wanted to cause trouble for Xiao Qiao, Yu Jianzhong immediately slapped her. "Fei Fei was spoiled rotten by you. She even dared to drug her sister. She could do such a ruthless thing. I've lost all face because of her. Now even my position as mayor might be in jeopardy, and you still want to go out and cause more trouble." Sun Hong fell to her knees and cried loudly after hearing this. "Then what should we do? Fei Fei is your daughter too. We can't abandon her." Yu Jianzhong frowned, thinking, what she says is true. Fei Fei is my daughter too. Sun Hong hugged his legs and continued sobbing. "Jianzhong, please save Fei Fei. She's been pampered since childhood. How can she endure being in there?" Yu Jianzhong was moved by her words. He pointed at her and said, "I understand. You stay put and behave. If you cause trouble, even I won't be able to protect you." After speaking, Yu Jianzhong pondered. "For Fei Fei's case, it seems asking Chun is useless. We can only approach Gao Cuiqin." At Xiao Qiao's home, Gao Cuiqin stood with her hands on her hips, shouting, "Shi Chenhan, I don't care what you do. I will never agree to you marrying Xiao Qiao." Shi Chenhan looked at her yelling and felt helpless. Two assistants brought the betrothal gifts forward. Gao Cuiqin shouted, "What are you doing? Don't think you're so great just because you have some money. I'm not selling my daughter. Take it all away. Are you trying to force a sale?" Hearing her words, Shi Chenhan sneered. "Speaking of selling daughters, and didn't you try to sell Yu Xiao Qiao to the Qiao family's son for your own son's sake?" Gao Cuiqin was left speechless by his retort, her face flushing red with embarrassment. She didn't know what to say. Seeing her silence, Shi Chenhan opened the car door and said threateningly, "No one can stop me from marrying Xiao Qiao. I hope you'll come to our wedding. If you come, Xiao Qiao will be very happy. For Xiao Qiao, you're her most respected family member. Unlike me, who doesn't have such hope. I wouldn't believe it even if I died." Gao Cuiqin was surprised to hear him mention the past. She thought, this child really had a pitiful childhood. Back inside the house, Yu Jianzhong asked, "How did it go with Fei Fei?" Gao Cuiqin replied irritably, "He came to deliver the betrothal gifts. I didn't even mention Fei Fei's situation." Yu Jianzhong's face lit up upon hearing about the betrothal gifts. "That's great. As long as Xiao Qiao marries young Master Chen, we can negotiate with him easily. After all, Xiao Qiao is my daughter too." The family agreed to their daughter marrying into a wealthy family for their own benefit. Hearing that his daughter was going to marry the young master of Jinghua, Yu Jianzhong immediately became arrogant. He thought, with this top-tier wealthy connection, our future will surely be smooth sailing. Gao Cuiqin couldn't stand his attitude. How dare you? You only want to use your daughter to climb the social ladder. Have you ever truly loved her? Li Qingshan chimed in. That's right. Xiao Qiao wasn't raised by you. She's my daughter. Yu Jianzhong was left sweating nervously by their words. He wagged his tail and tried to appease Cuiqin. As long as you agree to Xiao Qiao marrying young Master Chen, he might be so happy that he'll agree to release Fei Fei, considering your relationship. Gao Cuiqin replied irritably. Don't forget, your precious daughter almost killed Xiao Qiao. Why should I help her? Yu Jianzhong realized he needed to show some sincerity. He stomped his foot and said, if you agree to Xiao Qiao's marriage and stop giving young Master Chen a hard time, I'll take full responsibility for Songsun's future life. Hearing his proposal, Gao Cuiqin was moved. If Yu Jianzhong could take care of Songsun's future, at least Songsun would have some hope. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, all right, I agree. That night, Xiao Qiao was scrolling through her phone at home. Suddenly, she received a text message that read, Xiao Qiao, when you have time, come home with young Master Chen. After reading the message, Xiao Qiao was so excited that tears streamed down her face. Mom finally agreed. Shi Chenhan walked over, drying his hair, and asked, agreed to what? Xiao Qiao said happily, my mom wants you to come home with me for dinner. She doesn't oppose us being together anymore. Shi Chenhan was a bit confused upon hearing this. Gao Cuiqin's attitude was so firm before, but now she had a change of heart. It seemed that Yu Jianzhong must have talked to Gao Cuiqin. For Xiao Qiao's happiness, he didn't tell her about these things. He stroked her head affectionately and said, silly girl, it's great that your mom agreed. At this moment, Xiao Qiao was extremely happy. We can finally be together. She turned and said, I want to share this good news with Anin. After Xiao Qiao left, Shi Chenhan fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, Xiao Qiao was just a tool between them. He never thought her family could use her like this. Dad, as long as Xiao Qiao is happy, it's fine. A moment later, Xiao Qiao was shocked by An's words. What? Are you sure you want to get engaged to that person? Anin replied helplessly, for me, it doesn't matter who I marry. This is the person my stepmother chose. I have no say in it. You know what kind of existence I am in my family. My father only cares about my stepmother and their children. I'm just redundant. Hearing his low spirits, Xiao Qiao clenched her fists and shouted, as long as you haven't officially married him, there's still a chance for change. You must fight for yourself. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Go for it. Just as Anin was hesitating, her stepmother pushed open the door. Yu Xinzhou is here. What are you dawdling about in your room? Anin hushed and said, Xiao Qiao, I've got to go. I have a date. After hanging up, Xiao Qiao felt a bit down. She couldn't believe An's situation was just like hers before. Learning that the girl he loved was going on a date with someone else, the man hid in a bar reminiscing. Hearing that An was being forced to marry, Xiao Qiao felt a bit lost. At this moment, she suddenly thought of an idea to introduce An to Tang Qixuan. She then told Shi Chenhan her idea, hugging his neck and asking, is my suggestion okay? Shi Chenhan held her in his arms, stroking her head, and said, they're not suitable for each other. Even if we introduce them, it might not work out. Xiao Qiao was puzzled. Why aren't they suitable? Dr. Tang is a good person, and is sweet-looking and nice. They seem like a good match. Shi Chenhan pinched her nose and said, you can't just play matchmaker to solve Ziyu's predicament. Tang Qixuan isn't as simple as you think. He's quite a handful. After hearing him, Xiao Qiao felt even more dejected. But An is getting engaged. She doesn't like that person. Shi Chenhan comforted her, stroking her head. Everyone has their own choices. Don't think too much about it. Let's focus on our wedding plans instead. Before An could finish, Shi Chenhan pulled her close and kissed her. Little one, let's talk about important things tomorrow. Xiao Qiao blushed from his kiss, playfully punching his chest, saying, you're so annoying. At that moment, Shi Chenhan's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was Tang Qixuan. Shi Chenhan was puzzled, wondering why he was calling so late. Answering the phone with a hint of irritation, you'd better have something important to tell me, or I'll kill you. Tang Qixuan, sounding drunk and confused, said, what? Upset that I interrupted your good time? Listen to my advice. Doing too much of that is bad for your health. I'm at the Dahala bar. Come out and have a drink with me. Shi Chenhan hung up the phone and glanced at Xiao Qiao beside him. Xiao Qiao looked excited and asked, "Was that Dr. Tang? Did he invite you out?" Shi Chenhan, seeing her so happy, felt displeased. "He invited me for a drink. Why are you so excited?" Xiao Qiao ignored him and quickly ran to the closet. She took out a piece of clothing and said with a smile, "This is perfect. You can talk to Tang Qixuan about it in." Shi Chenhan looked exasperated. "Why are you so concerned about other people's business?" Seeing he was a bit unhappy, Xiao Qiao gave him a hug and said, "If you handle this well, I'll have a special reward for you." Shi Chenhan looked unimpressed. "You think you can fool me with this sugar-coated bullet? Do you take me for a child?" In the noisy bar, Tang Qixuan turned and asked, "Why are you so slow? Were you tied to the bed or something?" A man troubled by love calls his brother out for a drink. The brother, however, looked cold. "You call me out just to say this nonsense?" Tang Qixuan, with a blushing face, pulled him close. He, of course not. We haven't hung out in a long time. Sit down and have a few drinks with me." Shi Chenhan pushed him away and said angrily, "You're drunk." Tang Qixuan slammed the table and stood up, slurring, "Don't you consider me a friend anymore? I said I'm not drunk, so I'm not drunk." Hearing this, Shi Chenhan sighed helplessly. Okay. You're not drunk. I'm the drunk one, all right. So, young Master Tang, you're out drinking late at night because of a woman?" Tang Jingxian downed his drink and joked, "How could the famous young Master Tang be drowning his sorrows over a woman?" Seeing him still in denial, Shi Chenhan teased, "It's fine if it's not. My wife was even talking about setting you up with someone." Tang Qixuan waved his hand shyly, saying, "I, the great young Master Tang, have money, a great body, and looks that put top celebrities to shame. Women line up from France to my doorstep to chase me. How could I possibly go on a blind date?" Hearing his boasting, Shi Chenhan was speechless. Too much narcissism will bring retribution. Tang Qixuan maintained a confident look. "I have the capital, you know, so tell your wife not to worry unnecessarily." Hearing him badmouth Xiao Qiao, Shi Chenhan stood up to leave. "If you're not willing, then forget it. That Miss N is about to go on a blind date with someone else." Upon hearing Miss N, Tang Qixuan grabbed him, nervously asking, "Are you talking about Nziyu? Is you Xiao Qiao really going to introduce her to me?" Shi Chenhan pulled abruptly, frowned and said, "Weren't you unwilling? Why are you so excited now?" Realizing it was really Nziyu, Tang Qixuan hugged Shi Chenhan, shouting, "I'm willing. I'm willing. I'm 100 times willing." Shi Chenhan, suddenly enraged by the embrace, yelled, "Tang, let go of me." Their shouting drew attention from the surrounding crowd. In broad daylight, they're really passionate, aren't they? The next morning, Shi Chenhan woke up with a headache. Xiao Qiao thoughtfully brought him honey water. "You drank so much last night. Drinking some honey water will help your stomach feel better." Taking the honey water, Shi Chenhan praised, "My wife is still the most considerate." Xiao Qiao asked expectantly, "How about Deputy Director Tang? Did he agree to the blind date with an?" Shi Chenhan put down the cup, saying smugly, "You might just become a successful matchmaker." Xiao Qiao got excited. "Really?" Shi Chenhan teased, poking Xiao Qiao's face. "He's not just willing, he's 100 times willing." Recalling last night's scene, Tang Qixuan had hugged his legs, crying loudly, "Chenhan, just tell me, isn't him really going on a blind date with someone else? I must win him back." A girl took a drunk man home, but unexpectedly, an accident occurred. The next day, when An woke up, she found a man beside her. Looking closely, it was Tang Qixuan. She shyly recalled yesterday's events. After saying goodbye to Xingzhou last night, she turned to see Tang Qixuan standing at her doorstep, somewhat surprised. Tang Qixuan grabbed An's hand, shouting, "Without my permission, you're not allowed to date other men. I haven't agreed to break up with you." After saying this, he collapsed onto An, making her heart race. At Tang Qixuan's home, An struggled to bring him back. Once inside, An softly said, "Wake up, I need to go home." Unexpectedly, Tang Qixuan hugged and kissed her, and then shouted embarrassedly, "Tang Qixuan, you jerk. Let go of me, you're drunk. You can't do this to me." After recalling, An felt a bit upset. "I can't believe I did that with him." At this moment, Tang Qixuan woke up yawning and saw An beside him. Shocked, he asked, "Why are you here?" and was at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. A moment later, Anin got up and dressed, preparing to leave. Let's pretend last night never happened. We're even now. Seeing Tang Qishuan's expression, it was clear he had been rejected by Anin. To cover his embarrassment, he stood up and shouted angrily, "You say to pretend it never happened? I'm telling you I don't care at all." After saying this, he turned his head and noticed something strange, and then felt hurt by his words. Tears flowed down like a waterfall. Tang Qishuan realized his words were too harsh. He got up to try to make amends, but it was too late, and then quickly ran out of the room, leaving Tang Qishuan there, feeling both ashamed and angry. Meanwhile, at Shi Chinhan's side, both families sat together to discuss the marriage. The old lady was particularly happy. She took Xiao Qiao's hand and said to Gao Cuiqin with a smile, "Don't worry. With Xiao Qiao in the Su family, I'll make sure no one bullies her as long as I'm around." After saying this, she glared at Yang Xueru, scaring her into a cold sweat. Yang Xueru quickly agreed, Yes, Xiao Qiao will be part of our family from now on." At this moment, Gao Cuiqin's face was full of doting love. "I have no other requests. As long as Xiao Qiao is happy, that's all that matters." Shi Chinhan held Xiao Qiao's hand and said, "Annie, please don't worry. I will make Xiao Qiao happy. We will also always take care of Xiao Qiao's brother." Hearing Shi Chinhan's words, Gao Cuiqin was moved to tears, thinking, perhaps being with you is the best choice for Xiao Qiao. After the meeting, the old lady prepared to go home by car. Xiao Qiao carefully reminded her grandmother, "Take it slow, okay?" After the old lady left, Yang Xiru nervously came up to greet them. "Chun'an." Before Xiao Qiao could finish speaking, Shi Chinhan turned to Gao Cuiqin. "Annie, Xiao Qiao and I have something to discuss with you." Gao Cuiqin guessed Shi Chinhan's thoughts and smiled, saying, "You want to ask if we knew each other before, right?" Xiao Qiao nodded frantically. Gao Cuiqin told him the whole story from years ago. Yang Xueru, seeing herself being ignored, became furious and clenched her fists. The man overcame numerous obstacles to finally marry his beloved. In the evening, Xiao Qiao stood by the window, feeling a bit lost. "I can't believe we lived in the same alley when we were little. No wonder my mom knew about the scar on your arm." Shi Chinhan pulled her close, saying, "Come here. Perhaps our meeting was destined. But, after all, I still owe your family." Xiao Qiao recalled the events from a few days ago. Gao Cuiqin had said, "Go get your mom a glass of water." Xiao Qiao replied, "Okay." After she left, Shi Chinhan asked, "Annie, you deliberately sent Xiao Qiao away. Is there something you want to tell me?" Gao Cuiqin asked in return, "Do you know why I opposed your marriage to Xiao Qiao? 20 years ago, on that night, your mother had a psychotic episode and almost killed you. I heard your screams and went to save you, leaving Song Song alone at home. Song Song went out in the rain looking for me. Later, he developed a high fever that wouldn't break, damaging his brain and leaving him with a chronic condition. That's why Song Song is in his current state." Recalling the painful memory, Gao Ziqin covered her face in anguish. "If it wasn't for saving you back then, Song Song wouldn't have ended up like this." Shi Chinhan was shocked upon hearing this. He turned and said, "Annie, I'm sorry." Gao Cuiqin wiped away her tears. "It's not your fault. I've come to terms with it now. As long as you and Xiao Qiao are happy, I'm at ease. This is also what I owe Xiao Qiao. There's one more thing you can't tell Xiao Qiao. I don't want her to have any burden in her heart." Shi Chinhan asked, "What else is there?" Gao Cuiqin stood up and said, "Xiao Qiao is not my biological daughter. Actually, she's Su Yihang's sister. I found her at the hospital entrance years ago." Shi Chinhan suddenly understood. "No wonder you were against her and Su Yihang before. I only learned about Xiao Qiao's background 2 years ago. I was too selfish then, wanted to keep her to take care of Song Song, so I didn't reveal the truth. Now I'm even more afraid to tell Xiao Qiao myself. After you're married, you should tell her yourself. If she doesn't want to acknowledge me anymore, I won't have any complaints." Shi Chinhan smiled and said, "You're wrong. No matter what Xiao Qiao's background is, in her heart, you are her only mother. Because Xiao Qiao is the most beautiful and kindest girl in the world." After the reminiscence, Xiao Qiao smiled happily, thinking, "Chinhan, thank you. Actually, I heard everything you and Mom said that day." She turned and embraced Shi Chinhan, saying, "Don't ever talk about owing me anything again. I'm really lucky to have you by my side." Hearing this, Shi Chinhan held her close and said, "All right, I promise you. Some things don't need to be mentioned again. As long as we're happy together, that's all that matters." Xiao Qiao replied, "Yes, some things become permanent memories. It's best to let them remain secrets forever." She thought to herself, no matter what my background is or whose daughter I am, it doesn't matter anymore. On the wedding day, Shi Chenhan, wearing a handsome suit, escorted Xiao Qiao into the wedding hall. Friends and family gathered around, creating a lively atmosphere. The host, with a beaming smile, said, "Now, the groom may kiss the bride." Shi Chenhan held Xiao Qiao's hand and made a vow in front of everyone. "Xiao Qiao, I love you for life and forever." Xiao Qiao responded, "Chenhan, I love you too." After saying this, the two kissed. Seeing her daughter so happy, Gao Tiqin smiled with contentment.